You know, I have always been a pretty open-minded person. I have tried new things, taken a few risks, gone on my fair share of questionable dates. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened with Mark. It still keeps me up at night. Every single sound, every shadow twisting into something else. It was supposed to be just another Tuesday night, just another first date. Boy, was I wrong. I met Mark through one of those dating apps, Hinge. I think it was. His profile was pretty standard outdoorsy. Great smile, a few pictures with a dog that was not his. He seemed normal enough. We exchanged a few messages, mostly light-hearted banter, and he suggested we grab dinner. He said he knew this incredible, unique place that was not on most people's radar. Red flag number one. I guess, but at the time, I just thought he was trying to impress me. I would been to enough chain restaurants on first dates to appreciate someone trying something different. The place was called the Embervale. Even the name sounded pretentious, but I was willing to give it a shot. I remember pulling up to the address he sent me and feeling an immediate prickle of unease. It was not in a trendy part of town, or even a particularly nice part of town. It was tucked away on a side street, nestled between a boarded-up dry cleaner and what looked like an abandoned warehouse. The building itself was old, brick, with a single unlit sign that was barely legible. No big neon lights, no inviting storefront. Just a heavy, dark wooden door with an ornate, almost gothic knocker. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over my phone, considering bailing. But then Mark's text popped up almost here. Can't wait. And I thought, fine. Chloe, do not be a chicken. I pushed the door open. Inside, it was even stranger. The air hit me first, a thick, earthy smell, like damp soil mixed with something vaguely metallic and a hint of burning incense. It was not unpleasant, exactly, but it was heavy. The lighting was dim, cast by what looked like repurposed gas lamps and flickering candles on every table. The decor was eclectic. Dark, wood, velvet curtains, taxidermied animals with unsettlingly glassy eyes staring out from shadow corners. There were shelves filled with old books, strange artifacts, and what looked like dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. It felt less like a restaurant and more like a very elaborate, very dusty antique shop, crossed with medieval alchemist lab. I spotted Mark almost immediately. He was sitting at a small, circular table in a secluded alcove, already nursing a drink that looked suspiciously dark and murky. He stood up as I approached, his smile wide and a little too eager. "Chloe, you made it," he boomed, his voice echoing a little in the strangely quiet space. He reached out and took my hand, his grip surprisingly firm, almost possessive. "I told you this place was something special, did not I?" I managed a weak smile. "It is definitely unique." I tried to pull my hand back, but he held on for a beat too long before releasing it. His eyes, I noticed, were a very pale blue, almost colorless, and they seemed to bore into mine with an unnerving intensity. We sat down. The chairs were heavy, carved wood, and surprisingly comfortable. I looked around, trying to get a feel for the place. There were not many other diners, maybe 4 or 5 tables occupied, but they were all spaced far apart, creating a sense of isolation. The people themselves were odd. They were not chatting or laughing like you would expect in a restaurant. They were mostly silent, hunched over their plates, moving slowly, deliberately. Their faces were shadowed, obscured by the dim light, but I caught glimpses of blank stares, unblinking eyes. It was like watching a collection of mannequins come to life, performing the motions of eating. "So, what do you think?" Mark asked, leaning forward, his voice a low rumble. "Is not it incredible? The atmosphere, the history, and the food." "Oh, the food is something else entirely." I nodded, trying to shake off the growing unease. "It is certainly atmospheric." I noticed a waiter approaching, moving with silent, almost gliding motion. He was tall, thin, dressed in a dark, old-fashioned uniform, and his face was utterly devoid of expression. He placed two menus on our table. The menu itself was another piece of the puzzle. It was not a typical menu. It was bound in thick, leather-like material, and the paper inside was yellowed and brittle. The font was ornate, almost calligraphic, and the descriptions of the dishes were vague to the point of being unsettling. There were no familiar names, no chicken parmesan or steak frites. It was all things like essence of the deep earth, whispers of the veiled forest, the hunter's bounty, and crimson bloom. Each dish had a cryptic, poetic blurb that told me nothing about what I was actually ordering. There were no prices listed either. "Do not worry about the menu," Mark said, seeing me frowning at it. "It is all about the experience. Trust me, they know what they're doing here. Everything is sourced locally, sustainably, and with the utmost respect for the ingredients." He chuckled, but there was no humor in it. It sounded dry, like rustling leaves. "What do you usually get?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little shaky. Mark's pale eyes gleamed. "Ah, tonight I am feeling adventurous. I am going for the heart of the unseen. It is a house specialty. You should try something new too. Chloe, do not be shy." I scanned the menu again, feeling a knot tightening in my stomach. Nothing appealed to me. Everything sounded like it belonged in a ritual, not on a dinner plate. I do not know. "Mark, it is all a bit intense. Do they have anything simple? Like a salad?" He laughed, a short, sharp bark that made me jump. "A salad? My dear Chloe, you do not come to the Ember Vale for a salad. You come here for a journey. Tell you what, let me order for you. I know just the thing. The verdant offering, it is light, fresh, but still unique." Before I could protest, the silent waiter was back at our table, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Mark rattled off his order, then mine, speaking in a low, almost conspiratorial tone. The waiter simply nodded, his eyes as blank as a doll's, and glided away. "You will love it," Mark promised, taking another sip of his dark drink. "It is an acquired taste, perhaps, but once you have experienced it, nothing else will ever compare." We talked, or rather, Mark talked, and I mostly listened, my mind racing. He told me about his travels, his unconventional business ventures, his philosophy on life, which seemed to revolve around seeking out authentic experiences and pushing boundaries. He spoke with an unnerving intensity, his pale eyes never leaving my face. I found myself nodding along, offering vague agreements, all while a growing sense of dread began to coil in my gut. This was not just a weird date, this was wrong. The atmosphere in the restaurant was getting to me. The silence was punctuated only by the soft clinking of cutlery from other tables, and a low, guttural murmur that I could not quite place. It sounded almost like a soft, rhythmic chewing, or perhaps something else. My phone, I noticed, had no signal, not even a single bar. I tried to dismiss an old building, weird location, but the thought of being cut off made my palms sweat. After what felt like an eternity, the waiter returned, carrying two heavy, dark ceramic plates. He placed Mark's plate down first, then mine. My dish, the verdant offering, looked strange. It was a mound of dark, leafy greens, unlike any lettuce I've ever seen, interspersed with what looked like pale, translucent roots and glistening, dark berries. It had a faint, earthy smell, but also something else, something vaguely sweet and sickly. I picked up my fork, but my appetite had vanished. Then I looked at Mark's plate. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs. What sat before him was not food, not in any recognizable sense. It was a glistening reddish-brown mass, roughly the size of a small fist, but with an irregular, organic shape. It looked like raw, unrendered meat, but it was far too dark, too viscous. And it was moving, not jiggling from the waiter's steps, not settling. It was actively moving, pulsing, a slow, rhythmic throb that made the surface ripple and shift. Along its edges, I could see what looked like tiny, almost microscopic tendrils, retracting and extending, like miniature worms or cilia. A thin, clear fluid, almost like sap, seeped from its base, pooling on the dark ceramic. A wave of nausea washed over me, so strong I almost gagged. I stared at it, my eyes wide with horror, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked alive, like an organ, freshly excised, still clinging to life. What is that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Mark looked up from his plate, a slow, delighted smile spreading across his face. His pale eyes, under the flickering candlelight, seemed to reflect the strange light of his food. Ah, the heart of the unseen, he murmured, almost reverently. Is not it magnificent? So fresh, so vibrant. He reached for his cutlery, a heavy, old-fashioned knife and fork. I watched, frozen in terror, as he plunged a knife into the pulsing mass. A faint, sickening squelch echoed in the quiet restaurant. The mass on the plate twitched violently, a spasm rippling through its entire form. I could almost hear a faint, high-pitched whimper. "Mark," I said, my voice trembling, that is moving. It is raw. It is alive." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Of course it is alive. Chloe, that is the beauty of it. You want to experience the true essence. Do not some lifeless, cooked-to-death carcass." He cut off a piece, a dark, glistening chunk that seemed to resist a knife. The tendrils along the edge of the mass retracted further, almost shrinking away from the cut. He brought the piece to his mouth, and I watched, my stomach churning, as he chewed. Slowly, deliberately, his jaw worked, and I could hear a wet, squishing sound. His eyes were closed, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. A drop of the clear fluid, mixed with something darker, trickled down his chin. He licked it away with a slow, deliberate movement of his tongue. "The flavor," he whispered, opening his eyes, which seemed to glow with an unnatural light. "Oh, Chloe, the flavor. It is indescribable. Pure, unadulterated life." I could not breathe. My chest felt tight, my throat constricted. I can't. Mark, I can't eat this. I can't even look at it. My own verdant offering suddenly looked suspect, the dark leaves resembling something more sinister than vegetables. He leaned forward, his smile fading, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. "Nonsense. Chloe, you said you were open-minded. You said you wanted to try new things. This is the ultimate new thing." He gestured to my plate. "Try your greens. They are just as vital." I recoiled. "Vital? Mark, this is disgusting. I need to leave." I started to push my chair back, my hand shaking so badly I almost knocked over my water glass. But his hand shot out, clamping around my wrist with surprising strength. His grip was like steel, cold and unyielding. "Sit down. Chloe, we are not finished." His voice had lost its jovial tone. It was flat, hard, and utterly devoid of warmth. His eyes, those pale, colorless eyes, held a predatory glint that chilled me to my core. "Let go of me," I demanded, trying to pull away. Panic flared, hot and sharp, in my chest. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was dangerous. He did not release me. Instead, he simply stared, his gaze unwavering. "You came here with me. Chloe, you agreed to this experience. There are rules here. You do not just leave." I looked around desperately. The other diners were still there, still hunched over their plates, still silent, still moving with that same unsettling slowness. None of them seemed to notice my distress, or perhaps they simply did not care. The waiter was nowhere in sight. The air in the restaurant felt heavier, thicker, almost suffocating. That low, guttural murmur I would heard earlier seemed to intensify, wrapping around me, pressing in. "What kind of rules?" I choked out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it cracked on the last word. Mark finally released my wrist, but the message was clear. He leaned back, picking up his fork again, and slowly, deliberately, cut another piece in the pulsing mass. The rules of appreciation. Chloe, of understanding, of consumption. He brought the piece to his mouth, his eyes fixed on mine, watching my reaction. He chewed, the wet, squishing sound now amplified in my terror-sharpened hearing. I could not stay. I would not stay. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I pushed my chair back with a loud scrape that echoed jarringly in the quiet room. I am leaving, I said, my voice trembling but firm. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling for my purse. Mark did not move, did not speak. He just watched me, his expression unreadable, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of his plate again. The heart of the unseen had shifted. It seemed to have flattened slightly, and the tendrils along its edges were now longer, almost reaching for the ceramic. And the pulsing, it was faster, more frantic, like a dying heartbeat. I practically ran towards a heavy wooden door, my heels clacking loudly on the stone floor. As I passed the other tables, I risked a glance. One of the diners, a stout man in a tweed jacket, looked up. His eyes, shadowed and deep-set, were completely black. Not dark brown, but truly, unervingly black, like polished obsidian. In his mouth it was stretched into an impossibly wide smile, revealing too many teeth, all of them pointed and sharp. He was chewing something that looked like dark, fiber strings. I did not stop to look again. I reached the door, my hand shaking as I fumbled for the handle. It was cold, heavy iron. I twisted it. Locked. My blood ran cold. I tugged harder, rattling the handle, but it would not budge. Panic exploded in my chest. I turned, my eyes wide, searching for Mark. He was still at the table, leisurely eating, but his head was turned, watching me. His smile was back, wider now, and it did not reach his eyes. His pale eyes were fixed on me with an unsettling calm, looking for something. Chloe, he called out, his voice carrying easily across the silent room. The door is locked. I screamed, my voice cracking. Let me out. He slowly wiped his mouth with a dark napkin. Locked? Oh, no, it is not locked. Not in the way you think. He pushed his plate away, a good portion of the heart of the unseen still pulsing on it. He stood up, slowly, deliberately, his gaze never leaving mine. You see, Chloe, once you enter the Ember Vale, you become part of the experience. You become an ingredient. My mind reeled. Ingredient? What was he talking about? My eyes darted around the room. The other diners were now all looking at me. Their faces, no longer shadowed, were pale, almost translucent. Their eyes were uniformly black, and their smiles were all impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, unsettlingly uniform teeth. The low murmur I had heard earlier was now louder, a chorus of soft, wet chewing sounds. No, I whispered, shaking my head, backing away from the door. No, this is not real. This is a nightmare. Mark started to walk towards me, his movements slow, deliberate, almost graceful. His eyes seemed to glow brighter, those pale irises now almost luminous in the dim light. Oh, it is very real. Chloe, more real than anything you have ever known. And you, my dear, are exactly where you are supposed to be. He spread his arms wide, a gesture of perverse welcome. The Ember Vale thrives on fresh perspectives. New tastes. I stumbled backwards, tripping over a rug, landing hard on the stone floor. My purse flew open, spilling its content, my phone, my keys, my lipstick. I scrambled for my phone, my fingers fumbling. No signal. Still nothing. Mark was closer now, his shadow stretching long and distorted behind him in the flickering candlelight. His face was no longer the charming, if intense, man I would met. His features seemed to sharpen, his jawline more angular, his skin paler, almost translucent. His lips were pulled back in a grin that was too wide, too feral. The menu here is ever-changing, he purred, his voice a low growl that vibrated through the floor. We cater to very specific palates. And tonight, Chloe, you are the special, a rare vintage. So full of fear, so rich with anticipation. My breath hitched. I pushed myself up, my legs screaming, and tried to run again, not for the door, but for the back of the restaurant. For anywhere that was not here. I darted between tables, past the silent, grinning diners, their black eyes following my every move. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, slow and steady, never rushing, but always gaining. I saw a door at the back, a plain, wooden door, probably to the kitchen. Hope surged, a desperate, frantic pulse. I lunged for it, tearing it open. What I saw inside made me freeze. It was not a kitchen. Not like any kitchen I would ever seen. It was a vast, cavernous space, dimly lit by more of those flickering gas lamps. Hanging from hooks on the ceiling were rows upon rows of what looked like carcasses. But they were not animal carcasses. They were vaguely human-shaped, stripped bare, glistening, and still, faintly, pulsing. Some were missing limbs. Others had gaping cavities where organs should have been. A sickly, sweet, metallic smell, like a butcher shop mixed with something far more foul, filled the air. And on a long, stainless steel table in the center of the room lay another form. It was a person, or what was left of one, strapped down. Their eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. And their chest was open, a gaping wound, and something was missing from inside. Something that looked exactly like the heart of the unseen that Mark had been eating. A low, collective moan rose from the hanging forms, a soft, mournful sound that filled the room. Mark was behind me now, his breath hot on my neck. "Welcome, Chloe," he whispered, his voice dripping with a chilling satisfaction. "Welcome to the true feast. You see, the road that brings us our ingredients is always busy, always delivering the next unsuspecting soul." My mind flashed back to Alex, a distant memory of a dating profile, a brief conversation. Alex, who'd mentioned going on a date, who'd never replied to my last message. My last conscious thought before the searing pain consumed me, before the world dissolved into a cacophony of whispers and the smell of raw earth and something metallic, was a Mark's predatory smile. And then only the cold, unyielding certainty of the table beneath me, and the whispers echoing in my mind, "You are ours now. Chloe, you are the meal. You will sustain others. Now, I am one of the quiet ones, one of the silent diners." I watched the new faces come in, their eyes wide with curiosity or unease. I watched them sit, listen to the low murmur that is my own hunger and the hunger of those like me. I watched them order, watch the horror bloom in their eyes as the food arrives. I watched them try to escape. But there is no escape, not from the Ember Vale, not from the road. And as I slowly, deliberately, bring another piece of glistening, pulsing flesh to my lips, I sometimes think I hear a faint whisper, carried on the damp, earthy air, a familiar voice, just barely audible. "See you soon." The world had narrowed to the four walls of my apartment. Each day a slow, agonizing suffocation. Ben's face, pale with terror, was a permanent fixture behind my eyes, a constant reminder of what I had become. A broken record, broadcasting the dead, or the lost, or the soon-to-be lost. The name still came, a ceaseless, whispering tide in the back of my mind. Evelyn Thorne, Marcus Chun, Clara Jenkins, David Miller. They were quieter now, less of a torn and more of a persistent, chilling hum. But they were always there, a low-frequency dread, resonating deep in my bones. I felt like a radio tower, but instead of pop songs or news updates, I was picking up the final, desperate signals of people vanishing from the world. My phone, once a lifeline, was now a source of pure terror. Every buzz, every notification sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I would delete Tinder, then reinstalled it, then deleted it again a dozen times over. It was a vicious cycle of craving human connection, and then recoiling in horror from the idea of infecting anyone else with this thing that was clinging to me. Silas's last text. Excellent reception. The network is growing, echoed in the silence of my apartment. It was not just growing, it was consuming. It felt like the thinness, that subtle, almost imperceptible shift in reality, was not just in the air anymore. It was inside me, a slow-acting poison, making me permeable, a gateway. My mind was no longer my own, it was a public square, a bulletin board for his twisted collection. I had not left my apartment in days, maybe a week. Food deliveries piled up outside my door, untouched. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. Each dream a vivid, terrifying tableau of lost faces and whispered names. My reflection in the mirror was a stranger, hollow eyes, skin like parchment, a ghost haunting her own home. One particularly bad night, the names started again, louder this time. Not just names, but fragments of conversations, snippets of last moments. Where did he go? I just turned my back for a second. The dog was barking, but there was no one there. It was like being trapped in a room with 100 televisions, each one playing a different, terrifying story of disappearance. I clawed at my head, trying to make it stop, but the sounds were internal, a symphony of dread. In a moment of sheer, desperate weakness, a primal scream for anything resembling normalcy, I found myself re-downloading Tinder again. My fingers move on their own, a desperate, pathetic attempt to reach out, to find a single, unremarkable human being to anchor me. Someone who knew nothing of Alex or Silas or the thinness or the names. Someone who could just be. I swiped mindlessly, my eyes barely registering the faces. It was a blur of forced smiles and carefully curated hobbies. I was not looking for love, or even a date, just a distraction, a brief reprieve from the internal horror. Then he popped up. Liam. His profile was bland, exactly what I thought I wanted. Mid-30s, an engineer, like hiking and craft beer. His main photo was a friendly, slightly awkward smile. Nothing to set off alarm bells. I swiped right, almost on autopilot. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A notification flashed. Liam sent you a message. My heart did a strange little flutter, a mix of relief and a familiar, icy dread. Relief that anyone had responded. Dread that this was just another open door for Silas. I clicked on his profile again, just to reread it, to reassure myself that he was as utterly normal and forgettable as he seemed. I scrolled through his pictures. The first was the smiling one. The second, him on a hiking trail, looking a little windswept. The third photo was him at a beach, shirtless, his back to the camera, looking out at the ocean. He was fit, not overly muscular, just normal. But it was not his physique that caught my eye. It was his left shoulder, clear as day, etched into his skin, a tattoo. It was a simple, elegant script, curving across his deltoid. My breath hitched. I zoomed in, my fingers trembling so violently I almost dropped the phone. The image pixelated slightly, but there was no mistaking it. My name, Chloe. Chloe. My name, tattooed on a man I had never met, a man I had just matched with on Tinder. The blood drained from my face. My apartment, already a tomb, suddenly felt like a pressure cooker. The thinness was not just a feeling anymore, it was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. No, this could not be real. This was a coincidence. Chloe was not a rare name. It was common enough. This had to be a mistake. A very, very disturbing, unsettling mistake. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had an ex named Chloe. Maybe a sister, a mother, a beloved pet. Anything but what my gut was screaming at me. But the way it was written, the elegant script, it looked fresh. not faded like an old tattoo, and the sheer astronomical improbability of it. Out of all the people on Tinder, out of all the names in the world, my name appearing on his skin before we would even exchange a single word. My phone buzzed again. Liam. Hey, Chloe. Great to match with you. How's your week going? His message was so utterly normal, so mundane, that it only amplified the horror. He did not know, or he pretended not to know, or he knew everything. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. My hands were clammy, my vision starting to tunnel. The whispers in my head, the names of the lost, they flared up a cacophony of fear. Evelyn Thorne, Marcus Chun, Clara Jenkins, David Miller, and now, Liam. Was he one of them? Was he a victim? Or was he something worse? I stared at the screen, at his friendly, unassuming face, and then back at the zoomed-in picture of the tattoo. Chloe. My name. A brand. A mark. This was not a coincidence. This was Silas. This was his network, growing, closing in. He was not just using me as a broadcast. He was actively orchestrating things around me, pulling strings, manipulating the very fabric of my reality. He was turning my desperate search for normalcy into another layer of his twisted game. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw my phone against the wall, smash it into a million pieces, sever the connection. But I could not. A morbid fascination, a terrifying need to understand, held me captive. What did this mean? Was Liam a puppet? Was he a warning? Or was he the next collection? My fingers hovered over the keyboard, paralyzed. What could I say? Hey, Liam, nice tattoo. Is that my name? It sounded insane. I sounded insane. The thinness in the air pressed in a suffocating blanket. My apartment felt like it was shrinking, the walls closing in. I could almost feel Silas's gaze, a cold, calculating presence, watching me from somewhere beyond the veil. He was enjoying this. I knew it. He was enjoying my terror, my confusion, my utter helplessness. I typed, then deleted. Typed, then deleted. My mind was a frantic scramble of fear and a desperate, irrational hope that maybe, just maybe, I was wrong. That there was a perfectly logical explanation. But the rational part of my brain, the part that had not been completely eroded by weeks of terror, knew better. There was no logic here. Only Silas. Finally, I forced myself to type something. Something bland, something non-committal. Hey, Liam. My week's been okay. Yours? It was a lie. My week had been a descent into a personal hell. But I needed to buy time. I needed to understand. He replied almost instantly. Not bad. Just wrapped up a big project at work. Thinking of grabbing a coffee later this week. If you are free. Coffee. A simple, innocuous suggestion. But the image of the tattoo burned behind my eyes. This was not a coffee date. This was a trap. This was an invitation to walk directly into the mouth of the beast. But what if I did not go? What if I blocked him? Would Silas simply send another? Would he escalate? Would he make the names louder, the visions clearer? Would he manifest in some other, even more terrifying way? The thought of staying in my apartment, alone with the escalating whispers and the feeling of being watched, was almost as terrifying as the idea of meeting Liam. Maybe, just maybe if I met him, I could get answers. I could see the tattoo up close. I could gauge his reaction. I could understand what Silas was doing. It was a foolish, suicidal thought, born of desperation, but it was the only thought that offered even a sliver of agency. Sure, I typed, my fingers trembling. How about Thursday? Say, 3 p.m. at that little cafe on Elm Street. I picked a public place, a cafe I knew well, a place that felt safe, a place where I could, theoretically, bolt if needed. Perfect, he replied, a smiley face emoji appended to the message. Looking forward to it. Chloe. Looking forward to it. The words felt like a death knell. The next 2 days were an eternity of paranoia. Every shadow was Silas. Every creak of the floorboards was a warning. I barely ate, barely slept. My eyes were permanently glued to my phone, half expecting another message from Liam, half terrified of what it might say. I scoured his profile again and again, looking for any clue, any hint of the sinister undercurrent I knew was there. But he remained maddeningly normal. The tattoo picture, however, was a constant, chilling reminder. I tried to gut goo his name, his job, anything I could glean from his profile. Nothing. He was a ghost online, or just incredibly private. Or perhaps too new to this world to have left a digital footprint. Too new to Silas's collection. The names in my head were a dull roar now, an undercurrent of static that never truly faded. I felt like I was unraveling, thread by thread. The Chloe on the tattoo, the Chloe on my birth certificate, the Chloe trapped in his apartment, they all felt like distinct, separate entities, converging on a single point of dread. Thursday arrived, a gray, overcast day that perfectly mirrored my mood. I stood in front of my closet, staring blankly at my clothes. What do you wear to a date with a man who has your name tattooed on his body before he has ever met you? A man you suspect is either a victim or an agent of a supernatural entity that is using you as a conduit for lost souls. There was no dress code for that. I settled on a plain, dark sweater and jeans, something that would not draw attention. I tied my hair back, trying to look as unremarkable as possible. I did not want to be noticed. I did not want to be a beacon. But I knew, deep down, it was too late for that. As I left my apartment, the thinness was a tangible force, wrapping around me like a cold, damp shroud. The street felt alien, the familiar faces of my neighbors blurring into indistinct shapes. Every car that passed seemed to slow down. Every pedestrian seemed to glance my way. My paranoia was at an all-time high. But a part of me knew it was not just paranoia. This was Silas's influence, stretching out, making the world around me feel like a stage for his performance. The cafe was bustling, a comforting cacophony of clinking cups and chatter. I chose a table near the window, facing the door, a clear escape route if needed. My hands trembled as I ordered a black coffee, my voice barely a whisper. I watched the door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every man who entered, I scrutinized, searching for that friendly, slightly awkward smile from his profile picture. And, morbidly, for any hint of a sleeve rolled up, a glimpse of that chilling tattoo. 5 minutes past 3. 10 minutes. My nerves were frayed, stretched to their breaking point. Was he even going to show up? Was this a cruel joke? A test? Then he walked in. He was exactly as he appeared in his photos. Same build, same smile, same slightly rumpled charm. He scanned the room and his eyes met mine. A flicker of recognition, then that polite, friendly smile widened. He started walking towards me, and I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. This was it. Chloe, he asked, his voice warm, a little shy. Liam, nice to finally meet you. He offered his hand, and I took it, my own hand feeling cold and clammy in his. His grip was firm, normal. Too normal. Hi, Liam. I managed, my voice raspy. He sat down opposite me, pulling out the chair with a polite scrape. Thanks for meeting me. Hope you have not been waiting long. No, just got here. I lied. My eyes, despite my best efforts, kept flicking to his left arm. He was wearing a long-sleeved dark blue shirt, the cuffs buttoned. No tattoo visible. Not yet. We made small talk, the kind of awkward, superficial conversation you have on a first Tinder date. He talked about his engineering projects, about a recent hike he would taken. I answered vaguely, my mind racing, every fiber of my being screaming at me to run. But I could not. I was caught in his orbit, drawn in by the chilling mystery of the tattoo. He was charming in an unassuming way. Too charming. Too normal. It felt like a carefully constructed facade. "So, Chloe," he said, taking a sip of his latte, "tell me a bit about yourself. What do you do?" I hesitated. What could I tell him? That I was a conduit for lost souls. That I was being hunted by a supernatural entity. That I felt like I was slowly losing my mind. I work in marketing. I mumbled. Another lie. I had not worked in weeks. "It is interesting." He nodded, listening intently, his eyes fixed on mine. Too intently. It felt like he was studying me, dissecting me. "That is cool," he said. He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table. And as he did, his left sleeve shifted just a fraction. And there it was, the edge of the tattoo. A sliver, the elegant script. Peeking out from beneath the cuff of his shirt. Just the top curve of a C and the beginning of an H. My breath hitched again. My blood ran cold. It was not my imagination. It was not a trick of the light. It was real. My eyes must have widened because he paused, his smile faltering slightly. "Everything okay?" "Chloe." I forced a laugh, a dry, cracking sound. Yeah, just lost in thought." He smiled a little too knowingly. "You seem a bit distracted. Something on your mind." I knew this was my chance. My only chance. I had to ask. I had to know. "Liam," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I saw your profile picture. The one at the beach." His smile did not waver, but his eyes, they changed. A subtle shift, a deeper glint, like something ancient stirring beneath the surface. "Oh, that one," he said, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Yeah, I love that beach. Great place for a hike. You have a tattoo." I continued, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "On your arm." He looked down at his left arm, then back up at me, a slow, deliberate movement. "Oh, this old thing." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Yeah, I do. Bit of a personal thing." He did not make a move to show it. He just looked at me, his eyes now holding a depth that was utterly terrifying. The friendly facade was still there, but it was cracking, revealing something far more sinister beneath. It is my name." I blurted out, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "Chloe, it is my name." The amusement in his eyes sharpened. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, deliberate movement that felt like a predator settling in for the kill. He still had not shown me the tattoo, but he did not need to. The confirmation was in his gaze. "Is it now?" he murmured, his voice softer, but laced with an undeniable edge. What a coincidence, right? The word coincidence hung in the air, a cruel mockery. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "It is not a coincidence. How do you know my name? How did you get that tattoo?" His smile widened, a slow, chilling spread across his face. It was not friendly anymore. It was predatory. "Oh, Chloe," he said, his voice dropping, becoming a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air around us. The thinness intensified, the sounds of cafe fading into a distant murmur. It was just him and me, trapped in a bubble of dread. "Your name has been quite famous lately, especially in certain circles." My blood ran cold. "What circles?" He chuckled again, a sound that scraped against my nerves. "The circles that are drawn to you, of course. The ones you are so good at finding." He gestured vaguely around the cafe, but his eyes were fixed on me. "You are quite the beacon, are not you? Shining so brightly, drawing all sorts of interesting things to you." This was not Liam. This was not a human being anymore. This was a mouthpiece. A puppet. Silas. I breathed, the name a taste of ash on my tongue. His smile stretched wider, showing just a flash of teeth. Ah, you remember him. Good. He is very fond of you. Chloe, very, very fond. You are proving to be quite the asset. I felt the names in my head rising again, a frantic chorus of terror. Evelyn Thorne, Marcus Chun, Clara Jenkins, David Miller, and now, Liam. Was he one of them? Was he a vessel, a temporary host for Silas's voice? What do you want? I demanded, my voice trembling, but trying to project defiance. He leaned forward again, and this time his left sleeve rolled up deliberately, slowly. And there it was in full view, my name, Chloe, etched in a beautiful, horrifying script. It looked fresh, vibrant, almost glowing. What do we want? He corrected, his eyes gleaming. We want the network to grow. Chloe, and you are the key. You are the central hub, the perfect conduit. You bring them to us. And sometimes, he paused, his gaze dropping to his tattooed arm, then back to my terrified face. Sometimes we bring them to you. The implication hung heavy in the air. He was here because of me. The tattoo was a mark, a claim, a chilling message. This was not just a Tinder date gone wrong, it was a personal invasion, a deliberate act of terror orchestrated by Silas. You are not Liam. I whispered, the words barely audible. His smile was a grotesque parody of human emotion. Oh, I am Liam. For now. And I am very much looking forward to getting to know you better. Chloe, we all are. He stood up slowly, deliberately. The movement felt loaded, menacing. But I think we have had enough coffee for today. Do not you. He reached across the table, not for my hand, but for my arm. His fingers, long and cold, closed around my wrist. I felt a jolt, not just a fear, but something else, something electric and dark, coursing through me. It was like a circuit completing, a connection being made. The names in my head screamed, a deafening crescendo. I yanked my arm back, scrambling out of my chair, knocking it over with a loud clatter that momentarily cut through the thinness. The other patrons in the cafe barely seemed to notice, their conversations continuing as if nothing was happening. Or perhaps they could not see it, could not feel it. Only I could. Stay away from me. I shrieked, my voice cracking. Liam just stood there, his smile unwavering, his eyes tracking my every move. Now, Chloe, there's no need for that. We are just getting started. I did not wait. I turned and ran, blindly pushing to the crowded cafe, ignoring the startled glances, the muttered apologies. I burst out onto the street, gulping in the cold, gray air, but it did nothing to dispel the suffocating dread. The thinness was everywhere now, a palpable presence, pressing in from all sides. I ran without looking back, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Away from Liam, away from the cafe, away from the chilling message etched on his arm. But as I ran, a new wave of whispers flooded my mind, louder, clearer than ever before. Not just names, but images, faces. Faces of people I would never seen, but who felt intimately familiar. People who were lost. People who were being found. And then a new whisper, chillingly distinct, cut through the noise. It was not a name. It was a phrase. The network is complete. Chloe, welcome home. I stumbled, almost falling, my heart seizing in my chest. Complete. The network. It was not just about broadcasting their fates anymore. It was about me. I was not just a conduit. I was the nexus, the center. And the tattoo on Liam's arm was not just a warning. It was an invitation. An invitation to join Silas's collection, to become one of his lost. And he was not just collecting them through me. He was collecting them for me. He was bringing them to my doorstep, my home. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, a primal, bone-deep fear that eclipsed everything else. I was running, but there was nowhere left to go. The nightmare was not over. It had just found its way home. My home, and it had brought a new visitor. Liam. And he was not leaving. I have always considered myself a pretty grounded person. Not easily spooked, not prone to dramatics. My life was normal, predictable, and frankly a little boring. That is probably why I swiped right on Mark. He was not my usual type, a little too intense in his profile picture, a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, but his bio was witty and he seemed adventurous. Maybe a little adventure was exactly what my life needed. Our first few dates were surprisingly pleasant. He was charming, attentive, a great conversationalist. He had this way of looking at you, like you were the only person in the room, which was flattering, if a touch unnerving sometimes. He talked about art, philosophy, obscure history. He had a deep knowledge of things I would never even considered, and I found myself drawn into his world. He was different in a good way, or so I thought. On our fourth date, Mark suggested a new restaurant. He called it an experience, a place not many people knew about, tucked away in an older part of the city. He would build it up so much. I was genuinely excited. He said it specialized in novel cuisine, pushing the boundaries of what food could be. I am adventurous with food, so I was all in. He picked me up in his impeccably clean, dark sedan. The drive was longer than I expected, taking us away from a brightly lit downtown into a maze of narrower, older streets. The buildings here were mostly brick, some with boarded-up windows, others with a faded grandeur of a forgotten era. It was getting dark, and the streetlights were few and far between, casting long, eerie shadows. My phone, which usually had full bars, seemed to be struggling out here. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just a dead zone. Finally, Mark pulled up to a building that looked like an old, converted warehouse. No flashy sign, just a discreet, almost unreadable symbol etched into a heavy, dark wooden door. The windows were either blacked out or too high to see inside. A shiver ran down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cool evening air. "This is it," Mark said, his voice a little lower, a little more excited than usual. He had that intense look again, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. Inside, the restaurant was something else. It was cavernous with high, vaulted ceilings, but surprisingly intimate. The lighting was incredibly dim, mostly from candles and a few strategically placed spotlights that highlighted strange, abstract art on the walls, sculptures that looked like petrified organic matter, paintings that swirled with unsettling, muted colors. The tables were dark wood, heavy and polished, set far apart, giving each diner a sense of privacy or perhaps isolation. The air was thick with a peculiar scent, something earthy and metallic, mixed with a hint of spice I could not quite place. It was not unpleasant, but it was definitely unique. There were only a handful of other patrons, mostly couples, their faces obscured by the shadows, speaking in hushed tones. A hostess, a woman with unnaturally pale skin and eyes that seemed a little too wide, led us to our table. She moved with strange, gliding grace, her steps almost silent on the dark, polished floor. She wore a simple, dark uniform, but it felt less like a uniform and more like a shroud. I tried to catch her eye and smile, but she just offered a faint, almost imperceptible tilt of her head before disappearing back into the shadows. "So, what do you think?" Mark asked, leaning forward, his voice a low rumble. "Is not it incredible? It is unique," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic, but a knot of unease had begun to tighten in my stomach. It was beautiful in a gothic, unsettling way, but it felt less like a restaurant and more like a stage for something I could not quite grasp. Then the menus arrived. They were not your typical paper or leather-bound booklets. These were heavy, made of some dark, smooth stone, with the dishes etched into them in a script I did not recognize. The descriptions were sparse, poetic, and utterly unhelpful. Whispers of the deep, essence of the earth, the veiled offering. No ingredients listed, no preparation methods. Just these cryptic, evocative names. Do not worry, Mark said, sensing my confusion. I know this place well. Let me order for us. You will love it. I promise. His smile was wide, but it did not quite reach his eyes, which were still fixed on me with that unnerving intensity. I usually like to choose my own food, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and I was trying to be open-minded. So I nodded, giving him control. For you, he said, turning to the silent waiter who had materialized at our table, we will have the crimson bloom. And for me, I will take the living current, the waiter, a man with the same pale skin and silent movements as the hostess, simply nodded once, his expression unreadable, and glided away. I tried to make conversation, but my mind kept drifting back to the menu, to the strange names, the peculiar ambience. I asked Mark what crimson bloom might be. He just chuckled. It is a surprise. A culinary adventure. Trust me, Chloe. A few minutes later, the waiter returned with two small, dark ceramic bowls. Mine was placed in front of me first. It contained something that looked like a deep red, almost black flower, unfurling its petals in a bed of dark, glistening soil-like substance. The petals seemed to shimmer under the candlelight, almost as if they were wet. The smell was earthy, yes, but also metallic like blood, and something else, something sharp and acrid that made my nose wrinkle. Wow, I said, trying to sound impressed, but a wave of nausea washed over me. It looked beautiful in an alien way, but utterly unappetizing. What is it? It is a delicacy, Mark said, his eyes gleaming. Grown in special conditions. Very rare. Try it. He gestured with his fork, a look of eager anticipation on his face. I picked up my fork, my hand trembling slightly. The petals were thick, almost rubbery. When I tried to cut a piece, my fork met surprising resistance. It felt sinewy. I managed to tear off a small piece, trying to ignore the way it seemed to cling to the fork. It was dark, almost purple inside, and glistened with a viscous fluid. I brought it to my nose again. The metallic, bloody scent was stronger now, mixed with that acrid note. Taking a deep breath, I put the piece in my mouth. The texture was unlike anything I would ever eaten. Chewy, yes, but also strangely fibrous like muscle. And it was cold, almost unnaturally so. The taste was a complex horror metallic, salty, and a sharp, bitter tang that made my tongue tingle unpleasantly. It tasted like something that had been alive very recently, and very unhappily. I swallowed, forcing it down, a wave of revulsion making my stomach lurch. So, Mark prompted, his eyes still fixed on me. It is interesting. I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. Very unique. A lot of flavor. I tried to smile, but my lips felt stiff. I could not bring myself to take another bite. My appetite had completely vanished. Just then, the waiter returned with Mark's dish. He placed it carefully in front of him, and that is when my world tilted on its axis. Mark's dish was a shallow, wide bowl filled with a viscous, translucent fluid that glowed faintly with an internal luminescence, like bioluminescent algae. But it was not algae. Floating within this shimmering liquid was a mass, a pulsating organic mass. It was dark, almost black, but with veins electric blue and sickly green running through it. It was not still. It was moving, slowly, deliberately, a thick, rope-like tendril, tipped with something that looked like a cluster of tiny black eyes extended from the central mass, reaching out of the liquid, then retracting, only to emerge again from a different spot. The whole thing seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a horrifying, slow rhythm. I could hear a faint, squelching sound, wet and sickening, as it moved. It smelled of brine, decay, and something indescribably alien. My breath caught in my throat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the silence of the restaurant. My eyes were wide, fixed on the horror in Mark's bowl. This was not food. This was a creature, or a part of one. A A living, moving, horrifying thing. Mark, however, was utterly unperturbed. A wide, almost ecstatic smile spread across his face as he gazed at the pulsating mass. Ah, the living current, he murmured, his voice thick with pleasure. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He picked up his fork, a long, slender utensil that looked almost surgical. With practiced ease, he plunged it into the central mass. The tendrils recoiled, thrashing slightly in the luminous fluid, sending ripples across the surface. I swear I heard a faint, high-pitched whimper from the bowl. Mark ignored it. He expertly scooped up a piece of the dark, vein flesh. It was gelatinous, quivering on the fork, the blue and green veins pulsing faintly. A tiny, almost microscopic black eye on one of the tendrils seemed to swivel and fix on me, then on Mark. He brought it to his mouth, his eyes closing in what looked like pure bliss. He chewed slowly, deliberately, the squelching sound now more pronounced, sickeningly audible in the quiet restaurant. His expression was one of profound satisfaction. "Oh, Chloe," he said, opening his eyes, which seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. "You simply must try this. It is exquisite. So fresh, you can really taste the life in it." He extended his fork towards me, offering me a piece. The gelatinous blob jiggled, and I could have sworn the tiny eye on it blinked. I recoiled, pushing my chair back with a loud scrape that echoed in the quiet room. "No," I gasped, my voice a choked whisper. "No, Mark, what is that? It is moving. It is alive." Mark frowned, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. "Of course, it is moving. That is the point. It is freshly harvested. The highest quality. You can't get this kind of vitality just anywhere." He took another, mouthful, chewing with a serene, almost predatory contentment. My stomach churned, and I felt bile rising in my throat. I pushed my own untouched bowl away, my hands clammy. "This is not right. Mark, this is monstrous. I can't. I need to leave." I started to stand up, but Mark reached across the table, his hand closing around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands. His skin felt cold, unnaturally so, like marble. "Chloe," he said, his voice dropping, losing all its warmth, becoming a low, resonant growl. "You do not understand. This is a rare opportunity, a chance to truly connect, to experience something beyond the mundane." His eyes, normally a warm hazel, now seemed darker, almost black, and they glittered with an unsettling intensity. I tried to pull my hand away, but he held me fast. "Let go of me. Mark, I am serious. I am not comfortable. This is disgusting." Panic was starting to set in, a cold, creeping dread that settled deep in my bones. The waiter, who had been hovering nearby, suddenly moved closer, his silent presence making me jump. He stood just behind Mark, his unreadable eyes fixed on me. I looked around the dimly lit room. The other patrons, previously indistinct shadows, now seemed to be watching us. Their faces were still obscured, but I could feel their collective gaze, heavy and expectant. "Chloe, do not be so provincial." Mark purred, his grip tightening. "This is a place of enlightenment, of true sensation. You have been looking for something more, have not you? Something beyond your bland, predictable life." His words echoed my own internal thoughts, the very reasons I would swipe right on in the first place, but now they sounded like a threat. He released my wrist, slowly, deliberately. The skin where he would touch me felt icy cold, and a faint, burning sensation lingered. I rubbed my wrist, trying to quell the rising hysteria. "I need to go to the restroom." I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, just let me, I need a moment." I just needed to get away, to find an exit, to call someone, anyone. Mark smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not reach his eyes. "Of course. It is just through that archway, to your left." I will be here. He gestured vaguely, then turned back to his pulsating, squelching horror, taking another leisurely bite. I scrambled out of my chair, not waiting for him. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to walk, not run, toward the archway he would indicated as I passed the other tables. I tried not to look, but I could not help it. In the gloom, I could see that some of the other diners had dishes similar to Mark's, not identical, but equally grotesque, equally alive. One woman was delicately picking at something that looked like a cluster of iridescent worms, while a man across from her was spooning what appeared to be a black, viscous goo directly into his mouth, his eyes closed in ecstasy. No one seemed to notice me, or rather, they noticed me but made no sign of it, their silent, intense focus entirely on their horrific meals. The archway led to a narrow, winding corridor, even darker than the dining room. The air here was colder, and the metallic, earthy smell was stronger, almost overpowering. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen remained stubbornly black. No signal, no battery. Convenient. I pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, expecting a restroom. Instead, I found myself in a different kind of room entirely. It was a large cold chamber, lit by a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were made of rough, unfinished concrete, and the air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else, something sickly sweet and cloying, like rotting flowers. In the center of the room was a long, steel table, the kind you would see in a morgue or a laboratory. On it lay tools, long, gleaming instruments, some with curved blades, others with sharp points, all arranged meticulously. And next to them, on a pristine white cloth, was a single, pulsating object. It looked like a heart, but it was too large, too dark, and it beat with an irregular, terrifying rhythm. Tendrils, like the ones on Mark's dish, snaked out from it, twitching and contracting. I stumbled backward, a horrified gasp tearing from my throat. This was not a kitchen. This was not a storage room. This was a preparation room. A place where the food was harvested. A shadow detached, itself from the far corner of the room. It was a hostess, her pale face now visible in the harsh light, her wide eyes fixed on me. She was not gliding now, she was standing perfectly still, watching me with an unnerving calm. "Lost, dear?" she asked, her voice a soft, silken whisper that was somehow more terrifying than a scream. "The facilities are just down the hall, to the right." She pointed with a long, slender finger, her nail perfectly manicured but unnaturally sharp. I did not answer. My mind was racing, trying to process the impossible, the horrifying reality. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I had to get out. "Now, I am sorry," I stammered, backing away toward the door I would entered. "I think I have made a mistake. I need to leave." The hostess took a slow step forward, then another. "Leave," she repeated, a hint of something that might have been amusement in her voice. "But you have only just arrived. Chloe, the evening is just beginning." Her eyes flickered to the pulsating heart on the table, then back to me. A slow, chilling smile spread across her face, revealing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp. I turned and bolted. I did not care about being polite, about making a scene. I ran back down the dark corridor, my only thought to get to the front door, to the street, to anywhere away from this place. I burst back into the main dining room, scanning frantically for the entrance. It was on the far side, a heavy, dark door that now seemed impossibly far away. Mark was still at our table, calmly eating, but his head snapped up as I entered. His smile widened, losing all pretense of charm, becoming a feral, hungry grin. "Chloe," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the room, full of a chilling delight. "Leaving so soon. But you have not even tasted the true essence of the evening." As he spoke, the other patrons who had been silently eating slowly turned their heads. Their faces, previously obscured by shadow, now seemed to emerge, pale and gaunt, their eyes gleaming with the same unnatural light I would seen in Mark's. They were not human. Not anymore. Their mouths were slightly agape, some smeared with the strange, glistening fluids of their meals, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, too numerous. I did not wait. I ran. My feet pounded on the polished floor, a frantic rhythm in the sudden, absolute silence of the room. The heavy wooden door to the outside seemed to beckon, a beacon of hope in this nightmare. Get her. I heard Mark's voice, a low command, and it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Mark was no longer at the table. He was standing in the middle of the dining room, his form subtly shifting, growing taller, leaner. His clothes seemed to stretch and tighten, his skin taking on a pale, almost translucent quality. His eyes were no longer merely dark. They were twin pools of inky blackness, reflecting nothing. The hostess and waiters, their movements now fluid and unnervingly fast, were already spreading out, cutting off my path. The other diners, their faces twisted into hungry, predatory grins, were slowly rising from their tables, their strange, living meals forgotten. I reached the door, my hand closed around a cold, heavy brass handle. I twisted, pulled, pushed. It was locked, solid, unyielding. Panic surged, raw and visceral. I slammed my fist against it, tears stinging my eyes. Let me out. Let me out. A hand, cold and strong, clamped over my mouth from behind. A musky, ancient smell filled my nostrils. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but it was useless. Another pair of hands grabbed my arms, pinning them to my sides. I could feel slender, sharp fingers digging into my flesh. I screamed, a muffled, desperate sound against a hand over my mouth. I thrashed harder, trying to bite, to kick, to do anything to escape the horrifying grip. Mark's face appeared in front of me, inches from my own. His eyes were pits of darkness, his smile wide and utterly devoid of humanity. His teeth were too sharp, too many, glistening wetly. Such a struggle. Chloe, he whispered, his voice a sibilant hiss that scraped against my ears. But it is futile. You are home now. You are part of the network. The word network hit me like a physical blow, a cold echo of something I could not quite place, but felt intrinsically terrifying. He leaned closer, his breath cold and stale against my cheek. You wanted adventure, did not you? Something to make your life less bland. Well, here it is. The ultimate connection. The truest form of sustenance. I felt a sharp prick in my neck, a burning sensation that quickly spread, numbing my limbs, clouding my vision. My struggles weakened, my body growing heavy, unresponsive. The metallic, earthy smell grew stronger, filling my lungs. Mark's smile was the last thing I saw, stretching impossibly wide, revealing a cavernous maw filled with those two sharp teeth. The world began to spin, colors blurring into a dark, swirling vortex. As consciousness faded, I heard a chorus of whispers, soft and insidious, like rustling leaves in forgotten forest. Names, indistinct and ancient, seemed to weave through the air, merging with familiar, yet utterly alien, voice. Welcome home, Chloe, it murmured, a voice like 1,000 hungry mouths. Another connection, another thread in Silas's web. And then nothing, only the cold, the dark, and the chilling realization that I was no longer Chloe. I was a connection, assimilated, another thread in a terrifying web, and I was never leaving. I was merely another ingredient, waiting for my turn on the table. The adrenaline from my escape from Alex's apartment had worn off hours ago, replaced by a cold, hollow ache that settled deep in my bones. I did not stop running until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing onto the grimy floor of a 24-hour laundromat 3 towns over. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sickly yellow glow on rows of spinning machines, each one a silent witness to my utter breakdown. I huddled in a corner, knees drawn to my chest, trying to regulate my breathing, try and make sense of the new, even more terrifying reality I would just stumbled into. Alex, a curator. Silas, lost beings. A former human poet, grotesque and emaciated, whimpering in a cage. And me, a beacon, a feast. The words echoed in my head, a demonic chorus. My initial fear had been that Silas was watching me, stalking me. Now I knew it was worse. He was using me. He was drawing things to me, or through me. I was a magnet for his horrors, a lighthouse signaling to whatever twisted creatures he collected. My phone, clutched tight in my sweaty hand, buzzed again. I flinched, almost dropping it. It was Silas. Another text. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the notification. Every fiber of my being screamed at me not to open it, to throw the phone into the nearest washing machine and watch it drown. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand the rules of this new game, compelled me. The message was short, devoid of the usual emojis or playful taunts. Just text. Lesson understood. You are more receptive than ever. Receptive. The word chilled me to my core. It was not just that I was a beacon, I was absorbing something. The thinness was not just a feeling in the air, it was seeping into me. I was becoming a part of it, a conduit. My nightmare was not just far from over, it was evolving, transforming me from a terrified observer into an unwilling participant. I spent the rest of the night on a park bench, the cold metal seeping through my clothes, watching the first hints of dawn paint the sky a bruised purple. My apartment felt like a trap now. Alex knew where I lived. Silas knew where I lived. Everyone knew. There was no safe place. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every passing car a potential abductor. The world, already muted, now felt like it was actively hostile, a predator closing in. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of paranoia and self-loathing. I stopped going to work, claiming a sudden illness. My boss, a kindly but distant man, sounded concerned on the phone, but I could not bring myself to explain the truth. How do you tell someone your world is unraveling because a monster named Silas is playing a twisted game with your sanity? I ate instant noodles, slept fitfully, and stared at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the old building, convinced they were the sound of something trying to get in. I deleted Tinder, then reinstalled it, then deleted it again. The thought of putting myself out there again, of inviting another Alex into my life, was paralyzing. But the loneliness, the isolation, was a different kind of monster, gnawing at me from the inside. It was a physical ache, a gaping wound that no amount of self-preservation could heal. Silas sent no more texts. That in itself was terrifying. The silence was louder than any threat, a clear indication that he was watching, waiting, letting his last lesson sink in. I felt like a lab rat, left in a maze after a shock, waiting for the next experiment to begin. My slipping was not just a feeling anymore, it was tangible. I would find myself staring blankly at walls, for minutes, unable to recall what I would have been thinking. I would lose track of conversations, my mind drifting to grotesque images of the caged poet or the sterile terror of Alex's apartment. Sleep offered no escape, only vivid, fragmented nightmares where I was trapped in an endless corridor of cages, each one holding a part of me. One particularly brutal morning, after waking up screaming from a dream where Silas was whispering names I did not recognize into my ear, I made a decision. I could not, live like this. I would not let him win. I would not surrender. My previous attempt at normalcy had been a disaster, but I had to try again. I had to prove to myself, and to Silas, that I still had a life worth fighting for, that I was still me. I re-downloaded Tinder. This time, I resolved to be smarter, more cautious. I set my radius wider, avoided anyone with a profile picture that seemed too perfect or too vacant. I looked for blandness, for the utterly unremarkable. I wanted a tether, not a thrill. His name was Ben. His profile picture was him smiling awkwardly in front of a generic landmark. His bio mentioned a love for hiking and craft beer. He seemed normal, safe. He was an accountant, for crying out loud. What could possibly go wrong with an accountant? Our initial messages were equally bland. We talked about the weather, about the best local coffee shops, about our favorite mediocre Netflix shows. It was a balm, a tiny patch of normalcy in my fractured world. For the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could claw my way back. We decided to meet for coffee. I chose a busy, brightly lit cafe in the middle of downtown. Public, visible, easy to escape if things went south. I dressed casually, tried to look put together, but I could feel the tremor in my hands as I applied my lipstick. My pepper spray was tucked deep, in my purse, a comforting weight. Ben arrived exactly on time. He was taller than his picture suggested, with kind eyes and a nervous smile that put me at ease. He ordered a black coffee. I ordered a latte, and we settled into a small, somewhat uncomfortable booth by the window. The conversation flowed easily, surprisingly so. We talked about our jobs, about our families, about our dreams, the kind of light. Inconsequential chatter that feels like a luxury when your life has become a horror movie. I found myself genuinely laughing for the first time in what felt like an eternity. He was sweet, a little dorky, and utterly devoid of any menacing aura. This was good. This was what I needed. This was my escape. We were talking about our favorite travel destinations, and Ben was describing a hiking trip he would take into the national parks. He was animated, his eyes lighting up as he recounted a particularly challenging ascent. I was listening, nodding, feeling the tension in my shoulders slowly begin to release. Then it happened. He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. In that brief moment of silence, a whisper snaked its way into my mind. It was not my voice. It was not Ben's. It was a thin, reedy sound like wind through dry leaves, but it was there inside my head, clear as day. Evelyn Thorne. I blinked. Who was Evelyn Thorne? The name meant nothing to me. I shook my head slightly, trying to dislodge the thought. It must be a stray thought, a random memory. My brain was fried. After all, Ben set his cup down. Sorry, did you say something? He asked, a slight frown creasing his brow. No, I said quickly, perhaps a little too quickly, just lost in thought for a second. You were saying about the Grand Canyon. He smiled, a little uncertainly, and continued his story. I tried to focus, to really listen, but the name lingered, a faint echo in the back of my mind. Evelyn Thorne. The conversation shifted to movies. Ben was a fan of indie films. I preferred action blockbusters. We playfully debated the merits of each. I was halfway through explaining why Mad Max Fury Road was a cinematic masterpiece when the whisper came again. This time, it felt less like a thought and more like an intrusion. Marcus Chun. This time, it was not just in my head. A faint, involuntary sound escaped my lips, a barely audible murmur. Ben stopped mid-sentence. His smile faltered. Did you just say a name? My heart hammered against my ribs. What? No, I did not think so. Must have been the background noise. I forced a laugh, but it sounded brittle, fake. The cafe was noisy, a cacophony of clattering dishes and chatter, but I knew, with a sickening certainty, that the sound had come from me. He looked at me, his kind eyes now filled with a hint of concern. Are you feeling all right? You seem a little distracted, just a bit tired. I lied, pushing my latte cup around on the table. Long week. The thinness was suddenly palpable. It was not just in the air around me, it felt like it was inside my skull, pressing against my brain, making everything feel brittle and transparent. The vibrant colors of the cafe seemed to dim, the lively chatter muffled, as if I was experiencing it all through a layer of gauze. We managed to steer the conversation back to safer topics, but the names kept coming. Not constantly, but in unsettling bursts. Each time, it was a different name, always a first and last name, clear and distinct in my mind, sometimes accompanied by that faint, involuntary whisper from my own mouth. Clara Jenkins. David Miller. I tried to fight it. I bit my tongue. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second. I clenched my jaw so tight my teeth ached. But it was like trying to hold back a sneeze. The impulse was overwhelming, a foreign presence asserting its will over my own vocal cords. Ben was now openly worried. He kept asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. Each time, I would offer some flimsy excuse, a cough, a hiccup, a stray thought. But I could see the alarm growing in his eyes. He was starting to look at me like I was a ticking time bomb. Then, as he was reaching for his wallet to pay, I saw it, a news article, flickering on the screen of the TV mounted above the counter, displaying headlines and weather updates. A small black and white photo accompanied one of the headlines. It was a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Local woman, missing for 3 weeks, the caption read. And beneath it, in bold letters, was her name, Evelyn Thorne. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran cold. Evelyn Thorne, the first name that had whispered into my mind. My head snapped back to Ben. He was looking at me, his hand still on his wallet, his expression a mixture of confusion and growing fear. What is it? He asked, his voice softer now, almost cautious. I could not speak. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt thick and useless. The thinness pressed in, suffocating. It was not just my imagination. These names were not random. They were real. They were missing. And then the deluge began. It started with Marcus Chun. I saw his face in my mind's eye. A grainy photo from a missing persons poster. A young man with a hopeful smile, last seen near a hiking trail. I knew, with an absolute certainty that transcended mere knowledge, that he had vanished 2 months ago. And as the image formed, I felt the words bubble up unbidden from my throat. Marcus Chun. I whispered, my voice hoarse. Ben recoiled slightly. Hey, are you okay? What is going on? But I could not stop. It was like a dam had broken. The names poured out of me, a torrent of forgotten lives, of unsolved mysteries, of heart-wrenching pleas. Clara Jenkins. I gasped, clutching the edge of the table. I saw her too, a young mother, last seen picking up groceries. Her car found abandoned by the roadside. A flash of a dark, murky river. David Miller. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. A retired teacher, out for his usual morning walk, never returned. The image of a forest, eerily silent, devoid of birdsong. Ben was out of his seat now, pushing back from the table. Look, I think I need to go, he said, his voice tight with panic. You are scaring me. I wanted to tell him to stay. I wanted to explain, but I could not form the words. My mouth was a conduit for these other voices, these other stories. I was no longer in control. It was as if a part of me, a fundamental part of my identity, had been replaced by a broadcasting station for the lost. Sarah Peterson. I whispered, her face, pale and terrified, appearing in my mind, a split second before she was dragged into the shadows of an alleyway. Michael O'Connell. I breathed, seeing him stumble, disoriented, through a dense fog, a hand reaching for him from the swirling mist. Jessica Lee. I sobbed, a profound sadness washing over me as I saw her sitting alone in her car, the engine off, the windows fogged, a sense of quiet despair preceding her disappearance. My voice was barely audible, but in the sudden, horrified silence of our booth, it carried. Other patrons were starting to look our way, their conversations dying down. Ben was backing away, his eyes wide with terror, not just for himself, but for me. He thought I was having a breakdown, a psychotic episode. And maybe I was, but it felt like something far more sinister. They are gone. I managed to say, the words laced with a grief that was not my own. They are not just missing, they are collected. The word, collected, hung in the air, a chilling echo of Alex's confession. Silas. He was not just collecting lost beings. He was collecting people. And I was somehow linked to them. I was seeing their last moments, hearing their names, feeling their fear. I was a receiver, a living, breathing missing persons bulletin, broadcasting the fates of those Silas had taken. Ben did not say anything. He just stared at me, then turned and practically ran out of the cafe, leaving his coffee and his wallet on the table. I heard the tinkle of the bell above the door as he burst out, disappearing into the bustling street. I was left alone, surrounded by the shocked stares of strangers, the whispers of their judgment, and the endless, horrifying whispers in my own mind. The names continued, a ceaseless litany of the lost. Each name brought, with a fleeting, dreadful image, the sensation of finality, of being snatched away from the world. Thomas Hayes, a fisherman, pulled overboard by an unseen force in the dead of night. Emily Vance, a student, vanished from her dorm room, leaving behind an open textbook and a half-eaten AP bow. Robert Kim, a businessman, his car found abandoned on a desert road, the keys still in ignition. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. My attempt at normalcy had not only failed, but had twisted into something grotesque. I had not just put myself back on the market, I had become the market. I was a walking, talking display of Silas's collection, a living testament to his power. My phone buzzed again. I did not need to look at it to know who it was. The dread was a physical weight in my chest. I knew what it would say. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. The screen glowed, displaying a single, chilling message from Silas. Excellent reception. The network is growing. He was not just watching me anymore. He was through me. I was no longer just a pawn in his game. I was a piece of his infrastructure. My mind, once a sanctuary, was now a gateway, a terminal for the lost. The thinness had consumed me, and I was beginning to realize that the most terrifying part was not that I was slipping, but that Silas had always intended for me to fall. And now, I was dragging others down with me, one whispered name at a time. The nightmare was not over. It had just found a new voice. Mine. You know, I have always been one of those people who tries to see the best in everything, even when everything around me is screaming to run for the hills. It is a trait that has got me into some awkward situations. Sure, but nothing that ever truly made my blood run cold. Until Mark, Mark was different. I would have been on Tinder for what felt like an eternity. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. It was a monotonous cycle of bad selfies, gym bros, and guys holding up fish they were just caught. I was getting pretty jaded, honestly. My friends kept telling me to give it a chance, that there were good guys out there, but my thumb was starting to develop calluses from all the rejection. I was about ready to throw in the towel, delete the app, and embrace a future filled with cats and frozen dinners. Then Mark popped up, and he was perfect. Not just, oh, he is cute perfect, but holy cow, this guy might actually be the one perfect. His profile picture was natural, a genuine smile, not a forced grin. He had a dog, which was a huge plus, and his bio was witty, intelligent, and actually made me laugh out loud. He mentioned obscure bands I loved, books I would devour, and had a passion for hiking just like me. It was almost too good to be true, and that little voice in the back of my head, the one that usually screams warnings, was strangely quiet, lulled by the sheer appeal of it all. I swiped right, obviously, and almost instantly we matched. My heart did a little flutter. We started texting, and the chemistry was undeniable. Our conversations flowed effortlessly, like we would known each other for years. He was attentive, remembered little details I would mention, and his messages were always thoughtful, never just a one-word reply. He would send me links to articles he thought I would find interesting, or a picture of his dog doing something goofy. It was exactly what I would have been looking for, what I would almost given up on. He felt like a breath of fresh air after wading through so much digital sludge. We talked for about a week, building up this incredible rapport. I felt like I knew him, even though we had not met in person yet. He asked me out for dinner, a casual place, nothing too fancy, and I readily agreed. My stomach was a knot of nerves and excitement. This felt different. This felt promising. Our first date was everything I would hope for. He was even better looking in person, with kind eyes and a charming smile that reached them. He pulled out my chair, listened intently when I spoke, and had a fantastic sense of humor. We talked for hours, the conversation never lagging. We covered everything from our childhoods to our dreams, our shared love for indie films, and our mutual disdain for reality TV. He was engaging, thoughtful, and just genuinely seemed interested in everything I had to say. There was a moment when he was telling a story about a ridiculous camping trip where he leaned forward and his eyes, for just a split second, seemed to lose that warmth, becoming a little too intense, a little too fixed on me. But it was so fleeting. I chalked it up to the dim restaurant lighting, or maybe just my own overactive imagination. I was looking for flaws, after all, because he was just too perfect. I left that night feeling like I was floating on air. I even called my best friend, Sarah, gushing about him. She was cautiously optimistic, reminding me to take things slow, but even she could not deny the excitement in my voice. Mark texted me as soon as I got home, saying he had an amazing time and could not wait to see me again. I went to bed with a silly grin on my face, already looking forward to our next date. Over the next few weeks, we went on a few more dates. Each one was better than the last. We went hiking, had a picnic in the park, and even spent an afternoon at a local art fair. He was always a perfect gentleman, never pushy, always making me feel comfortable and cherished. He was attentive to a fault, anticipating my needs before I even voiced them. If I shivered, he would offer his jacket. If I mentioned a craving for something, he would remember it days later and surprise me with it. It was incredibly sweet, almost overwhelmingly so. There were still those tiny, almost imperceptible moments, though. Sometimes, when I was not looking directly at him, I would catch him staring, a look on his face that was not quite loving, but something deeper, more analytical. Like he was studying me, and he always seemed to know things about my day before I would even told him. He would ask, "How was that presentation at work today?" Or, "Did you manage to fix that leaky faucet?" And I would just shrug it off, thinking, "Oh, I must have mentioned it in passing." But looking back now, I do not remember ever telling him about some of those things. I just dismissed it as him being incredibly observant and a good listener. I wanted to believe he was perfect, so I brushed away anything that contradicted that narrative. About a month into dating, he invited me over to his place for dinner. He said he wanted to cook for me, and I thought it sounded lovely. I was a little nervous. Of course, it was a big step, meeting him in his own space. But I trusted him. I really did. He would build up that trust so carefully, so meticulously. His house was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a charming older home with a well-maintained garden. It looked perfectly normal, cozy even. When I walked in, the aroma of garlic and herbs filled the air. He greeted me with a warm hug and a kiss, making me feel instantly at ease. The living room was comfortably furnished, a little eclectic, but nothing out of the ordinary. There were books everywhere, which I loved, and a few interesting pieces of art on the walls. It felt lived and not sterile, and that was a relief. He led me to the kitchen, where he had everything prepped for dinner. He was making homemade pasta, which was impressive. We chatted and laughed while he cooked, sipping on wine. It was a perfect evening, just like all our other dates. At one point, he realized he was out of a specific herb for the sauce and excused himself to run to the corner store, saying he would be back in 15 minutes. He told me to make myself at home, offered me a refill on my wine, and left. I sat there for a moment, enjoying the quiet, The house felt warm and inviting, and I felt a pleasant sense of domesticity settling over me. I decided to wander around a bit, just to get a feel for the place. I was not snooping, not really, just curious. I admired a bookshelf. Running my fingers over the spines of books I recognized, I noticed a small, framed photo on a side table in the living room. It was a picture of a woman with long, dark hair, laughing, her head thrown back. She looked familiar. My brow furrowed. "Who is that?" I picked up the frame, and then my blood ran cold. It was me. It was a picture of me, taken from a distance, candid, completely unaware. I was sitting on a park bench, eating an ice cream cone, my hair messy from the wind, a genuine, unself-conscious smile on my face. It was from that picnic date we had a few weeks ago, but he had not taken it. I remember that day clearly. We were facing each other. There was no way he could have captured this angle. This photo was taken from across the park, hidden without my knowledge. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath hitched. I stared at the photo, my mind racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe he had a friend take it. No, that did not make sense. It was too intimate, too personal, to just ask a friend to snap a picture of someone you were on a date with. And the angle, the distance, it screamed stalker. My hands were shaking as I put the frame back down, my eyes darting around the room, suddenly seeing everything in a new, terrifying light. The comfortable furniture, the charming decor, the piles of books, they all seemed to morph into a sinister facade. My gaze landed on another shelf above the fireplace. And there, tucked between two heavy tomes, was another framed photo. I walked over, my legs feeling like lead, my blood roaring in my ears. This one was smaller, more discreet. It was me again, this time at the art fair. I was standing in front of a painting, my head tilted, lost in thought. Again, it was candid, taken from a distance, without my knowledge. My hair was tied up in a messy bun, a stray strand falling across my face. It was the kind of photo you would never post on social media, the kind only someone watching you would have. Panic began to coil in my stomach, a cold, sickening dread. This was not a coincidence. This was not a charming quirk. This was wrong. Deeply, terrifyingly wrong. I started searching, my eyes now scanning every surface, every nook and cranny. The initial fear was quickly giving way to a desperate need to know, to confirm the horror. On the mantelpiece, behind a decorative vase, I found a small stack of what looked like postcards. They were not postcards. They were more photos. Me, leaving my apartment building, coffee cup in hand, looking tired but determined. Me, at the grocery store, pushing a cart, a distracted look on my face as I navigated the aisles. Me, walking my dog in the park, laughing at something he was doing, my back to the camera. Me, sitting at my favorite coffee shop, buried in a book, completely oblivious to the lens aimed at me. Each photo was a gut punch, a cold, hard slap of reality. They were all me, all of them taken without my knowledge, without my consent, from different times, different places, some of them months ago, long before we even matched on Tinder. My mind reeled. He had not just started taking pictures of me when we started dating. He had been watching me. For how long? How did he even know where I lived, where I went, what coffee shop I frequented? A choked gas escaped my lips. The wine glass slipped from my trembling fingers, shattering on the hardwood floor, sending shards scattering. I did not even flinch. All I could see were those photos, those silent, damning pieces of evidence of his horrifying obsession. The sheer violation of it all hit me like a physical blow. Every moment I would spent with him, every laugh, every intimate conversation, every shared secret, it all felt tainted, twisted into something grotesque. He had not been getting to know me, he had been confirming what he already knew. He had not been interested, he had been studying. He had not been charming, he had been performing. My body was seized by a violent tremble. I had to get out. I had to leave. Now, my eyes darted toward the front door, then back to the kitchen, where the half-cooked pasta sat, a grotesque tableau of normalcy. He could be back any minute. I tried to move, but my legs felt like jelly. My mind was screaming, but no sound came out. I felt a primal urge to flee, to disappear, but my feet were rooted to the spot, trapped in a nightmare. I suddenly noticed a door slightly ajar in the hallway, one I had not seen before. Curiosity, a morbid, terrifying curiosity, pulled me towards it. What else was he hiding? I pushed the door open slowly, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. It was a small room, dimly lit, almost like a study or a home office. And then I saw it. The entire wall was covered, not with wallpaper, not with art, but with photos. Dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of them. All of me. My breath caught in my throat. My hands flew to my mouth to stifle a scream. It was like a macabre gallery, a shrine dedicated to my unwitting existence. There were more candid shots, from angles I could not even fathom how he would achieved. Me, walking down the street, talking on my phone, laughing with friends, even sitting alone on my balcony reading a book. Some were blurry, clearly taken with a zoom lens from a significant distance. Others were disturbingly clear, almost as if he would have been right there, inches away. The sheer volume of them was overwhelming, suffocating. It was not just a few pictures. This was an archive, a meticulously curated collection of my life. Every mundane moment, every fleeting expression, captured and preserved by a stranger. He had not just been watching me for months, it felt like years. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt like I was going to throw up. My skin crawled, every inch of my body feeling exposed, violated. This was not just a crush. This was a full-blown obsession, a terrifying delusion. He did not love me, he loved the idea of me, the image he had constructed from these stolen glimpses. My eyes scanned the horrifying display, trying to make sense of the timeline, the progression. Some of them were so old, from when I had a different haircut, different clothes. He had been following me, tracking me, stalking me, and I had invited him into my life, welcomed his charm, let myself be fooled by his carefully constructed facade. Suddenly, I heard the faint sound of a car, door closing outside. Mark. He was back. My blood ran cold. My panic surged, morphing into a desperate, adrenaline-fueled need for survival. I could not let him see me like this. I could not let him know I knew. I had to be calm. I had to pretend everything was fine. I had to get out. I stumbled out of the room, gently pulling the door shut behind me, my eyes wide with terror. I tried to wipe the frantic expression off my face, to compose myself. My heart was still hammering, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. I could hear his footsteps on the porch, the jingle of his keys. Think, Chloe, think, the shattered glass on the floor. I had to clean it up, fast. I scrambled to the kitchen, my eyes darting around for a broom or a dustpan. There was a small brush and pan under the sink. My fingers fumbled with the cabinet door, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I swept up the shards of glass as quickly as I could, my movements jerky and clumsy. I shoved them into the trash bin, trying to make it look like a simple accident, not a moment of pure, unadulterated terror. The front door opened. Chloe, I am back. Mark's voice, usually so comforting, now sounded like a death knell. I forced a smile onto my face, turning to greet him. Hey, you were quick. My voice came out a little too high, a little too shaky. I hoped he would not notice. He walked into the kitchen, a small bag in his hand. He looked at me, then at the floor where the glass had been. Oh, what happened here? His tone was mild, but his eyes, those kind, warm eyes I had fallen for, now seemed to hold a flicker of something else, something knowing. Oh, just a clumsy moment. I tried to laugh, but it came out as a strangled cough. My wine glass slipped. I cleaned it up, though. He walked closer, setting the bag down. Are you okay? You look a little pale. He reached out, his fingers brushing my cheek. I flinched, imperceptibly I hoped, but his touch felt like ice, like a spider crawling on my skin. Yeah, just tired. I guess. I mumbled, try and pull away subtly. Long week. He smiled, a slow, unnerving smile that did not quite reach his eyes. You know, you are so beautiful when you are tired. Chloe, so natural. Like in that picture I have of you leaving your apartment in the mornings. You have this determined look, even when you are half asleep. My blood ran cold. The air in the kitchen suddenly felt thick and suffocating. My carefully constructed facade crumbled. He knew. He knew I knew. He had just confirmed it casually, like he was talking about the weather. My eyes widened, and I took a step back, hitting the counter. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. What picture? I stammered, a desperate, futile attempt at denial. His smile widened, becoming predatory, devoid of any warmth. Oh, you know, the one where you're holding your coffee cup, wearing that blue scarf. It is one of my favorites. You have such lovely eyes, even when they are still a little sleepy. He took a step toward me, and I felt trapped, cornered. His gaze was fixed on me, intense, possessive. You found my collection, did not you? Chloe. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried the weight of 1,000 nightmares. I knew you would. You are so curious. It is one of the things I love about you. My mind raced, searching for an escape, a way out of this waking horror. My eyes flickered to the front door, then to the kitchen window. Too high, too far. Mark. I managed, my voice barely a whisper. This is not funny. This is crazy. He shook his head slowly, his smile unwavering. No, Chloe, it is not crazy. It is devotion. It is love. I have been watching you for so long. You see, I knew you were the one. I knew it before you even knew I existed. His words sent shivers down my spine. The casualness, the utter lack of remorse, the twisted logic of his confession, it was terrifying. He was not just a stalker. He was a delusional predator. I need to go, I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge, my eyes locked on the front door. I just remembered I have something important to do. He chuckled, a low, chilling sound. Oh, no, you do not. We're just getting started. Chloe, dinner's almost ready. And then we can really get to know each other. I have so much more to show you. So many moments I have captured. So many memories we can share. He started walking towards me, slowly, deliberately, like a hunter closing in on its prey. My adrenaline spiked. Every fiber of my being screamed to run. I did not think. I just reacted. As he took another step, I lunged, not toward the front door, which he was blocking, but towards the kitchen island, grabbing the heaviest thing I could find, a cast iron skillet. I did not hesitate. I swung it with all the strength born of pure terror, aiming for his head. He was caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise for a split second before the heavy metal connected with a sickening thud. He staggered back, a low grunt escaping his lips, his hand flying to his temple. He looked stunned, disoriented. It was not enough to knock him out, but it bought me precious seconds. Without a second thought, I dropped the skillet and bolted. I did not look back. I sprinted through the living room, my heart pounding like a drum solo, my lungs burning. The front door was still ajar from when he came in. I burst through it, not even bothering to close it behind me. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, down his driveway, onto the street. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. I could hear him shouting something behind me, but his voice was muffled by the roar of blood in my ears. I did not dare look back. I just ran. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the fear propelled me forward. I did not stop until I reached a main street, where I saw the blessed sight of streetlights and other houses. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling so badly I could barely unlock it. I called 911, my voice a ragged, breathless whisper as I tried to explain what had just happened, where I was. The police arrived quickly, a blur of flashing lights and concerned faces. I was still shaking, unable to stop the tears that streamed down my face. I told them everything about the photos, about a confession, about the skillet. They took me to the station, where I gave a full statement, my voice hoarse from crying and screaming. They went to Mark's house. They found the photos. They found the room, the wall covered with my face. They found the skillet, still on the kitchen floor. They found him, nursing a nasty gash on his temple, claiming I had attacked it without provocation, that he had no idea what I was talking about. He was calm, collected, a master manipulator. But the evidence, the sheer volume of those photos, spoke volumes. They arrested him. The aftermath was a blur of police reports, restraining orders, and therapy sessions. I moved out of my apartment, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a hunted animal. Every shadow seemed to hold his gaze. Every stranger felt like a potential threat. They found out he had been stalking me for over a year. He worked near my old office building, had seen me there, and then painstakingly tracked me down. He knew my routine, my habits, my friends, my family. He had built an entire fantasy around me, and I had unknowingly walked right into it, swiping right on my worst nightmare. Even now, months later, the fear has not completely left me. I still check over my shoulder, still scan crowds, still feel a cold dread creep up my spine when I see a car that looks even remotely familiar. I can't look at old pictures of myself without wondering if he has that same photo, if he is still looking at it, still smiling that chilling, predatory smile. Dating apps. Forget about it. The thought alone makes my stomach churn. I learned the hard way that sometimes, when something seems too good to be true, it is not because you're lucky. It is because someone has spent a very long time making it look that way, just for you. And the price for falling for it can be higher than you ever dared to imagine. The face in the mirror is not always your own. Sometimes it is a reflection of the monster who has been watching you all along. I have always considered myself a pretty grounded guy. You know, feet on the earth, head out clouds. I am not one for superstitions, ghost stories, or anything that can't be explained by a scientific principle or, at the very least, a really good magic trick. I like things to make sense. Or, at least, I used to, before Sarah. Before Sarah. My life was, well, predictable. I worked my 9 to 5, went to the gym, ordered takeout a little too often. I would try the online dating thing a few times, mostly duds, a couple of mildly awkward conversations that fizzled out. So, when Sarah's profile popped up on Hinge, I almost scrolled past. But something about her smile, her bright, intelligent eyes, made me pause. She looked genuine. And beautiful, of course. Knockout, actually. We matched, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. It was rare, at least for me. She was witty, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in my rambling stories about obscure historical facts. After a week of texting and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, we decided to meet up. Our first date was at this trendy little place downtown, all exposed brick and dim, artfully placed lighting. I remember feeling a knot of nerves in my stomach, the usual first date jitters, but also a genuine sense of excitement. When she walked in, she was even more stunning in person. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face that was both elegant and approachable. She wore a simple black dress that somehow managed to be both sophisticated and subtly alluring. "Alex," she asked, her voice a soft melody, a little deeper than I expected. "Sarah," I managed a little too quickly, and stood up almost knocking my chair over. Smooth. Alex. Real smooth. She laughed, a genuine, warm sound that instantly put me at ease. It is good to finally meet you. We talked for hours about our jobs, our hobbies, our ridiculously niche interests. She was a graphic designer, passionate about art and old films. I found myself completely captivated, forgetting my usual self-consciousness. It felt easy, like we would known each other for years. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the one. The kind of connection you read about in books. The restaurant had these huge, ornate mirrors on one wall, reflecting the soft glow of the Edison bulbs and the muted chatter of the other diners. At one point, Sarah was telling me a hilarious story about a disastrous client presentation, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I was laughing along, completely lost in her narrative. As she paused to take a sip of water, I happened to glance over her shoulder, past her, to the mirror behind her, and that is when I saw it. Her reflection. It was smiling, but it was not her smile. Her face, the real one, was still turned towards me, a pleasant, amused expression lingering from her story. But the face in the mirror, it was wider. Too wide. The corners of the mouth stretched further than humanly possible, pulling the lips taut against teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too numerous. And her eyes. The reflection's eyes were black. Not dark brown, not a trick of the light. They were pools of absolute, inky blackness, reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. And they were not looking at me with amusement. They were looking at me with something that felt like hunger, or perhaps appraisal. It was only for a split second, a flicker. My brain registered it, then immediately rejected it. I blinked, hard, looked back at the mirror, and it was gone. Her reflection was perfectly normal, mirroring her real face, her charming, slightly amused expression. I felt a sudden, cold prickle run down my spine. I shook my head slightly, trying to clear it. Must be the dim lighting. I thought, or maybe I would had a little too much wine, though I would only had one glass. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. That is all it was. A trick of the light, a tired mind. Everything okay? Alex, Sarah asked, a touch of concern in her voice, her real face looking at me with genuine warmth. Yeah, completely fine. I stammered, forcing a smile. Just zoned out for a second there. Your story was so engrossing. She laughed again, and the sound was so sweet, so normal, that I immediately dismissed the whole thing. It was nothing, just my imagination running wild. I was probably just overanalyzing everything, because I liked her so much. First date jitters, manifesting in weird visual glitches. That had to be it. The rest of the evening passed without incident. We talked, we laughed, we shared dessert. By the time we walked out of the restaurant, I was completely smitten, and the strange reflection incident was already fading into the background, a forgotten anomaly. We walked a few blocks, enjoying the cool night air and the lingering buzz of a perfect first date. As we passed a brightly lit storefront, a boutique with mannequins dressed in elaborate outfits, Sarah stopped. Oh, look at that dress, she said, pointing to a shimmering blue gown in the window. Is not it gorgeous? I stopped beside her, pretending to admire the dress, but my gaze was drawn, almost against my will, to the large, clean window pane. It was a perfect mirror, reflecting us standing side by side on the sidewalk. And there was again her reflection, her real face, turned slightly toward the window, was still admiring the dress, a soft, appreciative smile on her lips. But the reflection, oh God, the reflection. It was not just a wide smile this time. It was a grotesque, stretched out rictus, a predatory grin that seemed to split her face in two. The teeth were undeniably sharp, like tiny, pearly daggers. And those eyes, those bottomless, black voids. They were not looking at the dress. They were fixed on me, and the smile in the reflection was not appreciative. It was a knowing, malevolent smirk, a silent, triumphant declaration. My blood ran cold. This was not a trick of the light. This was not my imagination. This was happening. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I wanted to scream, to run, to push her away, but I was frozen. My breath hitched in my throat. Alex, Sarah's real voice, soft and sweet, broke through my panic. She turned her head, her actual face now looking at me, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Are you okay? You look like you have seen a ghost." I forced myself to tear my gaze away from the horrifying image in the window and look at her real face. It was perfect, unblemished, warm. The concern in her eyes was genuine. There was no hint of the monstrosity I would just witnessed. "Yeah," I choked out, the word barely a whisper. "Yeah, I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably get going." It was a clumsy, pathetic excuse, and I knew it. But I could not stand there another second, watching that thing in the reflection. I needed to get away. Now, Sarah's brow furrowed slightly. "Oh, okay, I understand. Well, I had a really wonderful time. Alex." She leaned in and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. Her skin felt warm, normal. Her scent was pleasant, flowery. Nothing about her physical presence betrayed the horror in the reflection. "Me too." I lied, pulling away quickly. I will text you." I practically fled down the street, not daring to look back, not daring to glance at any other reflective surface. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and terror. What had I seen? What was that? Was I going insane? Was I hallucinating? But it had been so clear, so undeniable. Twice, I got home, locked my door, and stood in my hallway, panting, my hands shaking. I paced my apartment, trying to make sense of it. I pinched myself hard. It hurt. I was not dreaming. I was not drunk. I went into my bathroom and stared at my own reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with fear. It was just me. Normal. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. It had to be a trick of the light. A fluke. A weird coincidence. But then I remembered the black eyes, the sharp teeth, the sheer, unadulterated malice in that reflection's gaze. It had not just been different. It had been wrong. Fundamentally, terrifyingly wrong. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the image in my mind's eye. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that stretched, predatory grin, those black, hungry eyes. The next day was a blur. I went to work, but I could not focus. My colleagues commented on how tired I looked. I just shrugged, muttered something about a late night. I avoided looking at any windows, any polished surfaces. I felt a knot of dread in my stomach that would not go away. Then, around lunchtime, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Sarah. "Hey, Alex, just wanted to say I had a fantastic time last night. I would love to see you again soon. Maybe grab dinner on Friday." My thumb hovered over the keyboard. My first instinct was to say no, to make an excuse, to just disappear. But then another thought crept in, insidious and terrifying. What if I was just imagining things? What if I was letting a silly optical illusion ruin what could be a really great thing? She was so charming, so beautiful. And that real smile, the one that was not a reflection, was so genuinely sweet. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that it was nothing, to face it head on, to show myself that I was not crazy, against my better judgment, against every primal instinct screaming in my head. I typed out a reply. "Sounds great. Sarah, looking forward to it. Friday came and I was a wreck. I kept telling myself it was going to be fine, that I was being ridiculous, that I would see her and everything would be normal, and I would laugh at myself for being so paranoid. But deep down, a cold dread coiled in my gut. I decided to invite her to my apartment for dinner, cook something myself. It felt safer, more controlled. Plus, I had a large mirror in my living room, a full-length one that leaned against the wall. It was the perfect, subtle way to test my sanity. She arrived right on time, a bottle of wine in hand. She looked even more radiant than before, dressed casually but elegantly. Her smile was infectious, her eyes sparkling. "Hey, Alex, thanks for having me over. Your place is really nice. Come on in," I said, trying to sound normal, trying to ignore the way my hands were trembling slightly as I took the wine bottle from her. We settled onto my sofa, chatting easily. I would made pasta, a simple dish, but I would barely tasted it. My mind was racing, my eyes constantly flicking toward the mirror in the living room, try to catch a glimpse of her reflection, but she was never quite in the right position. Or I was too busy trying to keep up the pretense of a normal date. I tried to guide the conversation, subtly, towards topics that might make her turn her head or look in the mirror. I talked about interior design, about how I loved having mirrors to make a space feel bigger. She just nodded, agreeing, her real face a picture of serene pleasantness. As the evening wore on, the tension inside me ratcheted up. I felt like I was walking a tightrope over a bottomless chasm. I needed to see it again. I needed confirmation. "You know," I said, trying to sound casual, "I heard this really bizarre story the other day about a guy who swore he saw his own reflection smile back at him, but his real face was not smiling. Completely freaked him out." Sarah laughed, a light, airy sound. "Oh, that is creepy. I guess some people are just prone to optical illusions, or maybe they just need more sleep." Her real face was smiling, a small, polite, amused smile. I glanced at the mirror. She was angled perfectly. Her reflection was there, clear as day. And the reflection, it was not smiling politely. It was that grotesque, stretched grin again, black eyes fixed on me. And this time, it was not just a static image. As Sarah's real face held that polite small smile, the reflection's mouth widened, slowly, subtly, into an even more monstrous rictus, revealing teeth that seemed to lengthen and sharpen right before my eyes. It was a silent, agonizing stretch of pure, unadulterated evil. My breath hitched. I could feel the blood draining from my face. It was real. It was undeniably real. "Yeah, I guess so." I managed to choke out, my voice raspy. I gripped the armrest of the sofa, my knuckles white. The reflection in the mirror slowly, deliberately raised its hand. Sarah's real hand was resting casually on her lap, but the reflection's hand, with long, spindly fingers, reached up and slowly, deliberately traced the outline of its own monstrous smile. Its black eyes never left mine, a silent, chilling challenge. I felt a primal scream building in my chest. This was not an illusion. This was not a trick. This was something else. Something ancient and malevolent, wearing Sarah's skin. "Are you feeling all right, Alex?" Sarah's real voice, so perfectly normal, so perfectly human, broke through the terror. Her real face was looking at me, her brow furrowed with concern. Her real hand reached out, gently touching my arm. Her touch felt like ice. I flinched, pulling my arm away as if I had been burned. I did not feel so good. I mumbled, scrambling to my feet. I think I need some air." I started backing away, my eyes darting between her perfectly composed real face and the grinning horror in mirror. The reflection's hand was still tracing that impossible smile, its black eyes boring into mine. It seemed to be enjoying my terror. "Alex, what is wrong?" Sarah stood up, her movements fluid and graceful. Her real face still held that worried expression, but there was a subtle shift in her posture, a sudden stiffness, a predatory stillness that I had not noticed before. "Stay away from me," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Alex, you are scaring me," she said, taking a step towards me. Her voice was still soft, but there was an edge to it now, a subtle shift in tone, like a predator feigning innocence. I backed away further, towards my apartment door. I needed to get out. I needed to run. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, my fingers slick with sweat. "What is wrong?" "Alex," she asked again, taking another step. This time, her voice was colder, and her real face for the first time. I saw a flicker, a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth, a brief, almost imperceptible widening that mirrored the reflection's grin. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her concerned facade, but I would seen it. I finally grabbed the doorknob, twisting it frantically. It would not turn. It was locked. Panic seized me. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I glanced back at the mirror. The reflection was no longer just smiling. It was laughing, a silent, terrifying, triumphant laugh, its head tilted slightly, those black eyes glinting with malicious glee. "You are not going anywhere, Alex," Sarah's real voice said. And this time, there was no pretense of concern. Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, and chillingly familiar to the silent malice of the reflection. I spun around, my back pressed against the door. Sarah was standing just a few feet away, her beautiful face now completely devoid of warmth. Her eyes, her real eyes, were no longer sparkling. They were dark, deep, almost black, and the smile that slowly, deliberately, spread across her lips was not Sarah's. It was a reflection's. Wide, impossible, revealing too many teeth, too sharp, too white. "You saw..." "Did not you?" she whispered, her voice a guttural hiss that scraped against my eardrums. "You saw what I really am." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted with terror. She took another step, then another, closing the distance between us. Her movements were no longer fluid and graceful. They were stiff, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Her head tilted to the side, mimicking the reflection. Such a perceptive one. "Alex," she purred, her voice now a chilling blend of Sarah's melodic tone and something else, something ancient and sibilant. Most of them never notice, or they dismiss it, but you kept looking. Her eyes, now fully black, fixed on mine. I could see my own terrified face reflected in their depths, a tiny, insignificant speck. "And now," she whispered, her smile widening even further, her face stretching into a horrifying mass of pure, unadulterated evil. "Now you get to be part of me." She lunged. I do not remember much after that. Just a blur of motion, a sickening smell of something acrid and metallic, and a searing, unimaginable pain. A scream ripped from my lungs, but it was cut short. Now, I am one of the quiet ones. I watch new, unsuspecting souls arrive, their eyes wide with curiosity or unease. I bring glistening, pulsing flesh to my lips, hearing the whispers of hunger, my own included. Sometimes, I hear a familiar voice on the damp, earthy air, "See you soon." But sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of my own face in a particularly dark window or a polished surface, I see it, my reflection. It is smiling, a wide, impossible grin, just like hers. And in its black, empty eyes, I see a flicker of something that might once have been me. A tiny, desperate spark of terror, trapped forever behind a predatory smirk. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see her reflection, too, lurking just beyond mine. Her smile even wider, her eyes even blacker, a silent, triumphant testament to the horrors that lie beneath the surface of the world, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the unwary to look just a little too closely into a mirror. waiting for the moment when their own reflection finally smiles back. It was one of those nights where the world just felt off. You know the kind. Not necessarily bad, just a little out of sync, like a movie playing at the wrong frame rate. I would have been driving for hours, the kind of aimless wandering you do when you're trying to outrun your own thoughts. My last relationship had imploded spectacularly, leaving me with a gaping hole in my chest and a newfound appreciation for the open road. I was not running to anywhere, just running from everything. The gas tank was nearing empty, and my stomach was staging a full-blown rebellion. I spotted it then, a beacon of greasy promise cutting through the oppressive darkness of the rural highway diner. The Crossroads Diner. The neon sign flickered, half burnout, casting a sickly green glow on the cracked asphalt. It looked exactly like the kind of place where you would find a decent cup of coffee and a slice of pie, or maybe get murdered by a drifter. Tonight, I was hoping for the former. I pulled my beat-up sedan into the mostly empty parking lot. There were only a couple of other cars, old models, dusted with what looked like years of neglect. The air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of pine, and something else, something metallic, almost like ozone after a lightning strike. I shivered, despite the mild late summer air. It was just nerves. I told myself, a long day, an empty stomach, and a heavy heart. Pushing open the diner door, a bell jingled somewhere overhead, a sound so faint it barely registered. The first thing that hit me was the smell of stale coffee, frying onions, and something sweet, cloyingly so, like burnt sugar. The interior was a time capsule, all chrome and faded red vinyl booths, a long counter stretching toward the kitchen door that swung open and shut with a rhythmic clack. A few patrons were scattered around. An old man in a trucker hat sat hunched over a plate of what looked like congealed eggs, his back to me. In a booth by the window, a couple sat opposite each other, their hands clasped over a single cup of coffee, staring out into the inky blackness. And at the counter, a woman with unnaturally black hair sat perfectly still, a half-eaten slice of pie in front of her. No one looked up. No one even seemed to notice me. The silence was the first thing that really bothered me. Diners are usually bustling, even late at night. There's a clatter of plates, the hiss of the coffee machine, the low murmur of conversation. Here, there was nothing but the occasional clack from the kitchen and the almost imperceptible hum of the fluorescent lights. It was like walking into a photograph. I picked a booth near the back, hoping for a little privacy. As I slid into the worn vinyl, my eyes swept over the room again. That is, when I noticed it. The old man in the trucker hat, he still had not moved. Not a twitch. The couple by the window, still staring out, their faces devoid of expression. And the woman at the counter, her dark eyes fixed on her pie, unmoving. It was more than just stillness. It was a lack of movement. People blink. They shift in their seats. They fidget. But these people, they were like statues. A young woman emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a grease-stained apron. She was surprisingly pretty, with bright, almost luminous eyes and a smile that seemed a little too wide, a little too fixed. "Welcome to the Crossroads," she chirped, her voice a little too loud in the quiet room. "What can I get for you?" "Honey." I managed a weak smile. "Just coffee to start, please. And a menu." She nodded, her smile never wavering, and walked to the counter, pouring a fresh cup from the percolator. As she did, her eyes drifted past me, towards the other patrons. For a split second, I thought I saw a flicker of something in her gaze, something cold and knowing, before it was replaced by that unervingly cheerful mask. She brought over the coffee, strong, black, and surprisingly good, and a laminated menu. "Take your time," she said, her voice still bright, then retreated to stand by the kitchen door, watching me. I picked up the menu, but my eyes kept darting back to the other customers. The old man, the couple, the woman at the counter, still unmoving, unblinking. My heart started to beat a little faster. This was not normal. This was not just a quiet diner. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just really tired. Maybe they were all regulars, and this was their usual late night ritual of silent contemplation. But the absolute stillness, the unnerving lack of a single blink, was starting to get under my skin. I took a large gulp of coffee, trying to steady my nerves. The warmth spread through me, but it did little to dispel the growing chill. I decided to order quickly and get out of there. Maybe a burger, something fast. Just as I was about to signal the waitress, the bell above the door jingled again, this time with a clearer, more resonant sound. I instinctively looked up, and my breath caught in my throat. She was standing in the doorway, framed by the sickly green neon light from outside. And she was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Long, raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face that could have been carved from marble. Her eyes, a startling shade of emerald green, seemed to take an entire room, and then slowly, deliberately, they settled on me. And she did not blink. Not once. Her gaze was intense, unwavering, like a predator spotting its prey. My skin prickled with an unidentifiable fear, a primal alarm bell ringing in the back of my mind. This was it. This was the off feeling I would have all night, culminating in this single, terrifying moment. She started to walk, her movements fluid and graceful, toward the counter. As she passed the other patrons, something even stranger happened. The old man, the couple, the woman at the counter, their heads, slowly, almost imperceptibly, turned. Not their bodies, just their heads. Like sunflowers tracking the sun, their unblinking eyes followed her every step before, just as slowly, turning to fix on me. Now, everyone in the diner was staring. At me, without blinking. My hand started to tremble, sloshing coffee over the rim of my cup. I quickly set it down, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was not just a weird group of people. This was orchestrated. The beautiful woman sat down at the counter directly opposite my booth. The waitress, that unnervingly cheerful one, immediately appeared beside her, a fresh menu in hand. "Welcome." Sarah, the waitress said, her smile even wider now, if that was possible. The usual. Sarah. So that was her name. She did not answer the waitress. Her emerald eyes were still locked on. Mine, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. It was not a friendly smile. It was a smile of someone who knows a secret, a terrible, profound secret, and is enjoying your slow realization of it. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Excuse me." I called out, my voice coming out as a reedy croak. "Is everything okay?" No one responded. Not the waitress, not Sarah, not the other patrons. Just the silence, thick and suffocating, and the unwavering stares. It was like being under a microscope. Every move, every breath, every flicker of fear in my eyes, being scrutinized. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt like jelly. A wave of dizziness washed over me. This was too much. This was a nightmare. I needed to get out. I think I will just get the check. I stammered, fumbling for my wallet. The waitress, without a word, walked over and placed a small, laminated card on my table. It was not a check. It was a single playing card, the Queen of Spades. My blood ran cold. The Queen of Spades. The death card. I looked up at her, my eyes pleading for an explanation, for a shred of normalcy. But her smile was unwavering, her bright eyes devoid of any empathy, only a chilling amusement. Then, Sarah spoke. Her voice was low, melodic, like wind chimes in a graveyard. It carried across the silent diner, each word perfectly articulated. "You are just in time. Alex," she said, her gaze never leaving mine. She knew my name. I had not told anyone my name. My stomach dropped. How do you know my name?" She chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, We know quite a bit about you. Alex, more than you know about yourself. Perhaps. Her eyes flickered to the other patrons, and for the first time, I noticed something else about them. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and their movements, when they did move their heads, were too smooth, too mechanical. They were not breathing. I could not see the rise and fall of a single chest. Who are you people? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, her green eyes sparkling with a dark amusement. We are the welcoming committee. Alex, for you. The welcoming committee for what? I demanded, trying to inject some defiance into my voice, but it came out weak and trembling. For your new life, she said simply. Or, perhaps, your new existence. The way she said existence sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I looked around desperately. The door. I had to get to the door. I pushed myself up from the booth, my chair scraping loudly on the tiled floor, the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. As I took a step, the old man in the trucker hat, who had been hunched over his eggs, slowly, stiffly, straightened up. His eyes, still unblinking, were fixed on me. Then, the couple by the window, in perfect unison, turned their bodies towards me. Their hands, still clasped, looked like dry, brittle twigs. The woman at the counter, her pie still untouched, slowly swiveled on her stool. They were all facing me now, a silent, unblinking audience waiting. Do not even think about it. Alex. Sarah's voice purred, still calm, still melodic. You are not going anywhere. I ignored her, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I stumbled toward the door, my eyes fixed on the exit sign. It felt like an eternity, each step agonizingly slow. The patrons did not move to block me, but their stares were a physical weight, pressing down on me, making every muscle scream in protest. I reached the door, my hand outstretched, trembling, ready to grasp the cold metal handle. But just as my fingers brushed against it, the door swung open, revealing not the dark, empty parking lot, but a solid brick wall. My breath hitched. I stumbled back, crashing into a nearby table, sending a sugar dispenser clattering to the floor. The sound echoed eerily in the silent diner. A wall. I choked out, my voice thick with disbelief and fear. Well, what is this? Sarah pushed herself off the counter, her movements as fluid and graceful as before. She walked towards me, each step deliberate, unhurried. The waitress stood by the kitchen door, her wide smile frozen in place. The other patrons remained like statues, their unblinking eyes following Sarah's every move, then mine. This diner is unique. Alex, Sarah said, stopping a few feet in front of me. It exists outside of your usual understanding of space and time. A crossroads, as the name suggests. A place where paths converge and new ones are chosen. I do not understand. I stammered, my mind reeling, trying to process this impossible reality. You will, she assured me, her emerald eyes piercing into mine. You see, Alex, you have been searching for something, have not you? Running from your past, looking for a new beginning, a fresh start. I stared at her, dumbfounded. How could she know all of this? My past, my failed relationship, my aimless driving, it was all true. We have been watching you for a while. Alex, she continued, her voice soft, almost hypnotic, observing your patterns, your disappointments, your desires. We knew you would come here eventually. Everyone who truly needs us does. Who are we? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She gestured vaguely around the diner, encompassing the unblinking patrons, the smiling waitress, and herself. We are the facilitators. We offer opportunities, choices, a chance to truly escape your old life. Escape, I scoffed, a desperate, hysterical laugh bubbling up. I am trapped in a diner that leads to a brick wall, surrounded by whatever you people are. This is not an escape. This is a prison. Sarah's smile widened, showing perfectly white teeth. A matter of perspective. Alex, some find it prison. Others find it liberation. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and slender, tipped with perfectly manicured nails. She offered it to me, an invitation. We can offer you a life free from pain. Alex, free from disappointment. Free from the endless cycle of hope and despair. A life of stillness, of peace. I looked at her hand, then at her face. Her eyes, those terrifying, unblinking green eyes, held a depth that seemed to stretch into an abyss. And then I looked at the other patrons. Their pale, unmoving faces. Their unblinking stares. The utter, chilling stillness. You mean like them? I asked, my voice hoarse. She nodded slowly. They chose peace. They chose to shed the burdens of their former lives, to become observers, rather than participants, to exist in perfect, unblemished tranquility. My gaze swept over the motionless figures. They were not living. They were preserved, like insects in amber. Their peace was not a vibrant, joyful peace. It was the peace of a tomb. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, that is not peace. That is death. Sarah's smile did not falter. Is there truly a difference? Alex, when one is free from suffering, when one is truly free. I felt a surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp. This was not a choice between two good options. This was a choice between my life, however messy and painful, and this is horrifying stasis. I do not want that. I said, my voice gaining strength. I do not want to be like them. I want to live, even if it hurts. I want to feel it. Sarah's expression shifted ever so slightly. The amusement in her eyes faded, replaced by something colder, something almost predatory. A pity, she murmured. We had such high hopes for you. Alex, you had the perfect profile for transition. As she spoke, the air in the diner grew heavy, oppressive. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to intensify, buzzing in my ears. The unblinking stares of the patrons felt like physical pressure, pushing it on me from all sides. Suddenly, the old man in the trucker hat, with a slow, grinding movement, stood up, his head turned towards me. Then his body, his movement stiff and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. The couple by the window stood, their bodies moving in perfect, horrifying synchronicity. The woman at the counter, her eyes still fixed on me, slowly stepped off her stool. They started to advance. Slowly, deliberately, their faces utterly devoid of emotion, their unblinking eyes locked on mine. I stumbled back, my mind screaming, "Stay away from me." Sarah simply watched, her expression unreadable. You have made your choice. Alex, now, you must face the consequences. The patrons were closer now, their footsteps silent on the tiled floor. I could see the faint, almost imperceptible cracks in their skin, the dullness of their eyes, which were somehow still focused on me with terrifying intensity. They smelled faintly of ozone and that cloying, burnt sugar sweetness. I turned and desperately shoved at the door again, even though I knew it was useless. My hands scrabbled against the solid brick. There was no escape. The patrons were almost on me. I could feel the chill radiating from their bodies. Their outstretched hands, pale and stiff, seemed to reach for me, not with aggression, but with an eerie, silent purpose. They were going to make me one of them. They were going to force me into their eternal, unblinking stillness. Just as the first hand, cold and unyielding, brushed against my arm, a blinding flash of light erupted from the kitchen doorway. The bell above the door jingled wildly, an almost deafening clang. Stop. A booming voice echoed to the diner, a voice filled with authority and raw power. Everyone froze. The patrons, their hands just inches from me, stopped mid-stride. Sarah, who had been watching with an impassive gaze, even she seemed to pause, her head tilting slightly. From the kitchen emerged a figure I had not seen before. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a weathered face and eyes that gleamed with inner fire. He wore a simple, dark suit, but he exuded an aura of immense power. "This one is not for you," he said, his voice resonating with an unseen force. Sarah finally broke her stillness, her beautiful face contorting into a snarl. He chose. Agent Thorne. He chose against us. His choice was made. Under duress, the man, Thorne, retorted, his gaze unwavering as he met Sarah's. And his path is not yet complete. He has a purpose, a journey yet to undertake. He took a step forward, and the air around him seemed to crackle with energy. The unblinking patrons, as if by an invisible command, slowly, stiffly retreated, backing away from me, their stare still fixed, but now filled with a different kind of intensity. A mixture of disappointment and obedience. "You interfere with the natural order," Sarah hissed, her voice losing its melodic quality, becoming sharp and venomous. "And you prey on the lost," Thorne countered. "This one is under my protection. He is not yours to claim." "Not yet." Sarah's eyes narrowed, but she did not challenge him further. It was clear there was a history between them, a power dynamic I could not begin to comprehend. Thorne then turned his attention to me, his gaze piercing but not threatening. "You are lucky, Alex. Very lucky." I could only nod, my mind still reeling, my body trembling uncontrollably. He then looked at the waitress. "Get him out of here," and reset the diner. The waitress, her wide smile still plastered on her face, but with new, almost frantic energy in her eyes, nodded vigorously. She walked towards the door, the one that had been a brick wall just moments before. As she reached it, she pulled on the handle, and this time, it swung open to reveal the dark, empty parking lot. The sickly green neon sign of the Crossroads Diner flickered, just as it had when I arrived. "Go, Alex," Thorne commanded, his voice softer now, but still firm. "And remember this night. Remember what you saw, what you felt. It will serve you well on your path." I did not need to be told twice. I stumbled out of the diner, not daring to look back, my legs still shaky, but moving with a desperate urgency. I fumbled for my car keys, jammed them into the ignition, and started the engine. The roar of the old sedan was a welcome sound, a reminder of the normal world. As I sped out of the parking lot, I risked a glance in my rear-view mirror. The Crossroads Diner was still there, its neon sign flickering. But as I watched, the entire building seemed to shimmer, to blur at the edges, and then, slowly and possibly, it began to fade, like a mirage dissolving into the night. Within seconds, it was gone, leaving only the desolate stretch of highway. I drove for hours, the image of those unblinking eyes seared into my mind. Sarah's haunting beauty, Thorne's commanding presence, and the horrifying stillness of those patrons, it was all too real, too vivid to be a dream. I never saw the Crossroads Diner again. I tried to find it, later, when my nerves had settled enough to be curious. I drove that stretch of highway multiple times, but there was nothing, just empty fields and forgotten trees. But the experience changed me. The world no longer feels quite as solid, quite as predictable. I see things now, subtle shifts in people's eyes, moments of unnatural stillness, and I wonder about the paths people choose, and the ones that are chosen for them. I wonder about the unseen forces that guide us, or perhaps claim us. And sometimes, late at night, when I am alone in my apartment, I feel it again. That cold, metallic scent, like ozone after a lightning strike. And I remember the unblinking eyes, the silent stares, and the chilling promise of Sarah's words. I remember the choice I made, and the path I was told I still had to undertake. I do not know what Thorne meant by my purpose or my journey, but I know this: I escaped the Crossroads Diner. But I am still out there, driving on the endless highway of life, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if one day I will meet my match again, and this time There won't be anyone to save me from the unblinking stare of eternal stillness. And I will know with a chilling certainty that my true journey has only just begun. The world was a canvas of muted colors, a perpetual twilight that clung to the edges of my vision. Since SD, Jude's, since Mark, since that final, chilling text from Silas, the thinness was no longer just a feeling, it was a filter over everything. Sounds were muffled, colors desaturated, and the air itself felt brittle, as if a single loud noise could shatter it. I existed in a constant state of hyper-awareness. Every shadow a potential lurking horror, every creak of my apartment, building a monster drawing closer. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, haunted by the memory of Mark's gleaming eyes, the emaciated thing in the morgue, and the phantom sensation of 100 unseen eyes watching me. Silas's words echoed in my skull, a relentless drumbeat. You are more receptive than ever. Receptive to what? More horrors, more pain. He had orchestrated Mark, that much was clear. He was pulling the strings, pushing me further into this nightmare, breaking down my reality piece by agonizing piece. The loneliness he spoke of, the surrender, was a palpable entity, a cold hand squeezing my heart, threatening to consume me entirely. I spent days holed up, curtains drawn, phone off. The silence was deafening, yet was filled with the whispers of my own escalating paranoia. I would jump at the slightest sound, convinced Silas was outside my door, that Mark was coming back, that the creature from the morgue would slither out of my closet. My reflection in the mirror showed a gaunt, hollow-eyed stranger, a testament to the terror that had become my constant companion. Then, the loneliness became too much. It was a physical ache, a gaping wound that no amount of self-imposed isolation could heal. Silas wanted me to surrender to it, but I fought back with every fiber of my being. I craved connection, a tether to the normal world, a hand to pull me back from the precipice. And in my desperation, I did the unthinkable. I turned my phone back on. I opened Tinder. My finger hovered over the app icon, a tremor running through my hand. Was I insane? After Mark, after SD, Jude's, how could I even consider it? But the alternative, succumbing to the suffocating loneliness, letting Silas win, felt even worse. I needed proof that normal people still existed, that there was still a world untainted by thinness and shadows. I needed to pretend, just for a moment, that I was not a pawn in some cosmic game. I scrolled through profiles, my stomach churning with anxiety. Every face seemed to hide a secret, every smile a potential trap. I was judging them all, searching for the telltale signs of a mask, a collector of fear. It was exhausting, terrifying. Then, I saw him. Alex. His profile was unremarkable. A few selfies, one with a dog, one at a coffee shop, one vaguely outdoorsy. His bio was short, generic software engineer, loves hiking and trying new restaurants, looking for good conversation, and maybe a connection. He did not have the intense, unsettling gaze of Mark, nor the overly charismatic, almost predatory vibe I would learn to fear. He seemed safe. Bland, even, and in my shattered state, bland felt like salvation. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. My heart hammered against my ribs, a mixture of dread and a faint, desperate hope. His first message was simple, hey. How's your week going? Normal. So incredibly normal. Our conversations over the next few days were a lifeline. We talked about work, about our favorite movies, about the weather. He asked about my day, listened patiently when I gave vague answers, and shared details about his own. He was polite, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested. He never brought up anything strange, never hinted at the thinness of the world, never used any of Silas's chilling phrases. He was a bastion of normalcy in a world that had gone utterly mad. My guard slowly, cautiously began to lower. Maybe Mark was a one-off. Maybe Silas had just used that one terrible experience to try and break me, and now I could finally find my way back. The idea was a fragile hope, but I clung to it with desperate tenacity. Then came the suggestion for a date. I love cooking, he typed. How about I make dinner at my place this Friday? I make a pretty mean lasagna. My breath hitched. His place. The alarm bells that had been silenced by days of pleasant conversation suddenly blared to life. SD. Jude's flashed before my eyes. The morgue. Mark's chilling transformation. My apartment, my sanctuary, was a prison of fear, but a strange man's apartment that felt like walking into the lion's den. I typed out a refusal, then deleted it. My finger hovered over the send button. The loneliness welled up, a cold, empty void. If I said no, I would be back where I started, alone, surrounded by the thinness, waiting for Silas's next move. This was my chance, however small, to reclaim a piece of my life, to prove to myself and to Silas that I would not surrender. I needed to confront the fear, not run from it. I had to believe that not everyone was a monster. Sounds great. I typed, forcing a casual tone. Lasagna is my weakness. Friday arrived, a day that felt impossibly long and suffocating. I spent hours getting ready, trying to project an air of confidence I did not feel. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen, every sound to amplify. I packed a small canister of pepper spray in my purse, a pathetic attempt at self-defense against whatever horrors might await me. Alex lived in a modern, mid-rise apartment building downtown. It was sleek, glass-fronted, and utterly mundane. The lobby was well lit, a friendly concierge at the desk. Everything screamed normal, safe. I took a deep, shaky breath, allowing a tiny sliver of relief to pierce through my anxiety. This was it. This was my chance to re-enter the world. He met me at the door of his apartment, a genuine, if slightly nervous, smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a slightly rumpled shirt that somehow made him seem more approachable. "Hey," he said, his voice warm. "Come on in. Dinner's almost ready." His apartment was clean, almost clinically so. Minimalist, furniture, neutral colors, no personal clutter. It felt less like a home and more like a showroom. But it was well maintained, and the smell of garlic and tomatoes from the kitchen was comforting. "Wow," I said, trying to sound impressed. "Your place is really nice." "Thanks," he chuckled, leading me to a small dining table set for two. I try to keep it tidy. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "Wine." "Water." I opted for water, needing a clear head. As he went to the kitchen, I took a moment to look around. The living room was sparse: a sofa, a coffee table, a large flat screen TV mounted on the wall. No books, no art, no personal touches. It was strange, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a minimalist. Or maybe he had just moved in. Then I saw them. In the far corner of the living room, partially obscured by the edge of the sofa, was a large, rectangular shape covered by a thick, dark sheet. My eyes immediately latched onto it. It was too big to be a small table, too angular to be a piece of furniture. It looked like a cage. My heart gave a sickening lurch. I tried to keep my gaze casual, but I could not tear my eyes away. Alex returned with my water, oblivious. He started talking about the lasagna, how he would learn the recipe from his grandmother. I nodded, feigning interest, my mind racing. "What is under the sheet?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant, gesturing vaguely toward the corner. He followed my gaze, then gave a dismissive wave. "Oh, that. Just some old electronics. I am a bit of a pack rat, you know. Have not gotten around to taking them to the recycling center." He smiled, a perfectly normal, charming smile. I forced myself to smile back, to accept his explanation. But the seed of unease had been planted, and as I continued to look around, I realized it was not just one. There were more. Another, smaller covered shape sat near the window, almost blending into the wall. And then another, tucked away behind a tall, leafy houseplant. and another, a long, low one, against the wall leading to what I assumed was his bedroom, all covered by the same thick, dark fabric, all roughly the size and shape of cages. A cold dread began to spread through me, chilling me to the bone. My rational mind screamed, "Stop it. You are being paranoid. It is just furniture or boxes." But the other part of me, the part that had seen the horrors of SD, Jude's, knew better. As Alex served the lasagna, which, to his credit, smelled delicious, I tried to distract myself, to focus on the conversation. He was a good host, engaging, asking me questions, making me laugh. But every now and then, a faint sound would prickle at the edge of my hearing. A soft rustle, a barely audible scratch, a low, almost imperceptible whimper. I would glance toward the covered shapes, then quickly away, try and pretend I had not heard anything. My appetite vanished. The lasagna turned to ash in my mouth. "Everything okay?" Alex asked, noticing my hesitation. "You are barely eating." "Oh, yeah, it is great," I said, forcing a bite. "Just really full from lunch, I guess." He nodded, seemingly accepting my excuse. But his eyes, though still kind, seemed to linger on me for a fraction of a second too long. He got up to get more wine. "Be right back," he said, disappearing into the kitchen. This was my chance. My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs. I could not ignore it anymore. The sounds, the shapes, the sheer number of them, it was too much. Against every instinct that screamed to just sit still, to pretend, to wait, my morbid curiosity won out. Or maybe it was Silas's influence, making me receptive to the very things I should be fleeing from. I pushed myself up from the table, my legs feeling like lead. I walked slowly, deliberately, towards the nearest, smallest cage near the window. My breath caught in my throat. The faint whimpering was clearer now, almost desperate. It was not a pipe. It was not the building settling. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the dark sheet. It was heavy, thick, designed to conceal. My fingers brushed against the fabric, and a shiver ran down my spine. Just as my fingers made contact, I heard a sharp gasp from behind me. "What are you doing?" Alex's voice was no longer warm. It was flat, devoid of emotion. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He stood in the doorway of the kitchen, a wine bottle in one hand, his face a mask of cold fury. The charming smile was gone, replaced by a chillingly blank expression. His eyes, which had seemed so kind just a moment ago, were now dark, unreadable pools. I was just curious. I stammered, feeling like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar. I thought maybe it was a pet. He did not move, did not speak. He just stared at me, his gaze piercing, dissecting. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. The thinness was back, pressing in on me, making the edges of the room blur. "Curiosity," he finally said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Curiosity can be dangerous." He took a step towards me, then another. The wine bottle in his hand seemed to gleam ominously. My mind screamed run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The fear, cold and sharp, had me paralyzed. "They are not electronics, are they?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He stopped a few feet away, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. It was the same kind of smile Mark had worn, full of chilling wonder and dark intent. "No," he said, his voice regaining a hint of its earlier warmth, but now laced with something far more sinister. "No, they are not electronics. They are my collection." He gestured around the room to the other covered shapes. "You see, I am a curator, a very specialized one. I collect things that are lost, forgotten, things that have slipped through the cracks of the world, just like you." My blood ran cold. "Just like me." "Oh, yes, little one." He purred, using the exact same nickname Mark had. "And Silas." My stomach dropped. This was not just a random encounter. This was another one of Silas's traps. Silas told me you would be receptive. He said you were a beacon, a feast. The words echoed Mark's, a horrifying confirmation that I was still caught in the same terrifying web. My world was indeed thin, and these monsters were crawling out of the woodwork to claim me. What are they? I asked, my voice trembling, my eyes darting from him to the covered cages. The whimpering from the small cage near the window grew louder, more frantic, as if sensing my terror or perhaps sharing it. He took another step, closer now. His eyes glittered with an unsettling excitement. They are the forgotten, the ones who saw too much, or felt too much, or simply existed in the wrong place at the wrong time. They are the echoes of a world that is slowly unraveling, and I keep them. I study them. I appreciate them. He reached out, not for me, but for the sheet covering the largest cage, the one in the corner. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. No, do not look. Do not look. If I could not tear my eyes away. I was frozen, a deer in headlights, waiting for the inevitable. With a flourish, he yanked the sheet away. A gasp tore from my throat, raw and guttural. Inside the cage, hunched in a fetal position, was a creature that defied description. It was vaguely human-shaped, but grotesquely distorted. Its skin was a sickly gray, stretched taut over protruding bones, giving an emaciated, starved appearance. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in claw-like fingers that scratched faintly at the metal bars. But it was its face that truly horrified me. Its eyes were huge, black, and sunken, filled with an ancient, unbearable sorrow and a raw, primal terror. Its mouth was a gaping hole, devoid of lips, revealing jagged, uneven teeth. A low, guttural moan escaped its throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated suffering. It was not a monster in the traditional sense. It was something broken, something that had once been human, twisted and warped into a living embodiment of despair. It was the kind of creature that could only exist in a world where reality had worn thin. Beautiful, is not it? Alex whispered, his voice full of chilling reverence. He ran a hand over the cold metal bars of the cage, as if stroking a beloved pet. This one it was a poet, always searching for beauty in the mundane, until it found beauty in the cracks, in the spaces between. And then it slipped. The creature in the cage whimpered again, its black eyes fixed on me, pleading, desperate. I could feel its pain, its terror, as if it were my own. The thinness of the world was not just around me, it was in me, connecting me to this suffering being. My gaze darted to the other covered cages. They were all filled with similar horrors. I knew it. The faint whimpers and rustles I had heard earlier now coalesced into a cacophony of quiet suffering, a symphony of despair. The apartment, once sterile and clean, now felt like a mausoleum, a living tomb for these forgotten souls. A pungent metallic smell, like old blood and fear, permeated the air. And you, little one, Alex continued, his eyes now gleaming with a terrifying hunger as he turned his attention back to me. You are special. You are not quite lost yet, but you are on the precipice. You are a beacon, drawing them out. And you are a feast, for those of us who appreciate the delicate flavor of fear, the exquisite taste of unraveling sanity. He took another step towards me, cutting off my path to the door. The wine bottle was still in his hand, a heavy, blunt weapon. Silas has been very clear. You are to be cultivated, prepared. You are almost ready for the next stage of your journey. And I believe I have just the right cage for you. Pure, unadulterated terror surged through me, eclipsing everything else. This was not a game. This was not a warning. This was my end. I was not going to be a collection. I was not going to be a feast. My eyes scanned the room, desperate for an escape. The door was blocked. The windows were too high. The only other exit I could see was the kitchen, but that meant getting past Alex. You are not taking me. I choked out, my voice raw with fear and defiance. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, but I will. You will thank me eventually. You will see the beauty in your new existence, just like they do." He gestured towards an emaciated poet in the cage, which let out another mournful moan. As Alex took another step, his eyes fixed on me with a terrifying possessiveness. I saw my chance. On the coffee table, next to an empty water glass, was a heavy ceramic coaster. It was small but solid. My hand shot out, grabbing it. Without thinking, fueled by pure adrenaline and the primal instinct to survive, I hurled it at his face. It struck him squarely on the forehead with a dull thud. He grunted, stumbling back, his hand flying up to his head. The wine bottle slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor with a loud clang, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The sound was deafening in the suddenly tense silence. It seemed to jolt the creatures in the other cages. A chorus of whimpers, growls, and frantic scratches erupted, filling the apartment with a chilling symphony of despair. The poet in the open cage began to thrash weakly, its black eyes wide with terror. Alex cried out, a sound of frustration and pain. He momentarily lost his footing on the broken glass and spilled wine. This was it, my only chance. I did not hesitate. I sprinted toward the kitchen, dodging around the shattered bottle and the sticky puddle of wine. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst. I could hear Alex yelling behind me, his voice a distorted roar. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes frantically searching for anything, any weapon, any exit. There was a back door, probably to a service hallway or fire escape. It was my only hope. I fumbled with the handle, my hands slick with sweat. It was stiff, locked. I pulled. I pushed. I wrestled with it, my mind screaming. Alex was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the tile floor. I could feel his breath on my neck, the heat of his anger. "You won't escape, little one," he snarled. "You belong here," just as his hand closed on my shoulder. I twisted, wrenching myself free. My eyes landed on a large, heavy cutting board on the counter. I grabbed it, spun around, and swung it with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud against his arm. He cried out, stumbling back, his face contorted in pain. The momentary distraction was all I needed. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I threw my weight against the back door. The old lock, weakened by my frantic attempts, suddenly gave way with a loud crack. I burst through the door into a narrow, dimly lit service hallway. It smelled of dust and stale air. I did not look back. I ran. I ran down the stairs, 3 steps at a time, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I could hear Alex's shouts echoing from above, but they grew fainter with every flight. I did not stop until I burst out into the alley behind the building, gasping for air, my body shaking uncontrollably. The cool night air hit my face, a stark contrast to the suffocating horror of Alex's apartment. I kept running, not caring where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place, that monster. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing on a park bench several blocks away. My entire body trembled, tears streaming down my face. I was alive. I had escaped. But the image of the emaciated creature in the cage, its black eyes filled with endless despair, was burned into my mind. The sounds of the other creatures, the metallic smell, Alex's chilling smile, they would haunt me forever. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my hand still shaking. An unknown number. My blood ran cold. Silas. I stared at the screen, dread coiling in my stomach. I knew what it would say. I knew he was watching. I opened the message. "Did you enjoy your second lesson? Little one, you are learning quickly. The world is full of wonders, is not it? And you are more receptive than ever." The words were a hammer blow, shattering any illusion of safety. It was not over. It was never going to be over. Alex was just another mask, another pawn in Silas's terrifying game. The cages, the creatures, the thinness of the world, it was all part of a larger, more horrifying design, and I was at its very center. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone, and my journey into this nightmare, this unraveling reality, had only just begun. The horrors were not just out there anymore, they were a part of me, drawn to me, waiting for me to finally surrender. I could feel it, and the worst part, I was beginning to realize that, just like the poet in the cage, I was already slipping. Hey guys, so you know how it is. Dating apps, right? A total crapshoot. You swipe left on 90% of the profiles. You match with a few people who never reply. And then, every once in a while, you stumble across someone who just seems perfect. Too perfect, maybe. But hey, a guy can dream, right? That is how I met Sarah. Her profile was like something out of a magazine. Stunning photos, a witty bio that actually made me laugh, and she listed all the same obscure indie bands and foreign films that I loved. We started chatting, and it was instant chemistry. Our conversations were not just polite back and forths, they were deep, engaging, and genuinely fun. She seemed intelligent, kind, and just real. After a week of non-stop texting, we decided to meet up. I picked a nice, slightly upscale Italian place downtown. It had this cozy, romantic vibe, dim lighting, and a big, antique mirror on one of the walls, reflecting the whole room. I thought it would be a good spot. I got there a little early, ordered a sparkling water to calm my nerves, and waited. She walked in exactly 5 minutes later, and honestly, she took my breath away. Her profile pictures did not do her justice. She had this long, dark hair that cascaded over her shoulders, piercing green eyes, and a smile that could light up a room. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to look elegant and effortless at the same time. She was even more beautiful in person. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft and melodic, just like I would imagined. "Sarah, wow, you look incredible." I stammered, feeling like a total goofball. She laughed, a genuinely warm sound, and that smile just widened. "You do not look so bad yourself." "Alex." We sat down, and the conversation picked up right where our text had left off. It was easy, comfortable. We talked about everything: our jobs, our families, our hopes and dreams, our ridiculous pet peeves. She was engaging. She listened intently, and she had this way of making me feel like I was the most interesting person in the room. I mean, I am not gonna lie. I was pretty stoked. This was going better than any first date I would ever been on. About halfway through our appetizers, I was telling her this long, convoluted story about a disastrous camping trip I would taken in college. It involved a rogue raccoon, a deflated air mattress, and a very angry park ranger. I was really getting into it, gesturing with my hands, and Sarah was laughing, her head tilted back slightly. As I paused with dramatic effect, my eyes happened to drift past her to that big, ornate mirror on the wall. And that is when I saw it. Or, well, that is when I thought I saw it. Sarah's reflection in the mirror was still smiling, but it was not the same warm, gentle smile her face held. This one was wider, too wide. It stretched her lips further than seemed natural, revealing a glint of teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. And her eyes in the reflection were not sparkling with amusement like her actual eyes were. They were dark, flat, almost predatory. They seemed to be looking directly at me, not at her own face, but straight into my eyes with an unnerving intensity. My breath hitched. I blinked hard and looked back at Sarah. She was still laughing, her beautiful face creased with genuine mirth, her eyes sparkling. I glanced back at the mirror. The reflection was back to normal, perfectly mirroring her expression. "You okay, Alex?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "You just kind of froze." I forced a laugh. Yeah, sorry. Just got lost in the story. I guess. It was a pretty traumatic raccoon incident." She chuckled, and the moment passed. But a tiny seed of unease had been planted. I tried to shake it off. It was just the dim lighting. I told myself, or maybe the angle of the mirror, or maybe I would had a little too much wine on an empty stomach. Yeah, that was it. My brain playing tricks on me. But the seed had taken root. For the rest of the meal, I found myself stealing glances at the mirror, trying to catch it again. Every time, her reflection seemed normal, perfectly aligned. And yet, there was this lingering feeling, this faint echo of that unsettling smile. I kept trying to convince myself it was nothing, that I was being ridiculous. Sarah was wonderful, intelligent, captivating. This was probably the best first date of my life. Do not ruin it with your overactive imagination. Alex, we finished dinner, and the conversation was still flowing effortlessly. Neither of us wanted the night to end. When she suggested a nightcap at her place, I did not even hesitate. My rational brain, the one that had been trying to dismiss the mirror incident, was still buzzing from the sheer charm of her company. Plus, a part of me, the part that loved true crime and horror stories, was morbidly curious. What if I had not imagined it? What if there was something more to it? I know, stupid, but at the time, it felt like a thrill, not a warning. Her apartment was in a modern building a few blocks away. It was tastefully decorated, minimalist, but chic. Everything looked brand new, perfectly placed, almost like a showroom. There was a large, frameless mirror dominating one wall in the living room, reflecting the cityscape outside and the soft glow of the lamps within. It was exactly the kind of mirror I did not want to see again, but there it was. She offered me a drink, whiskey for me, a glass of red wine for her. We settled onto her plush sofa, the city lights twinkling outside the enormous window. The conversation continued, but now, with the mirror looming large, my attention was split. I was listening to her, responding, but my peripheral vision was constantly drawn to that reflection. At first, it was fine. She was talking about her work, something about data analytics, and she was animated, gesturing with her wine glass. Her reflection mimicked her perfectly. I started to relax, telling myself I really had imagined it. Then she paused, taking a sip of wine. She looked at me, a soft, inviting smile on her face. "So, Alex," she said, her eyes sparkling, "tell me more about your passion for vintage comic books." As she said vintage comic books, her lips curved upward into that lovely smile. But in the mirror, her reflection's smile was different. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. The corners of its mouth seemed to pull a fraction of an inch wider, a fraction of an inch higher than her actual face. And the eyes of reflection's eyes did not sparkle. They were still observing with an unnerving, knowing glint. My heart gave a little lurch. This was not the dim lighting of the restaurant. This was her brightly lit apartment. This was not a fleeting glimpse. I was looking directly at it. I forced myself to maintain eye contact with Sarah, to answer her question about comic books, but my mind was racing. No, it is just my brain trying to find patterns. Confirmation bias. You are looking for it now, so you are seeing it. I tried a little experiment. While I was talking, I subtly shifted my gaze from her face to her reflection, then back. I did it quickly, trying to catch it off guard. Sarah was listening, her head tilted slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her lips were closed, a neutral, pleasant curve. But in the mirror, her reflection's mouth was definitely, undeniably, smiling. It was a thin, humorless smile, almost a smirk. And its eyes, those flat, dark eyes, were fixed on me. They were not thoughtful. They were assessing. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. This was not my imagination. This was real. You know, I actually have a pretty rare first edition of The Amazing Spider-Man at home. I heard myself say, my voice sounding strangely hollow, I was trying to keep the conversation going, trying to act normal, but my entire being was focused on that mirror. Sarah's face lit up. Oh, really? That is incredible. My brother used to collect those. I would love to see it sometime. Her eyes were bright, full of genuine interest, but her reflection's smile widened just a fraction. And its eyes, those dark, flat eyes, seemed to bore into me, almost as if they were saying, "Oh, you will. You absolutely will." I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the warmth of the room. My throat felt dry. I needed to get out of there. But how? I could not just bolt. That would be insane. She would think I was crazy. I tried to come up with an excuse. You know what? Sarah, I just remembered. I have an early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head out. I tried to sound apologetic, regretful. Her real face, the one in front of me, showed a flicker of disappointment. Oh, already. That is a shame. I was really enjoying our conversation. But her reflection's smile did not falter. In fact, it seemed to grow even wider, more pronounced, revealing a flash of those two sharp teeth. And its eyes, they were not disappointed. They were triumphant. They seemed to mock me. My heart was pounding against my ribs, a frantic drum against my chest. This was not just a reflection. This was something else, something separate, and it was watching me. I stood up, trying to keep my movements casual. Yeah, I really wish I could stay. This has been amazing. I forced a smile, trying to meet her eyes, but my gaze kept darting to the mirror. As I stood, Sarah also rose. She was still smiling, a gentle, understanding smile. Well, I had a wonderful time. Alex, I would love to do this again, very soon. In the mirror, her reflection stood too, its smile still fixed, but now as she moved, the reflection's movements were subtly off. A fraction of a second too slow or too fast. A strange, disjointed quality. It was like watching a poorly dubbed movie, where the audio and video do not quite match. And then, as Sarah reached out to gently touch my arm, her reflection in the mirror did not just touch my arm. It grabbed it, its reflected fingers digging in, its smile morphing into something utterly grotesque. A silent, gaping maw that seemed to scream without making a sound. I recoiled instinctively, pulling my arm away. Whoa, sorry, did not mean to be jumpy. I mumbled, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah looked at me, her actual face registering. Alex, are you all right? You seem a little on edge. Her touch had been light, barely there. I stared at her. Her face was still beautiful, still concerned. But the image in the mirror, it was burned into my mind. The monstrous smile, the grasping hand. Yeah, I am fine. Just a long day. I tried to move toward the door, my legs feeling like lead. Sarah stepped in front of me, blocking my path. Her physical body. Her beautiful face was now etched with a subtle frown. You know, Alex, you have been acting a little strange ever since we came in here. Is something wrong? I risked another glance at the mirror. Her reflection was no longer frowning. It was smiling that wide, predatory smile, its eyes fixed on me. And then, I saw it. The reflection's lips moved, silently, forming a single word. Trapped. My blood ran cold. This was not just a reflection. This was something inhabiting her. Or perhaps the reflection was the entity, and Sarah's body was just a puppet, a lure. I really need to go. Sarah, I said, my voice firmer now, laced with a desperation I could not hide. I tried to step around her. She did not move. Her eyes, those beautiful green eyes, suddenly seemed to lose their depth. They became flat, opaque, like polished stones. Her smile, the one on her actual face, slowly began to stretch. It was not a human smile anymore. It was a slow, deliberate widening, revealing teeth that were indeed too sharp, too numerous, glinting in the soft lamplight. "But Alex," she said, her voice still soft, still melodic, but now with an underlying current of something cold and utterly inhuman. "We're just getting started." In the mirror, her reflection was no longer a separate entity. It was perfectly synchronized, a grotesque caricature of her beautiful face, its smile a gaping, silent scream. Its eyes, now glowing with a faint, malevolent light, were locked onto mine. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the doorknob. But before I could touch it, Sarah moved. She was fast, impossibly fast. One moment she was in front of me. The next she was between me and the door, her hands slamming against the wood panel with a thud that echoed through the apartment. "Where do you think you are going?" she purred, her voice a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. The beautiful facade was completely gone now. Her eyes were black pits, devoid of any light or humanity. Her face was contorted into that monstrous, wide smile, a rictus of pure malice. I stumbled back, tripping over the coffee table, sending a vase crashing to the floor. The sound was deafening in the sudden silence. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs, a primal fear seizing me. What are you?" I stammered, my voice trembling. She laughed then, a dry, rattling sound that was utterly devoid of humor. It was a sound that scraped against my very soul. "Oh, Alex," she said, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. "I am everything you do not see. Everything you should not have seen." I glanced wildly around the room, desperate for an escape, a weapon, anything. My eyes fell on the large mirror again. And this time, it was not just her reflection I saw. It was a distorted, shadowy figure behind her, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, its tendrils reaching out, attempting to grasp her from behind. It was like a parasite or a puppeteer. Sarah, or whatever was wearing her skin, followed my gaze. Her smile widened even further, somehow impossibly so. "Ah, you finally see it, do you? Good. It makes the assimilation so much more fulfilling." Assimilation. I whispered, my blood turning to ice. "You have such a vibrant essence." "Alex," she continued, her voice now a low, hypnotic drone, full of curiosity, of fear of life, a perfect vessel, a perfect addition to the network. She advanced, her movements no longer fluid, but a jerky, unnatural series of shifts, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by a madman. Her hands, which had once been so soft and delicate, now looked gnarled and elongated, the nails sharp and black. I backed away until my back hit the wall. There was nowhere to go. The apartment, once so inviting, now felt like a cage. The city lights outside seemed to mock me, so close and yet so impossibly far. She reached for me, her hands closing around my wrists with strength that was terrifying. I struggled, but it was like being held by steel bands. Her grip was unyielding. Her face was inches from mine, those black, empty eyes staring into my soul. The metallic, acrid smell of something ancient and foul emanated from her. "Do not worry. Alex," she whispered, her voice a chorus of whispers, overlapping and indistinct, like 1,000 voices speaking as one. "It won't hurt for long. You will be part of something so much grander. You will see everything. You will feel everything. You will just cease to be you." As she spoke, I felt a sharp, burning pain in my neck. I cried out, but the sound was muffled, choked. Her hand had moved, and I felt a piercing sensation, like a needle sinking deep. My vision blurred. The room spun. The monstrous smile of Sarah, or whatever it was the last thing I saw, stretching wider and wider until it consumed everything. My body went limp. I felt a strange, cold sensation spreading through my veins, a creeping numbness that quickly turned into something else, something alien. My thoughts, once so clear and frantic, began to unravel. dissolving into a hazy, indistinct hum. I felt my own identity slipping away, like sand through my fingers. The last flicker of consciousness registered a strange, almost pleasant warmth as the darkness enveloped me. And then there was nothing. No Alex, only the silence. And the smile, the triumphant, knowing smile of reflection that had finally found its perfect host. The perfect addition to its network. And I was just another face in the mirror, waiting for the next unsuspecting swipe right. My journey, I know, was far from over. Silas's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy of my eventual surrender to loneliness. He was right, the world was thinner now. Every shadow seemed to hold a flicker of his emerald eyes. Every rustle of leaves a whisper of his name. The silence of my apartment, once a comfort, had become a suffocating shroud, amplifying the emptiness he would left behind. I tried to distract myself, burying my head in work, binge watching shows, calling old friends. But it was like trying to fill a bottomless pit with pebbles. The profound, aching need for connection, for someone real, became an almost physical hunger. I deleted Tinder, then reinstalled a week later, a cycle of hope and despair I was becoming sickeningly familiar with. I swore this time would be different. No more strange profiles, no more men who seemed to know too much. I was looking for normal, for boring even, just a handshake with reality, a tether to the tangible world. That is when I matched with Mark. His profile pictures were standard enough: a selfie with a dog, one at a hiking trail, another at a bar with friends. He had a kind smile, sandy brown hair, and eyes that were a pleasant, unremarkable blue. His bio was short and sweet, something about loving good food and bad puns. He seemed safe. A relief. Our initial chats were equally normal. We talked about our favorite local coffee shops, complained about traffic, shared a few innocuous memes. He was witty, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. For the first time in what felt like forever, I started to relax. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way back from the edge of the abyss Silas had shown me. Maybe I could find a connection that was not born of my own fractured mind. After a few days of texting, Mark suggested we meet up. There's this amazing little ramen place downtown. He messaged, or if you're feeling adventurous, I know a spot that is a little more unique. I typed back, unique sounds fun. What do you have in mind? His reply came almost instantly. There's an old abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town. I have always wanted to explore it. It is supposed to be pretty creepy, but also really fascinating. I thought it might be a cool first date, something memorable. My blood ran cold. An abandoned hospital. The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. Every alarm bell in my head screamed. This was not normal. This was not safe. This was the kind of thing that led to unsettling encounters, to the blurring of lines between reality and nightmare. My first instinct was to politely decline, to suggest a ramen place, to run screaming in the opposite direction. But then, a different thought crept in. Silas had said I was receptive because of the Crossroads Diner. He would said I was now attuned to the spaces I created, that I could truly live in them. Part of me, a dark, desperate part, wanted to confronting something genuinely frightening. Something real might somehow ground me. Maybe if I faced a tangible horror, the imagined one would lose its grip. Or maybe I was just so starved for any kind of intense experience that was not the lonely dread of my own apartment, that the idea of an adventure, even a terrifying one, held a perverse appeal. And Mark seemed so ordinary. Perhaps he just genuinely thought it would be a cool, quirky date. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. An abandoned hospital. I typed, trying to sound intrigued rather than terrified. That is definitely unique. Is it safe? He assured me it was. Oh, totally. I mean, as safe as an old crumbling building can be. I have been meaning to check it out for ages. Just have not found anyone adventurous enough to go with me. We would be careful, of course. Flashlights, good shoes, the whole 9 yards. He added a winking emoji. The winking emoji did little to calm my nerves, but it did make him seem less sinister, more like a guy who just had a weird idea of fun. I thought about Silas, about the way he would materialize from my childhood imagination, about the quiet horror of his presence. What was more terrifying? A spectral friend who knew my deepest secrets, or a flesh and blood stranger in a crumbling building. At least the latter was real. It felt like a bizarre form of exposure therapy. Okay, I typed back, a knot forming in my stomach. I am in, but you are buying coffee afterward to calm my nerves. He replied with a cheerful deal, and we made plans for Saturday night. The days leading up to the date were a blur of nervous anticipation. I researched the hospital online. It was called Esty, Jude's. Closed down nearly 30 years ago due to funding, cuts in a string of suspicious patient deaths that were never fully explained. Local legends claimed it was haunted, of course, but that was to be expected. The pictures I found showed a grand, Gothic structure, now overgrown with ivy, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at the world. It looked exactly like the kind of place where bad things happened, and the kind of place Silas might just love. Saturday arrived, cloaked in a thick, unsettling fog. It was the kind of evening that felt less like a prelude to a date and more like the opening scene of a horror movie. I dressed practically jeans, sturdy boots, a warm jacket. I packed a powerful flashlight, just in case Mark's was not sufficient, and a small pepper spray, a last-ditch effort at self-preservation. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. Mark picked me up in an older model sedan. He was exactly as he looked in his pictures, perhaps a little taller, a little more earnest in person. He greeted me with a friendly smile, and for a moment, the apprehension eased. He smelled faintly of fresh laundry and something vaguely woodsy. He seemed normal, too normal, perhaps, given where we were going. Ready for an adventure, he asked, his blue eyes sparkling with genuine excitement. I forced a smile, as I will ever be. The drive out to SD. Jude was quiet, punctuated only by the soft hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the radio. Mark tried to make conversation, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying Silas's words. Some things are just in the air, are not they? I kept glancing at Mark, searching for any tell, any flicker of emerald in his eyes, any sign of the impossible. But he just seemed like a regular guy, navigating the winding back roads that led to the abandoned hospital. As we approached, the fog grew thicker, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. SD. Jude's emerged from the mist like a phantom ship, its imposing silhouette stark against the bruised sky. It was larger than I would imagined, a sprawling complex of dark brick and broken windows. A rusty, wrought iron fence surrounded the property, its gate hanging precariously on a single hinge, groaning softly in the wind. "Here we are," Mark said, his voice a little hushed, a hint of reverence in it. He parked the car a good distance away, tucked behind a cluster of overgrown trees, out of sight from the main road. Do not want to draw attention. We got out. The air was cold and damp, carrying the faint, earthy scent of decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic and vaguely antiseptic, even after all these years. My flashlight beam cut a path through the swirling fog, illuminating the cracked asphalt of the old driveway, now choked with weeds. It is impressive. I managed, my voice a little breathy. Is not it? Mark agreed, his own powerful headlamp already strapped on, casting a wide, bright circle. Imagine the stories these walls could tell. He led the way, his steps confident. We slipped through the broken gate, the rusty hinges protesting with a long, drawn-out shriek that sent shivers down my spine. The sound seemed to hang in the air, echoing in the oppressive silence. The main entrance was boarded up, but Mark, ever prepared, pointed to a small, unsecured window around the side. "Looks like someone else has been here recently," he observed, his tone oddly pleased. means it is probably not too secure. He boosted me up, and I scrambled through the narrow opening, landing with a soft thud on a thick layer of dust and debris. The air inside was heavy, stale, and smelled of mildew, old paper, and something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers. My flashlight beam danced across peeling wallpaper, cobweb-draped furniture, and the ghostly outlines of what were once bustling offices. Mark followed easily, dropping silently beside me. His headlamp swept across the room. "Welcome to SD. Jude's," he whispered, a thrill in his voice. We were in what looked like an old administrative office. Desks were overturned, chairs broken, and papers lay scattered everywhere, yellowed and brittle with age. I picked up a tattered patient file. The name on it was faded, the diagnosis illegible. A chill, unrelated to the cold, snaked its way down my spine. "Let us check out the main lobby," Mark suggested, already moving towards a darkened archway. That is usually the grandest part. The lobby was indeed grand, or at least it had been. A sweeping staircase dominated the space, its banister broken in places, its steps groaning under our weight as we ascended. The ceiling was high, stained with water damage, and parts of it had caved in, letting in slivers of moonlight that struggled to penetrate the thick fog outside. The silence here was profound, broken only by the crunch of our boots on broken glass and fallen plaster. Every creak of the building, every rustle of wind through a broken window was amplified, sounding like a groan, a whisper, a distant moan. "It is really something, is not it?" Mark said, his voice hushed, almost reverent. He seemed completely at ease, his eyes wide with fascination, while I felt a growing sense of dread. My heart was still pounding, but now it was a dull, persistent throb. We explored the first floor, moving from room to room. Old waiting rooms with dusty, ripped couches. Patient rooms with rusty bed frames and stained mattresses. The operating theater, a chillingly sterile space despite the layers of dust and grime, still held rusted surgical tools on a tray, glinting malevolently in our flashlight beams. I felt a wave of nausea, imagining the fear, the pain, the lives that had ended in these very rooms. As we moved deeper, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was not just my imagination. I told myself it was a natural creepiness of the place, but it felt more specific, more focused, like unseen eyes were tracking our every move. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see Silas standing in the shadows, his emerald eyes glinting, a knowing smirk on his face. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, stopping abruptly in a long, dark hallway. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound seemed to emanate from behind one of the closed doors. Mark paused, shining his light towards the door. "Hear what?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "Just the wind, maybe?" "No, it was like something scraping. Or claws." He shrugged. "Old buildings make all sorts of noises. Settling, rats, who knows?" He pushed open the door. It revealed a small, empty patient room, just a bed frame and a broken nightstand. No rats, no claws, nothing but dust motes dancing in the beam of our lights. I felt a flush of embarrassment, but the feeling of unease persisted. We continued our exploration, ascending to the second floor. This floor seemed even more dilapidated, more thoroughly ransacked. More windows were broken, leaving gaping holes that let in the biting cold. The floorboards here groaned and creaked ominously under our weight. I clung to Mark's arm, my grip tight. "You are doing great," he said, patting my hand. "Most people would have bolted by now." He smiled, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something in his eyes, something that was not just excitement, but a deep, almost unsettling satisfaction. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by his usual earnest expression. We found the old nursery. Tiny cribs, overturned and broken, lay scattered across the floor. A faded, peeling mural of cartoon animals adorned one wall, a stark, unsettling contrast to decay around it. My flashlight beam caught a small, porcelain doll lying face down in a crib. Its single visible, I stared blankly at the ceiling. I quickly averted my gaze. This place is really getting to me. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. I think I am ready to go. Mark turned to me, his smile fading slightly. Already, we have barely scratched the surface. There is a whole wing on the 3rd floor that is supposed to be where the more experimental treatments happened. Local legend says that is where things really get interesting. No, seriously. Mark, I am not feeling well. My stomach hurts, and I need to get out of here. My voice was rising, a tremor in it. I could feel panic starting to bubble up. This was not just fear of a creepy building anymore. This was a deeper, more primal terror. The kind of terror Silas had awakened. Mark's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Come on, just a little further. You came all this way. Do not you want to see it through? Do not you want to experience something truly unforgettable? His voice was low, persuasive, but there was an edge to it now. It was not the friendly encouragement of a date. It was something else. A demand. No, I said, pulling my arm away. I want to go. Now. I turned, heading back the way we came, my steps quickening. Wait, Mark called, his voice sharper. Do not be like that. You are missing out. I ignored him, my heart hammering. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every distant creak sounded like footsteps behind me. I could feel his presence, close behind me, but I did not dare look back. I just wanted out. I reached the grand staircase, my foot landing on a loose step that splintered beneath my weight. I gasped, stumbling, but caught myself on the banister. My flashlight beam flickered wildly, then died. Darkness engulfed me, thick and absolute. Mark. I cried out, my voice laced with terror. His headlamp beam cut through the blackness, finding me. He was standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at me, his expression unreadable. Careful, he said, his voice devoid of sympathy. Would not want to fall and break something. My flashlight died. I stammered. I need to get out of here. Please, just let us go. He slowly descended the stairs, his headlamp bobbing, casting grotesque shadows that danced around him. We can't go yet, he said, his voice calm, almost serene. Not when the party's just starting. What are you talking about? I demanded, backing away from him as he reached the bottom of the stairs. That is when I heard it again. Not the scratching, but something else. A faint, high-pitched wailing, like a child crying, coming from somewhere deep within the hospital. It was distant, muffled, but undeniably there. My blood ran cold, a true, bone-deep terror. Did you hear that? I whispered, my voice trembling. Mark smiled, a slow, unnerving smile that did not reach his eyes. Oh, yes, he said. I hear it. They are waking up. Who is waking up? I felt a desperate urge to bolt, but my legs felt like lead. The ones who never left, he replied, his gaze sweeping over the darkened hallways. The ones who were forgotten. This place that holds their echoes. And some people are just sensitive enough to hear them. Like you, my mind reeled. How do you know about that? About sensitive people? The words slipped out before I could stop them. His smile widened. Oh, I know a lot of things. I know about the Crossroads Diner. I know about your friend, Figment. I know about the way the world feels thin to you now. My breath hitched in my throat. It was Silas. It had to be. He was here, somehow, in Mark or influencing Mark. How do you know that? I choked out, a wave of nausea washing over me. Some things are just in the air. Are not they? He echoed, using Silas's exact words, his voice a low, chilling whisper. And some people are drawn to that air, drawn to the places where the veil is thinnest, where the forgotten can almost touch us. He took a step towards me, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the debris. You are like me, he continued, his eyes gleaming in the beam of his headlamp. You feel it, do not you? The whispers, the pull, the way the lines blur. Most people run from it, but some of us, we embrace it. We seek it out, because this is where the real experiences are. This is where you truly live. He extended a hand towards me. Come with me. Let me show you. Let me show you what else is waiting in the dark. You are ready for it. Your imagination, it is strong. Strong enough to make things real. Strong enough to feel the things that are already real but unseen. The wailing sound from deep within the hospital grew louder, closer, joined now by a faint, rhythmic thumping, like something dragging itself across the floor. The air grew colder, heavy with a palpable sense of despair and ancient pain. I could feel it, pressing in on me, a suffocating weight. This was not just a creepy building, it was a living, breathing entity of suffering. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. I do not want to see it. I want to go, but you are already here, Mark said, his voice laced with a strange, almost pitying tone. And now they know you are here too. They can feel your fear, your receptiveness. You are a beacon, Little One. The familiar nickname, Little One, hit me like a physical blow. It was Silas's nickname for me. Mark was not just influenced by Silas. He was Silas, or another manifestation, another fragment of my own terrifying creations. Or perhaps the hospital itself was a place where such entities converged. You are not Mark. I accuse, my voice barely audible. He chuckled, a dry, rustling sound that seemed to come from all around me. Mark is just a name, a mask, a way to get you to open up, to come to a place where you could truly connect. He gestured around the vast, decaying lobby. This place is alive, just like your figment. It feeds on the echoes of what was, and on the fear of what might be. And you, my dear, are a feast. The wailing intensified, now closer, sounding like it was coming from the floor above us, right above the grand staircase. The thumping grew louder, heavier, accompanied by a wet, dragging sound. My eyes darted to the top of the stairs, where the darkness seemed to coalesce, to thicken. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I did not care who Mark was, or what this place was. I just had to get out. I turned and bolted, not caring where I was going, just desperate to put distance between myself and him, and whatever was coming down those stairs. I ran blindly through the labyrinthine hallways, my defunct flashlight swinging uselessly at my side. Mark's headlamp beam followed me for a moment, then seemed to disappear. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, diffused light from distant, broken windows. The sounds of the hospital, the wailing, the dragging, the creaks and groans seemed to multiply, coming from every direction. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, calm and measured, not a panic chase, but a deliberate pursuit. I crashed through a doorway, finding myself in what felt like a large, open space. My foot slipped on something wet and slick. I screamed, scrambling to regain my balance, my hands flailing. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic, something that felt like a rusty bedpan. The smell here was overwhelming, a cloying stench of blood and antiseptic, fresh despite the decades. A faint, sickly green light flickered to life in the far corner of the room. It was an old emergency exit sign, somehow still clinging to power. In its eerie glow, I saw the room was a morgue. Cold, stainless steel slabs lined the walls, and on one of them, something was stirring. It was a figure impossibly thin, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Its skin was the color of old parchment, stretched taut over visible bones. Its head lolled to one side, revealing empty, sunken eye sockets that seemed to stare directly at me. It let out a low, gurgling moan and slowly, agonizingly, began to pull itself upright. This was one of the things that had never left. I screamed again, a raw, terrified sound, and turned to run, but Mark was suddenly there, blocking the doorway. his headlamp shining directly into my eyes, temporarily blinding me. "Is not it beautiful?" he whispered, his voice full of chilling wonder. "The way they cling to existence, even after everything. They just need a little encouragement, a little fear to feed on." I lunged to my left, trying to push past him, but he was surprisingly strong. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Do not fight it," he murmured. "Just let it in. Let the fear wash over you. It is exhilarating, is not it? This is what you've been craving. This is what you were made for." The creature from the morgue slab was slowly, painfully, sliding off its perch, its emaciated body scraping against the metal. The gurgling sounds grew louder, closer. I could feel its cold, dead presence, the sheer agony radiating from it. I saw a glimpse of Mark's wrist in the beam of his headlamp as he held me. No lightning bolt scar. He was not Silas, not exactly, but he was something else. Something equally monstrous, equally connected to the thinness of the world. He was a collector of fear, a connoisseur of the spectral, and I was his prize, with a surge of adrenaline, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I twisted my body, bringing my knee up hard into his groin. He gasped, his grip loosening just enough for me to tear free. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran, not caring where, just away from Mark, away from the morgue, away from the wailing, dragging things that now seemed to fill every corner of the hospital. I stumbled down hallways, through collapsed rooms, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I could hear Mark's shouts behind me, furious now, and the ever-present, terrifying sound of the hospital's true inhabitants. I burst through a broken window, tearing my jacket and scraping my arm on the jagged glass. I landed hard on the overgrown lawn outside, gasping for air, the cold, damp fog, a welcome relief against my burning skin. I scrambled to my feet and ran, blindly, towards where I thought the car was parked. I did not stop until I reached the main road, my legs aching, my body trembling uncontrollably. I could still hear the faint echoes of the wailing, still feel the cold dread clinging to me like a shroud. I do not know how I found my way back to my car, or how I drove home. The journey was a blur of shaking hands and tear-filled eyes. I locked every door, every window, pulling the blinds tight. I sat in my living room, huddled on the couch, the pepper spray clutched in my hand, staring into the oppressive darkness. My phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. "You ran, little one," it read, "but you can't run forever. The world is thinner now, and you are more receptive than ever. I will be waiting, because eventually everyone gets lonely, and eventually everyone reaches out." It was not Mark's number. It was Silas. He knew. He had been there. He had orchestrated it. He had sent me to Mark, to that hospital, to further break down the walls of my reality. I deleted the message, deleted the number, threw my phone across the room. It was no use. He was right. The world was thinner now, and my imaginary friend, and whatever horrors he could conjure or connect me with, were real, waiting. How do you escape something you created? Something that then sends you into the arms of another monster. My journey, I know, is far from over. It has only just begun. And I am utterly, terrifyingly alone. It was late, even for me. The kind of late where the moon hung high and round like a forgotten dinner plate. And the only other cars on the highway were the occasional 18-wheeler, rumbling past like a distant earthquake. I was on a solo road trip, driving from Chicago to Denver for a new job, a fresh start. I would told myself. But after 12 hours behind the wheel, the only thing I was starting to feel was an acute sense of exhaustion and an even more acute craving for something that was not another granola bar. My phone had died hours ago, and the GPS on my ancient car's dashboard had given up to go somewhere around Kansas City. I was relying on sheer instinct and the occasional faded road sign. The highway had narrowed a while back. becoming a two-lane blacktop that snaked to what felt like an endless expanse of cornfields and dark, silent woods. Every town I would pass through had been little more than a cluster of darkened houses and a blinking yellow light. I was beginning to think I would have to settle for another night of lukewarm coffee from a gas station, if I could even find one. Then, through the gloom, a beacon, a splash of neon, a vibrant, almost aggressive red and blue, cutting through the inky blackness. It was a diner, standing alone on the side of the road like a forgotten toy. The sign, flickering intermittently, read the Midnight Grill. Beneath it, a smaller, hand-painted sign declared, Open 247. My stomach rumbled in agreement. It looked like something straight out of a forgotten movie, a relic from a simpler time. The kind of place you would find a grizzled trucker or a weary traveler, not a polished chain restaurant. Perfect. I pulled into the gravel lot, the tires crunching loudly in the oppressive silence. My headlights illuminated a few other vehicles, a beat-up pickup truck, a shiny, late-model sedan that looked a little out of place, and an old, rusty station wagon. All of them coated in a fine layer of dust, as if they would have been sitting there for days. I killed the engine, and the sudden quiet was almost deafening, broken only by the distant chirping of crickets. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy glass door. A small bell above my head jingled, a surprisingly cheerful sound in the otherwise somber night. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale coffee, sizzling bacon, and something vaguely metallic, like old pennies. It was not unpleasant, just strong. The diner was small, with a long counter stretching down one side, lined with red vinyl stools, and a handful of booths opposite. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, unflattering glow on everything. At first glance, it seemed like a typical late-night diner scene. A few patrons were scattered around. At the counter, a man in a denim jacket and a faded baseball cap sat hunched over a plate that looked like it had once held pancakes. In a booth near the back, an elderly couple sat facing each other, their hands clasped over cups of coffee. And in the booth closest to the window, a woman sat alone, her profile illuminated by the faint glow of the neon sign outside. I chose a booth about halfway down, sliding onto the worn red cushion. My back was to the door, facing the counter and the other patrons. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the grit of exhaustion behind them. A waitress, a woman who looked to be in her late 50s with a tired but kind face, and a name tag that read Betty, appeared from the kitchen. She had a notepad in her hand and a pen tucked behind her ear. Welcome to the Midnight Grill, Han. What can I get you? Her voice was raspy, like she would smoked a pack a day for 40 years. Just coffee to start, please. I said, trying to sound more awake than I felt. And maybe a cheeseburger and fries. Betty nodded, scribbling on her pad. Coming right up. She walked over to the coffee machine, poured a fresh cup, and brought it over. The coffee was dark and strong, exactly what I needed. As she set it down, I glanced around the diner again. That is when I first noticed it. The man at the counter, the one in the denim jacket. He was not eating his pancakes. His plate was still full, a thin film of grease glistening on the cold batter. He was looking at me, not just a quick glance, but a steady, unblinking stare. His eyes, dark and flat, seemed to bore right into me. It was unsettling, but I chalked it up to small-town eccentricity. Maybe he was just curious about a stranger passing through. I gave him a slight, awkward nod, a polite acknowledgement. He did not react, did not blink, did not even shift his gaze. I quickly looked away, feeling a prickle of unease on the back of my neck. I took a long gulp of coffee, trying to dismiss it. Probably just tired, seeing things. My eyes drifted to the elderly couple in the back booth. They were also looking at me. Both of them. Their faces were devoid of expression, their eyes wide and fixed. They were not talking, were not drinking their coffee, just staring. It was not a hostile stare, exactly, more like an intense, unwavering focus, as if I were a particularly interesting specimen under a microscope. Okay, this was getting weird. Two people, both staring, both completely still. I clear my throat, feeling a blush creep up my neck. I tried to catch Betty's eye, hoping she would notice and maybe say something, break the spell. But Betty was behind the counter, her back to me, humming softly as she wiped down the already spotless surface. I focused on my coffee, pretending to be utterly absorbed by the swirling patterns in the dark liquid. I could still feel their eyes on me. It was like a physical weight pressing down. My heart started to beat a little faster, a nervous flutter in my chest. Then a movement caught my eye. The woman by the window. I had not really paid her much attention before, but now something drew my gaze. She was strikingly beautiful in a classic, timeless way. Dark hair, pulled back in a simple ponytail, high cheekbones, and lips that looked like they were always on the verge of a smile. She was wearing a simple, elegant black dress, completely out of place for a roadside diner. She looked like she belonged in a high-end restaurant in the city, not here. And she was looking at me, but her stare was different. It was not the blank, unblinking intensity of the others. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, held a hint of curiosity, even a spark of recognition. It was the kind of look that made you feel seen, truly seen, in a way that was both flattering and a little unnerving. She was not staring blankly, she was observing, analyzing, and for a moment, I forgot about the others. I felt a strange pull, a connection. She was my match, the prompt had said, and in that moment, I felt it. A flicker of something, a strange sense of familiarity, as if I would known her or someone like her before. She offered me a small, almost imperceptible smile. It was brief, subtle, but it was there. And for a split second, the tension in the diner seemed to ease. I found myself smiling back, a genuine, if slightly bewildered, smile. Then her smile vanished. Her head tilted, just a fraction an inch, and her green eyes, which had held such life and curiosity, suddenly went flat. They widened ever so slightly, and the spark I would seen in them extinguished. They became like the eyes of the other patrons, unblinking, unmoving, fixed solely on me. A cold wave of dread washed over me, chilling me to the bone. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a few weird people. This was everyone. I slowly lifted my head, my gaze sweeping across the diner. The man at the counter, the elderly couple, and now, the beautiful woman by the window. All of them, perfectly still, perfectly silent, their eyes locked on me. Not a single blink. Not a single shift in posture. It was like they were mannequins, frozen in place, except their eyes were undeniably alive, burning with an unnatural focus. The humming of the fluorescent lights suddenly seemed amplified, a high-pitched whine that grated on my nerves. The smell of bacon and coffee, which had been comforting moments ago, now felt cloying, suffocating. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. "Betty," I whispered, my voice barely audible. I tried to call out louder, but my throat felt tight, constricted. "Betty, can I get that burger?" Betty was still behind the counter, her back to me, still wiping, still humming. But the humming had stopped. She was completely silent. And as I watched, she slowly, deliberately turned her head. Her body remained facing the counter, but her head twisted unnaturally far until her face was looking directly at me. Her eyes, too, were wide and unblinking. The kind but tired expression was gone, replaced by the same blank, unwavering stare as the others. Her lips were pressed into a thin, bloodless line. My blood ran cold. Every hair on my arm stood on end. This was not a prank. This was not exhaustion. This was something else entirely. Something deeply, profoundly wrong. I tried to stand up, to push myself out of the booth. My legs felt like lead. My muscles refused to obey. A strange, invisible pressure seemed to be holding me in place. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. The silence in the diner was absolute. There were no sound of traffic outside, no distant crickets, just the relentless hum of the lights and the frantic thumping of my own heart. It felt like the air itself had solidified, pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. I forced myself to look at them again, one by one. The trucker, his face pale and slack, his eyes like dark marbles. The old couple, their hands still clasped, their gazes fixed, their bodies stiff and unmoving. Betty, her head still twisted at that impossible angle, her eyes boring into me. And the woman, my match, by the window. Her beautiful face was now a mask of unsettling stillness, her green eyes like polished emeralds, reflecting the harsh fluorescent light, utterly devoid of warmth or life. I noticed details I had not before. The trucker's plate of pancakes had a dusting of what looked like white mold on the syrup. The coffee in the old couple's cups was completely still, not a ripple, not a wisp of steam, even though it should have been hot. Their food, too, was untouched, looking ancient and fossilized. No one was eating. No one was drinking. No one was breathing. I held my own breath just to see if I could hear theirs. Nothing. Not a single inhale, not a single exhale. They were statues, perfectly preserved, yet their eyes were undeniably focused on me. Panic began to claw at my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to make it all disappear. It is a dream. Alex, you are overtired. You fell asleep at the wheel. I repeated it like a mantra. But when I opened my eyes, they were all still there, still staring. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Carbon monoxide, a gas leak. But I felt perfectly lucid, just terrified. A mass hallucination. But it felt so real, so solid, so utterly terrifying. I had to get out. I had to, with a surge of adrenaline. I pushed against the table, forcing my leaden legs to move. The booth squeaked in protest, a jarring sound in the oppressive silence. I stumbled out, almost tripping over my own feet. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep my balance. As I moved, their heads did not follow me. Their eyes remained fixed on the spot where I had been sitting. It was even more disturbing than if they had moved. It was as if they were locked onto an imprint of me, a ghost of my presence. I shuffled backward, my eyes darting between them. The trucker, the old couple, Betty, her head still twisted. The woman by the window, the woman, my match. As I took another step back, her head slowly, almost imperceptibly, began to turn. Her neck seemed to creak, a faint, almost inaudible sound that I felt more than heard. Her eyes, those flat green stones, slowly pivoted, following my movement. Then the others began to move. Not all at once, not quickly. It was a slow, agonizing process. The trucker's head tilted, his gaze tracking me. The old couple's heads swiveled in unison, their eyes never leaving mine. Betty's head, already at an impossible angle, continued to twist, her focus unwavering. It was like watching a horrific, silent ballet, performed by marionettes whose strings were being pulled by an unseen, malevolent hand. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, yet perfectly synchronized in their terrifying focus on me. I backed up further, toward the door, my hand outstretched, fumbling for the handle. My fingers grazed the cold metal, but it felt impossibly far away. Then, the woman by the window, the beautiful woman, did something that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She smiled. It was not the small, curious smile she would give me earlier. This was a wide, slow, deliberate smile. Her lips stretched unnaturally far, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too long. Her eyes, still unblinking, remained fixed on mine, but the smile transformed her face into something grotesque, something predatory. It was a smile that promised pain, not pleasure. A smile that spoke of hunger. And as she smiled, the others in the diner also began to smile. The trucker, his lips peeling back from yellowed teeth. The old couple, their faces crinkling into identical, horrifying grins. Betty, her twisted face now contorted into a rictus of purer, silent malice. The air in the diner grew colder, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into my very marrow. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms and neck standing on end, each one a tiny antenna picking up the signals of pure, unadulterated terror. The hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to drop in pitch, becoming a low, guttural growl. I screamed. It was a raw, guttural sound, tearing from my throat, a primal cry of pure fear. The sound seemed to shatter the oppressive silence, but it did not break their stares. It only seemed to intensify them. Their smiles widened, their eyes burned with an even more terrifying light. I did not wait. My hand found the door handle. My fingers fumbled, and I yanked it open with all my might. The little bell above the door jingled, a mocking, cheerful sound as I burst out into the night. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran across the gravel lot, scrambling into my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it, and the engine roared to life, a blessed sound of mechanical normalcy. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and then into drive, peeling out of the lot. My foot was heavy on the accelerator, the old car protesting with a loud whine as I sped down the highway. I did not care where I was going, just away. Away from that diner, away from those eyes, away from those smiles. My heart was still hammering, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I kept checking my rearview mirror, my eyes darting nervously. The neon sign of the Midnight Grill was a shrinking red and blue blotch in the distance. I could still see it, still flickering. Then, as I sped around a bend in the road, I glanced in the mirror one last time. The diner was gone. There was nothing there but the endless, dark stretch of highway, flanked by cornfields and silent woods. No neon glow, no building, no gravel lot, no other cars. Just blackness, as if it had never been there at all. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt in the middle of the road. My hands were shaking so hard I had to grip them together. I turned around, looking back. Nothing. Just the road I had just traveled, empty and dark. I stayed there for a long time, engine idling, staring into the void where the diner should have been. My mind screamed for a rational explanation. Had I imagined it? Had I fallen asleep? But the memory was too vivid, too terrifyingly real. The smell of stale coffee, the cold metal of the door handle, the feel of their eyes on me, the horrifying smiles. It was all burned into my brain. Eventually, the fear of being stranded in the middle of nowhere, or worse, the fear of something finding me, spurred me to drive again. I drove faster than I ever had before, not stopping until the sun began to paint the sky with streaks of orange and pink, until I reached the outskirts of a town large enough to have a proper gas station and a 24-hour convenience store. I filled up my tank, bought a truly terrible cup of coffee and some sugary pastries. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store, the cheerful chatter of the cashier, the mundane reality of it all, felt like a fragile shield against the horror of the night. But the horror had not truly left me. It had burrowed deep, taken root. I never made it to Denver. I turned around, drove back to Chicago, quit my new job before I even started it. I could not face being alone on the road again. I could not face the darkness. Now, months later, the memory still haunts me. I can't shake the feeling of those unblinking eyes, those unnatural smiles. I see them in the periphery of my vision sometimes, a flicker of movement, a phantom gaze. I avoid driving at night. I can't stand the smell of old coffee or bacon. And I definitely can't stand the thought of eating alone in a diner. The worst part is, I do not know what they were. or why they were staring, or why that woman, my match, smiled like that. Was I meant to be one of them? Was I almost trapped, frozen in place, a new addition to their silent, staring tableau? I have tried to find the Midnight Grill on maps, on the internet. Nothing. It is like it never existed. Just a phantom diner on a forgotten road, a place that materialized out of the darkness, only to swallow its patrons whole. Sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, I catch myself staring into space, my eyes wide, unblinking, and I wonder if a part of me, a part of my soul, was left behind in that diner, forever caught in the unblinking gaze of the Midnight Grill. I wonder if they're still out there, on some forgotten stretch of highway, waiting for the next weary traveler to pull in, looking for a hot meal and a moment of rest, only to become their next silent, unblinking guest. And I wonder, too, if my match is still there, her beautiful, terrifying smile waiting for someone else to recognize her, to feel that strange pull before she welcomes him into the silent, eternal vigil of the Midnight Grill. You know, I have always been a pretty average guy. Nothing special. I work a 9 to 5, pay my bills, try to hit the gym a couple times a week. My biggest thrill on a Saturday night used to be finding a new documentary to stream, or maybe, if I was feeling really wild, ordering Chinese food instead of pizza. Dating for me was mostly a succession of lukewarm coffee dates and polite, often awkward goodbyes. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, they were all just different flavors of the same bland soup. You swipe, you match, you exchange pleasantries, and then maybe, just maybe, you meet up for a drink, hoping for some spark that rarely ignites. So when I matched with Sarah, I did not expect much. Her profile was pretty standard, a few well-lit selfies, a picture with a dog, always a good sign, right? And a bio that read something about loving travel and trying new things. She had a bright, easy smile, kind eyes, and a certain warmth that came across even through a screen. We exchanged a few messages, the usual back and forth about hobbies and what we were looking for. She seemed normal, refreshingly normal. Actually, no red flags, no overly aggressive pickup lines, just genuine curiosity. We decided on a coffee date, keeping it low-key. When I met her in person, she was even prettier than her photos. Her laugh was infectious, and she had this way of crinkling her nose when she found something funny that was genuinely endearing. We talked for almost 2 hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly from our favorite movies to embarrassing childhood stories. It was probably the best first date I would have had in years. I walked away feeling a hopeful buzz I had not felt in a long time. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, she seemed more charming, more engaging. She was intelligent, witty, and had a knack for making me feel like I was the most interesting person in the room. I was starting to think, hey, maybe this is it. Maybe I finally found someone. Call me a hopeless romantic, but after years of swiping through a digital wasteland, the idea of a genuine connection felt like striking gold. One evening, after a particularly good dinner, Sarah suggested something a little different for our next outing. I know, this amazing spot, she said, her eyes sparkling. It is a bit of a drive, out past the city limits. But the view is incredible, and they do these artisan cocktails that are out of this world. Plus, the atmosphere is just unique. You will love it. I was intrigued. Unique? Huh. Sounds like a good adventure. What kind of unique are we talking about? She just smiled, a hint of mystery in her expression. You will see. Trust me, it is worth the drive. We can make a whole evening of it, catch the sunset. I usually prefer to stick to places I knew, especially on a date, but Sarah had a way of making me feel adventurous. And honestly, I was smitten. So, I agreed. Sounds great. Just send me the address, and I will plug it into my GPS. Oh, do not worry about that, she said, waving a dismissive hand. I know exactly how to get there. It is a bit off the beaten path, so sometimes GPS gets a little wonky. It is more of a follow me kind of place. That should have been my first red flag, right? But I brushed it off. Maybe it was a new place or a private road. Lots of exclusive spots are like that. I trusted her. She seemed so normal, so sweet. What could possibly go wrong? A few days later, we were in my car, heading out of the city. Sarah was in the passenger seat, acting as my co-pilot. She was humming along to the radio, occasionally pointing out a turn or a landmark. Everything felt perfectly normal. We talked about our week, about silly office anecdotes, about our plans for the upcoming weekend. The sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows across the suburban sprawl as we left it behind. Soon, the familiar highways gave way to smaller, less traveled roads. Two-lane blacktops lined with trees that were just starting to show hints of autumn, color. It was pretty in a rustic, picturesque kind of way. I did not recognize any of the landmarks, but I figured we were just deep into the countryside, somewhere I had not explored before. Are we getting close? I asked, glancing at the fuel gauge. I always got a little antsy driving too far off the grid without knowing where the next gas station was. Almost, she chirped, turning down the radio a notch. Just a few more turns. See that old barn up ahead? We take a left right after that. I nodded, making the turn. The road narrowed further, becoming less paved, more gravelly. The trees closed in, forming a tunnel of leaves overhead. The light began to fade, and the car's headlights automatically clicked on, cutting through the encroaching dusk. Wow, this really is off the beaten path. I chuckled, trying to sound lighthearted, but a tiny knot of unease was starting to form in my stomach. It was getting darker than I expected, and the isolation was becoming palpable. Told you, she said, her voice still bright, but something in the way she said it, a slight stiffness, made me look at her. Her profile was illuminated by the dashboard lights, and for a fleeting moment, I thought her smile seemed a little too wide, a little too fixed. But then she turned to me, her eyes twinkling, and the feeling vanished. Do not worry, it is worth it. Almost there. We drove for what felt like another 15 minutes. The road was now barely more than a dirt track, winding through dense woods. I had not seen another car, another house, or even a street lamp in ages. My phone, which had been buzzing with notifications earlier, was now stubbornly silent. I glanced at the signal bar, a single, flickering line. Great. Hey, Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. My GPS is completely dead out here. Do you mind if I just pull up the map on your phone, just so I can get a sense of where we are? She hesitated for a beat, then reached into her purse. Oh, my phone's been a little wonky today, too. Battery's almost dead. She pulled it out, and the screen was indeed dark. See, I told you it was off the grid. She shrugged, a perfectly innocent gesture. But it was not just my GPS that was dead. It was a complete lack of any signal. I usually had pretty good coverage, even in rural areas. And Sarah's phone being dead right when I asked for it. That felt a little too convenient. A new, colder kind of unease began to settle over me. I tried to shake it off. I was being paranoid. This was a date, not a horror movie. But the woods around us felt different now. The shadows were not just shadows, they felt like watching eyes. The silence was not peaceful, it felt heavy, expectant. I decided to try my own phone's offline maps. I pulled it up, zoomed out, and tried to find the road we were on. I scrolled and scrolled, pinching the screen, trying to match the winding dirt path to anything on the map. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was like we were driving through a blank space, a void in the digital world. Hey, Sarah, I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. This road, I can't find it on my map. Are you sure we are on the right track? She turned to me, her smile still in place, but it did not quite reach her eyes. Her eyes, in the dim light, seemed darker, deeper than I remembered. Of course, silly. I told you it is a hidden gem. Not every road makes it onto gut goo maps, especially not these old logging trails. Logging trails. I repeated, looking around. The trees were not old growth. They looked like a relatively young, managed forest. And the trail we were on, while unpaved, was too well defined, too consistently wide for a mere logging trail. It felt like a deliberate, if unmapped, road. Yeah, logging trails, private roads, whatever you want to call them, she said, waving a hand dismissively. It is just the way to get to the place. Do not overthink it. Alex, just enjoy the ride. But I could not just enjoy the ride. The knot in my stomach was now a cold, hard lump. I kept my eyes on the road, but my mind was racing. No signal, no map, a date who seemed a little too insistent, a little too calm. This was not just off the beaten path. This was off the map. Literally. I tried another mapping app, then another. Same result. Blank. The digital representation of the world simply ended where we were. It was an unnerving feeling, like stepping off the edge of a known world. Sarah, I said, pulling over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching under the tires. The sudden silence in the car was deafening. I am serious. This road is not on any map. I do not feel comfortable driving further. Can you please tell me exactly where we are going? Her smile faltered for a second, just a flicker. Then it snapped back into place, wider than before. Her eyes, however, did not match. They were cold, flat, like polished stones. Alex, what is wrong? You are being silly. We are almost there. Just a few more minutes. No, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. No, I am not being silly. This is seriously weird. I need to know where we are and where we are going. Right now. She sighed, a slow, theatrical sigh, like a parent dealing with a petulant child. Her head tilted slightly, and her eyes seemed to bore into mine. The warmth was completely gone. Her voice deepened, losing its light, airy quality. It was lower, richer, and somehow chillingly familiar. Alex, she said, and her voice sent shivers down my spine. It was not Sarah's voice anymore. It was deeper, resonant, laced with an unsettling authority. It was the voice of someone who knew things, someone who was in control. You are exactly where you need to be, and you are going exactly where you are meant to go. My heart pounded against my ribs. What are you talking about? Who are you? I demanded, my hand, instinctively going for the door handle. She laughed then, a low, guttural sound that was utterly devoid of humor. Who am I? I am a messenger. Alex, a conduit, just like you will be, just like all of them are. She gestured vaguely behind her, into the deepening shadows of the woods. The network is growing, and you, Alex, you are a new connection. My mind flashed back to a story I would heard, a terrifying whisper on the edge of the digital world, about a network, about whispers, about names. Silas, Chloe, the words beacon, key, central hub. My blood ran cold. This was not just a bad date. This was something far, far worse. Silas, I whispered, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. Her smile widened, stretching her lips unnaturally. He sends his regards. He is very pleased with the progress. He has been looking for you. Alex, for a while now, you have such an interesting signal. I fumbled with the door handle, but it would not budge. I tried the central locking button, but nothing happened. The car was dead. Or rather, I was locked in, trapped, panic flared, hot and suffocating. I slammed my fist against the window. Let me out. What do you want? She just watched me, her head still tilted, a predatory gleam in her dark eyes. We want you to join us. Alex, to become part of something bigger. To finally find your purpose. She leaned forward, her face unnervingly close to mine. Her breath was cold against my cheek, carrying a faint metallic scent. You see, we bring them to Chloe. She is the center, the heart of it all, the nexus. And you are just another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the web. My mind raced, trying to make sense of this nightmare. Chloe, the name from the whispers, the one who was supposedly the central hub. Was this where I was going? To her apartment, to be added to some horrifying collection? No, I shouted, pushing myself back against the driver's seat, trying to create as much distance as possible between us. I do not know what you are talking about. Let me go. She chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Oh, Alex, deep down you always knew. That feeling of being lost, of searching for something more. That is what makes you perfect. That is what makes all of you perfect. The emptiness, the longing, it is a frequency we can pick up on. She reached out a hand, and I flinched, but she did not touch me. Her fingers hovered inches from my face, long and unnaturally still. Silas has been cultivating his garden for a long time, tending to the lost, the lonely, the ones who crave connection. He offers them a different kind of connection, a permanent one. The engine suddenly sputtered to life, a low rumble that vibrated through the floorboards. I had not touched the ignition. Sarah's fixed smile widened further, and she leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms. Now, if you are quite done with your little tantrum, we should really get going. Chloe's expecting you. My blood ran cold. Chloe was expecting me. The sheer, chilling finality of that statement. It was not a request, it was an order. I was being delivered. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. My entire body trembled with a primal fear I had never known. This was not just fear for my life, it was fear for my very soul, for my identity. What did it mean to be a connection? To be part of the network? I had no choice. The car was moving again, slowly at first, then picking up speed. Sarah was no longer giving directions, she was just sitting there, watching the road, her expression unreadable, her eyes like black holes. I was just a driver now, piloting my own personal descent into hell. The dirt road continued, winding deeper and deeper into what felt like an endless forest. The trees seemed to press in on us, their bare branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The air grew colder and a thin, eerie mist began to snake through the undergrowth, glowing faintly in the headlights. It was completely silent, save for the hum of the engine and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I tried to rationalize, to fight back the rising tide of pure terror. Maybe this was an elaborate prank. Maybe she was part of some crazy cult. But the way she spoke, the way her voice had changed, the way the road simply did not exist, it felt utterly supernatural. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a miracle, for a flicker of signal, for the road to suddenly appear on the map. But it remained a blank, empty space, a testament to our non-existence in the world I knew. I tried calling 911, but the call would not connect. It just gave me a flat, robotic no-service message. I was completely cut off. As we drove, I noticed subtle shifts in the landscape. The trees, which had initially looked like normal deciduous woods, began to take on a strange, gnarled quality. Their bark seemed to writhe, their branches twisted into unnatural angles, like tortured limbs. The mist grew thicker, swirling around the car, making it feel like we were driving through a dream or a nightmare. Then, through the mist, I saw them, shapes, figures, standing among the trees, just at the edge of the headlight's reach. They were indistinct at first, like shadows, but as we drew closer, I could make out their forms. They were human-shaped, but their postures were wrong, too stiff, too still. They were not moving, just standing there, facing the road, facing us. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, to slam on the brakes, to turn the car around and flee. But I could not. My hands were locked on the wheel, my foot frozen on the accelerator. It was as if I was no longer in control of my own body. Sarah, next to me, seemed completely unfazed. She continued to stare straight ahead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. As we passed the figures, I risked a quick glance. Their faces were obscured by shadow and mist, but I could feel their presence, a collective, silent gaze. They were not just standing there, they were waiting. Or perhaps observing. They were part of it, part of Silas's network. And I was driving right past them, a fresh offering. The road eventually began to widen, and the trees started to thin. The mist, however, thickened, becoming a dense, swirling fog that swallowed the landscape. I could barely see 10 feet in front of the car. I had to slow down, my heart hammering against my ribs. Then, through the fog, a structure began to materialize. It was an apartment building. A tall, imposing brick building, rising like a dark monolith out of swirling white. It looked old, almost forgotten, with dark windows that stared out like vacant eyes. It did not look like any apartment building I would ever seen in the city or even in the suburbs. It seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality, shrouded in this unnatural mist. As we approached, I saw other cars park along the curb, partially obscured by the fog. They were all different models, different colors, but they all had one thing in common. They looked abandoned, dust-covered, leaves piled against their tires, some with flat tires or shattered windows. It was like a graveyard for vehicles, each one a testament to someone else who had driven down this non-existent road. I pulled up to the front entrance, the engine finally dying with a soft sigh. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the distant, mournful hoot of an unseen owl. Sarah finally stirred. She turned to me, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. Her face seemed subtly different now, sharper, almost skeletal beneath her skin. The warm, inviting woman I would met on Tinder was completely gone. This was something else. Something ancient and cold. "Welcome home, Alex," she said, her voice a dry whisper that seemed to echo in confined space of the car. "Your journey ends here, and your true connection begins." She opened her door and stepped out, disappearing into the fog. I was left alone in the car, paralyzed by terror. My eyes were fixed on the front door of the apartment building. It was heavy, dark wood, with a tarnished brass handle. It looked utterly unwelcoming, like the entrance to a tomb. I finally managed to unbuckle my seatbelt. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the latch. I pushed open the driver's side door, stepping out into the cold, damp air. The fog swirled around me, disorienting me, making the world feel unreal. The car doors, both mine and Sarah's, clicked shut behind me with a soft thud, a sound that sealed my fate. I was outside, but I was not free. I was merely at the threshold of the next stage of my nightmare. I looked back at the car, my own car, which now looked alien and ominous in the mist. I reached into my pocket for my phone, a desperate, futile gesture. Still no signal. No way out. My gaze drifted to the other abandoned cars, each one a silent monument. Who were these people? What had happened to them? Were they inside, like me, waiting to be connected? A faint light flickered in one of the windows on the third floor of the apartment building. It was a soft, warm glow, utterly out of place in this cold, desolate scene. A beacon, perhaps. The central hub. Chloe's apartment. I took a hesitant step toward the entrance. The building loomed over me, a silent, watchful giant. I could feel a pull, a strange, undeniable magnetic force drawing me towards it. It was not just fear, it was a horrifying sense of inevitability. As I approached the heavy front door, I saw something etched into the tarnished brass handle. It was a faint, almost invisible symbol, a complex web-like design that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. It was the network. Silas's network. I reached for the handle, my hand trembling. It was cold to the touch, and something about its texture felt ancient, almost organic. As my fingers closed around it, a jolt went through me, not of electricity, but of something far more profound. A connection, a realization. It felt like my mind was being flooded with information, with whispers, with names. Names of the lost, the lonely, the ones who had driven down this road before me. Their faces flashed in my mind, their fears, their hopes, their final moments of realization. I saw them, heard them, felt them, and then I heard her voice. Not Sarah's, not Silas's, but new one. A soft, weary voice, filled with profound sadness, but also a chilling resignation. It was Chloe. "Welcome," she whispered. Her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from inside my head and from the very air around me. "Welcome to the network. You are home now." The door swung open silently, revealing a dark, silent foyer. The air inside was heavy, stale, and smelled faintly of dust and something else, something metallic and sweet, like old blood and dying flowers. I stepped inside, the door closing softly behind me, plunging me into near total darkness. The faint light from the third-floor window was now my only guide. I could hear the whispers more clearly now, a chorus of hushed voices, weaving in and out of each other, forming a single collective hum. They were the voices of the lost, the connected. And now, my voice would join theirs. I was no longer Alex. I was a connection, a node, a thread in Silas's terrifying web. And my journey on the non-existent road had led me directly to the heart of the nightmare. I was home, and I was never leaving. The silence that followed was the most terrifying sound of all. It was the sound of 1,000 voices, all speaking at once, yet utterly silent. It was the sound of my own mind being overwritten, assimilated. I looked up at the faint light from the third floor. I knew where I was going. I knew who was waiting. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I was no longer an individual. I was merely an extension. Another piece of Silas's grand design. Another one of them. It is funny, is not it? How you can escape something so utterly terrifying, something that should have broken you completely, and still find yourself just existing. That has been my life since the Crossroads Diner. Sometimes, I still feel the metallic tang of the air, or catch a flicker of neon out of the corner of my eye that is not really there. The world feels thinner now, like the veil between what is real and what is not has been stretched taut, almost transparent. I am always looking over my shoulder, always half expecting a familiar, too wide smile or the unnerving stillness of those patrons to reappear. Agent Thorne said I had a purpose, a journey, but mostly it just feels like I am adrift, waiting for the other shoe to drop. After that night, I tried to pick up the pieces, moved to a new city, changed my number, even dyed my hair. Anything to feel like I was starting fresh, shedding the skin of the person who almost became an unblinking statue. But the truth is, the experience left a gaping hole. I was lonely, terribly, profoundly lonely. The kind of loneliness that makes you crave human connection, even if every fiber of your being screams that it is dangerous. That is how I ended up on Tinder. Yeah, I know, not exactly the pinnacle of deep, meaningful relationships. But I was desperate. Desperate for a distraction. Desperate for a normal conversation. Desperate for anything that would make me feel less like a target and more like a regular 20-something. Most of the profiles were a blur, shirtless selfies, fish pictures, bios that read like bad poetry. I would swipe left without a second thought, my thumb aching from the endless parade of mediocrity. Then, one rainy Tuesday night, huddled under a blanket with a lukewarm cup of tea, I saw him. His name was Silas. His profile only had 3 pictures. The first was a headshot, taken outdoors. He had dark, slightly wavy hair that fell just so over his forehead, and eyes as eyes were the first thing that really snagged me. A deep, unsettling shade of green, almost emerald, but with a fleck of gold in the iris that seemed to catch the light in a peculiar way. He was not conventionally handsome, not in the chiseled movie star way, but there was an intensity, an almost magnetic pull to his gaze. His smile was subtle, a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, not quite reaching his eyes. It was intriguing, almost enigmatic. The second picture was a full body shot, standing by what looked like an old, overgrown stone wall. He was wearing a dark jacket, hands in his pockets, looking off into the distance. It gave him a thoughtful, slightly melancholic air. And the third picture, was the one that made me pause. It was a close-up of his hand, resting on a worn leather-bound book. His fingers were long, slender, almost elegant, and on his left wrist, barely visible beneath the cuff of his shirt, was a small, faded scar, a thin, jagged line like a lightning bolt. I remember staring at that scar for a long moment, a strange prickle running down my spine. It felt familiar, but how could it be? I would never seen this man before. My mind must be playing tricks on me. I told myself. The lingering paranoia from the diner, making me see connections where there were none. Still, something compelled me. I swiped right. Match. My heart did a little flutter, a mix of excitement and that familiar low hum of unease. Almost immediately, a message popped up. Silas, well, hello there. Your profile caught my eye. You have a very interesting gaze. Interesting gaze. Not beautiful or pretty. Interesting. It was different, and I found myself smiling despite the little voice in my head warning me to be careful. Me thanks. I think. You too. Your profile is pretty intriguing yourself. We started chatting. His messages were thoughtful, articulate, almost poetic at times. He asked questions that were not surface level, delving into my interests, my dreams, even my fears. He seemed to listen, really listen, to my answers. He mentioned a love for old books, forgotten places, and the quiet beauty of a stormy night. He said he worked remotely, something in data analysis, which explained his flexible schedule. He never pushed for a video call or a meetup, just seemed content to talk, to unravel the layers of conversation. And that is when the strange coincidences started piling up. I mentioned a childhood fear of clowns. He responded with a surprisingly detailed anecdote about a particularly creepy clown at a circus he would seen when he was young. I talked about my favorite obscure indie band, and he knew their discography better than I did. I even mentioned a bizarre dream I would had about a house made of candy, and he replied, the gingerbread house. A classic. But the real question is, did you ever find the key hidden under the peppermint path? My blood ran cold. The gingerbread house dream was something I would never told anyone. It was not a common trope. And the peppermint path, that was a detail I would made up myself. A secret part of the dream only I knew. I stared at his message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. A chill, colder than the rain outside, seeped into my bones. Me, how did you know about the peppermint path? His response came quickly, almost too quickly. Silas, just a lucky guess. I suppose. Or maybe we are more alike than we realize. Some things are just in the air, are not they? In the air. That phrase felt like a punch to the gut. It was a phrase I had not heard in decades. A phrase that belonged to a different time, a different person. A person who was not real. Suddenly, a memory, hazy and faded like an old photograph, shimmered into focus. I was 5 years old, sitting cross-legged on my bedroom floor, surrounded by my imaginary tea party guests. And across from me, perched on a tiny stool, was my best friend. My secret friend. Figment. Figment. That is what I called him. Because he was a figment of my imagination, my parents would say, with a gentle smile that did not quite reach their eyes when I told them about him. But to me, Figment was real, more real than anyone. He had dark, Slightly wavy hair that always fell just so over his forehead, and his eyes were the deepest, most unsettling shade of green, almost emerald, with that same fleck of gold in the iris. He was not conventionally handsome, not in the way adult men were, but there was an intensity, an almost magnetic pull to his gaze, even as a child. His smile was subtle, a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, not quite reaching his eyes. And the scar, on his left wrist, a thin, jagged line, like a lightning bolt. I remembered tracing it with my tiny finger, asking him what it was. He would just smile that enigmatic smile and said, "It is where the magic gets in, little one, or sometimes where it gets out." My breath hitched. My teacup clattered against the saucer, spilling lukewarm liquid over my blanket. It was not just a resemblance. It was exact. Every detail. The hair, the eyes, the smile, the scar. Silas was Figment. Or, at least, he looked exactly like how I remembered Figment looking. It was impossible. Figment was a child. An imaginary child. He could not have grown up. Could not have become a man. He could not be on Tinder. The logical part of my brain screamed, coincidence. Pure coincidence. But the part of my brain that remembered the Crossroads Diner, that knew the world was thin, that part was screaming something else entirely. He is real. He has always been real. Panic began to coil in my stomach, cold and tight. I scrambled through my phone, pulling up Silas's profile again. I zoomed in on his pictures, my heart hammering against my ribs. The way his head tilted in that first photo, the angle of his jaw, the slight curve of his nose. It was all there. Every single detail I would painstakingly etched into my childhood memory of Figment. Even the way he held his hand in that third picture, the long, slender fingers resting on the book, it was identical to how Figment would hold his imaginary teacup with such delicate precision. I scrolled back through our messages, every word taking on a sinister new meaning. When he said, "Some things are just in the air, are not they?" Figment used to say that. Whenever I asked him how he knew what I was thinking, or how he could appear out of nowhere, he would just smile and say, "It is just in the air, little one. It is just in the air." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not just a strange coincidence. This was something else. Something terrifying. Was I hallucinating? Was the trauma from the diner finally breaking my mind? Or was this a new horror, one that had been lurking in the shadows of my own past, waiting for the perfect moment to emerge? I wanted to delete the app, block him, throw my phone across the room. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, held me captive. What if it was him? What if my imaginary friend had somehow, impossibly, become real? And what would he want with me now? I decided, against every instinct of self-preservation, to keep talking to him, to test him, to see how much he knew. Me, you know, that gingerbread house dream, I had a friend who used to tell me stories about it. A long time ago. I waited, my breath held tight in my chest. "Silas O, a friend, tell me about them." His response was calm, almost innocent. Too calm. Me, he was not real, not really. Just someone I made up when I was little. I called him Figment. This was it, the moment of truth. If he reacted, strangely, if he denied it, if he suddenly disappeared, then maybe it was just a bizarre similarity. But if he, Silas Figment, I like that name. Quite apt, would not you say? For someone who exists only in the mind. But then again, what truly defines real, anyway? Is a memory less real than a touch? Is a thought less potent than a word spoken aloud? My blood ran cold again, but this time it was mixed with a strange, unsettling warmth. He did not deny it. He acknowledged it in a way that twisted my stomach into knots. He was not just talking about my Figment. He was talking about himself. "Me, you sound like him. Silas, do I. Perhaps we share a similar philosophy. Or perhaps, as I said, we are more alike than you realize." You always did have a vivid imagination, did not you? You could conjure whole worlds out of thin air. That last sentence, it was a direct quote. Figment used to tell me that, his emerald eyes sparkling with amusement. You could conjure whole worlds out of thin air, little one. It is a powerful gift. I gripped my phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. He knew. He knew things that were impossible for anyone else to know. This was not a coincidence. This was him. My imaginary friend, now a full-grown man, messaging me on Tinder. The horror was no longer creeping. It was fully present, sitting next to me on the couch, breathing down my neck. What did he want? Why now? After all these years, after I would finally, painfully, let go of my childhood companion, why was he reappearing? Despite the terror, that insidious curiosity still gnawed at me. I had to meet him. I had to see him in person, to confirm with my own eyes that this impossible thing was happening. Maybe, just maybe, I could get answers. Or maybe I was just walking straight into another trap, another crossroads diner. Mia, I think we should meet. If you are free. Silas, I thought you might say that. I am always free for you. How about that little coffee shop downtown? The one with the mismatched chairs and the terrible poetry nights. You always liked places with character, even if they were a little rough around the edges. Another impossible detail. That coffee shop was my favorite. I would only been going there for a few months since I moved to the city. I would never mention it to him, and the description was spot on. Me tomorrow, 3 p.m. Silas, perfect. I look forward to seeing you again, little one. Little one, the old nickname, the one only Figment used. I dropped my phone, letting it clatter to the floor. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely pick it back up. He was coming, and he knew everything. The next day was a blur of anxiety and frantic second-guessing. I tried to convince myself that I was being irrational, that it was a prank, a sick joke, anything but the truth. But every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the haunted look in my eyes, the same look I would had after escaping the diner. I picked out an outfit that felt both casual and protective, a dark sweater, jeans, comfortable boots. I wanted to be ready to run. I arrived at the coffee shop 10 minutes early, choosing a table by the window, facing the door. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. Every person who walked in sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The smell of roasted coffee, usually comforting, now felt cloying, suffocating. Exactly at 3 p.m., the bell above the door chimed. And there he was, Silas. He was even more striking in person, taller than I expected, with an almost ethereal grace in his movements. His dark, wavy hair, his emerald eyes with that fleck of gold, the subtle, enigmatic smile. It was all there, and the scar on his wrist, barely visible beneath the cuff of his dark, tailored jacket, was unmistakable. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on me. And then that smile widened just a fraction, a knowing, ancient smile that sent shivers down my spine. He started walking toward my table, his steps silent, almost gliding. "Hello, little one," he said, his voice a low, melodic hum that resonated deep within me. It was the same voice I remembered deeper now, but with the same underlying cadence, the same warmth that used to comfort me. I could barely speak. "Silas." I managed, my voice a thin whisper. He sat down opposite me, his emerald eyes locking onto mine. There was no awkwardness, no pretense, just an intense, unwavering gaze. It felt like he was looking directly into my soul, seeing every fear, every doubt, every memory. "It has been a long time," he said, his voice soft. "You have grown, but you still have that spark, that vivid imagination. It is still burning bright. How is this possible?" I finally blurted out, my composure cracking. You were imaginary. You were Figment." He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Imagination is a powerful thing, is not it? more powerful than most people realize. It can give form to the formless, substance to the ethereal. And you, my dear, you were a particularly gifted conjurer. So you are real now, because of me. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intensifying. I was always real. In a way, I existed in the space between your thoughts, in the quiet corners of your mind. But you gave me more. You gave me a name, a personality, a purpose. You gave me definition. And now you are here, I said, looking around nervously, half expecting other patrons to turn into unblinking statues. Why? Why now? He took a slow sip from the imaginary coffee cup in front of him, his movements so natural, so real, it was disorienting. You were lonely, adrift. You had experienced something unsettling, something that made you question the very fabric of reality. You were vulnerable, and you were reaching out. My heart pounded. He knew about the Crossroads Diner. He knew everything. You saw the Crossroads Diner. I whispered, almost to myself. Oh, yes, he said, a faint shadow passing over his eyes. A fascinating place. A place that preys on the lost, offering a twisted kind of peace. But you were not ready for that. You still had too much life, too much imagination, too much purpose. He used Agent Thorne's exact word. Agent Thorne. I said, my voice barely audible. Silas smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He is an old acquaintance. We have different methods, different goals, but we both recognize potential in you. Potential for what? To truly see, he replied. To understand that the world is not as solid as it seems. That there are layers, dimensions, beings beyond human comprehension. You have always had a foot in both worlds, little one, even as a child. I just help you explore it. You were never just an imaginary friend, were you? I asked, a cold dread settling in my chest. No, he said softly. I was a guide, a companion, and a reflection of your own hidden depths, your own untapped power. My power, your imagination, he clarified. It is a powerful tool. It can create, and it can also sustain. He reached across the table, his long, elegant fingers brushing against the back of my hand. The touch was not cold or warm, but something in between, like static electricity. My skin prickled. You conjured me into being, little one, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You gave me form, but you also sustained me. With your thoughts, your games, your stories. When you stopped believing, when you grew up and put away childish things. I faded. I retreated to the edges, waiting for what? For you to need me again, he said, his emerald eyes boring into mine. For you to be open to the possibilities. The Crossroads Diner, it shook you. It cracked the shell of your perceived reality. It made you vulnerable, yes, but it also made you receptive. It made you remember that there is more out there than meets the eye. And then you put yourself on that app, reaching out, searching for connection, for something different. And I answered. A horrifying realization dawned on me. He was not just here because I was lonely. He was here because I had, in my desperation, unknowingly summoned him again. My fear, my vulnerability, my longing for connection, it was all fuel for him. What do you want? Silas, I asked, my voice trembling. His smile spread, a little wider this time, showing a glimpse of perfectly white teeth. I want what we always had, little one, a connection, a journey, to explore the world beyond the mundane, to truly live in the spaces you create with your mind, to be together, always. His words, delivered in that calm, melodic voice, were far more terrifying than any threat. Together, always. It echoed the Crossroads Diner's offer of eternal stillness. Was this his version of that? To trap me in a world of my own making, with him as my eternal companion. to feed off my imagination, my essence, until I was just an empty vessel, a living statue in a world of my own creation. I pulled my hand away sharply. No, I can't. I can't do this. His smile did not falter, but a subtle shift in his eyes, a hardening of that emerald gaze, sent a fresh wave of fear through me. Can't you? You always loved our adventures. The secret gardens, the flying ships, the castles in the clouds. We can have all of that and more, for real this time. No more fading. No more goodbyes. But I have a life here. I stammered, trying to ground myself in the mundane. A job, friends. He chuckled softly. Friends. The ones you have not truly connected with since you moved here. The job, that feels like a placeholder. You are adrift, little one, and I can offer you true purpose, true belonging. No, I said, shaking my head, trying to clear the fog of his words. No, I do not want that. I do not want to be trapped in a fantasy. His gaze narrowed slightly. Trapped or liberated, free from the constraints of a world that does not truly understand you. Free to create, to explore, to simply be with someone who truly sees you. You sound like them. I choked out, the memory of the Crossroads diner patrons advancing on me, flashing through my mind. You sound like the diner. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face, a momentary darkening of his eyes. The diner offered a false peace, a cessation of experience. I offer an expansion of it, a true communion. We are not so different, you and I. We always understood each other, did not we? He began to rise, slowly, deliberately. The air around us seemed to thicken, the sound of the coffee shop fading into a muffled hum. His presence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. You are afraid, he observed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After all we have been through, all we have seen, you are still afraid of the unknown, of what you truly are. I am afraid of you, I said, pushing my chair back, ready to bolt. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound sadness, almost regret. That is a shame. I thought you would be different. I thought you would finally embrace it. Embrace what? Becoming a puppet for your whatever you are. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively flinched back. I am a reflection, little one, a mirror. I am what you make me. And right now, you are making me disappointed. The disappointment in his voice was more chilling than any anger. It implied a sense of ownership, a right to my choices. I have to go, I said, scrambling to my feet. He did not try to stop me. He just stood there, watching me with those unervingly familiar emerald eyes. You can run, little one, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent coffee shop. But where will you run to? I am already in your head. I am in your memories. And I will be waiting. Because eventually, everyone gets lonely. And eventually, everyone reaches out. And when you do, I will be there. Just like always. I did not look back. I fled the coffee shop, bursting out into the rainy street, gasping for breath. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I could not run anymore. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away from him, from the impossible reality he represented. I never went back to that coffee shop. I deleted Tinder. I changed my number again. I tried to erase every trace of Silas, of Figment from my life, but it is no use. He is right. He is in my head. Every time I am alone, every time the silence stretches too long, every time I feel that familiar pang of loneliness, I can almost hear his voice, soft and melodic, whispering, I will be waiting. The world is thinner now than ever before. The Crossroads diner was just a crack in the facade. Silas, my imaginary friend, is the gaping hole, the proof that the boundaries of reality are fluid, porous. I escaped him for now. But how do you escape something you created? How do you escape a part of yourself? I am still looking over my shoulder, but now it is not just for flickering neon or unblinking patrons. It is for a pair of emerald eyes, a subtle enigmatic smile, and a scar like a lightning bolt on a wrist. And I know with a chilling certainty that my journey is not over. It has only just begun. And the terrifying promise of eternal companionship, forged from my own childhood imagination, might still await me. All right, so you know how it is with online dating, right? It is a minefield out there. You scroll through endless profiles, trying to suss out the red flags from the perfectly normal, slightly awkward guys. Most of the time, it is just a string of bad coffee dates and ghosting. Nothing truly memorable. But every now and then, you stumble across something that makes your blood run cold. Something that sticks with you like a bad dream you can't quite shake. This is one of those stories. My name's Chloe, and I am a pretty typical 20-something. I work a 9 to 5. I have a cat named Luna who judges my life choices. And yeah, I use Tinder. I would have my fair share of duds, but I was always careful. I always met in public places, told a friend where I was going, and never, ever went back to someone's place on the first date. Or even the second, usually. I had my rules, you know. I considered myself savvy, smart. Then I matched with Mark. His profile was normal. A few pictures of him hiking. One with a dog, always a good sign, right? And a standard bio about loving the outdoors, good food, and looking for someone to share it with. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way, dark hair, kind eyes, a genuine smile. We started chatting, and it was easy, effortless. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and he made me laugh. We talked for a few days, and I felt a good vibe. No weird comments, no pushiness. Just pleasant, engaging conversation. We decided to meet for coffee at a busy cafe downtown. I arrived a few minutes early, nursing a lukewarm latte, and then he walked in. He was exactly like his pictures, maybe even better in person. He had a confident stride, but not arrogant. When he saw me, his face lit up with that same warm smile from his photos. Our first date was, honestly, fantastic. We talked for hours, the kind of conversation where you lose track of time. We covered everything from our favorite travel destinations to the most embarrassing things we would ever done. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed to genuinely listen. He made eye contact, but not in an intense, creepy way. He just seemed present, engaged. By the time we finally decided to call a night, the cafe was practically empty. I walked out feeling a little giddy, a feeling I had not had in a long time. I actually felt a spark. He walked me to my car, and before I could even open the door, he asked, "Can I see you again?" Chloe. His voice was soft, a little hopeful. And I, being completely charmed, said yes without a second thought. We made plans for dinner the following week. The second date was just as good, if not better. We went to a nice Italian place, and the conversation flowed even more easily. He was attentive, pulled out my chair, paid for dinner despite my protests. All the little things that, honestly, you do not always get with online dating. I found myself really liking him. He felt safe, normal, the kind of guy you could bring home to your parents. Toward the end of the evening, as we were finishing up dessert, he looked at me, a playful glint in his eye. "You know, I just moved into a new place a few months ago," he said, "and I have been meaning to have a housewarming. Nothing fancy, just a few friends over. Would you want to come by next Saturday? I am thinking a casual barbecue." My internal alarm bells, the ones I usually listen to, gave a tiny, almost imperceptible ping. His place. I had not even been to his apartment building. But then I looked at him, his open, friendly face, and I rationalized it away. It was not a one-on-one invitation for a late-night drink. It was a barbecue. With friends. That felt different. Safer. Plus, it was a third date. Practically. It felt like a natural progression. I mean, how long can you just meet in public places, right? I was starting to really trust him. Yeah, that sounds great. Mark, I said, a genuine smile on my face. I would love to. He beamed. Perfect. I will text you the address and details. The week leading up to the barbecue, we texted back and forth, excited for the weekend. He seemed genuinely thrilled I was coming. He even asked what kind of drinks I liked, so he could make sure he had them on hand. It was all very thoughtful. Too thoughtful, maybe in hindsight, but at the time it just felt sweet. Saturday arrived, and I spent a little extra time picking out my outfit, doing my hair. I felt a flutter of nerves, but it was the good kind, the excited kind. I plugged his address into my GPS, and it led me to a quiet, tree-lined street in a residential area I was not super familiar with, but it was not isolated or anything. Just a normal suburban neighborhood. His house was a modest, two-story place, neatly kept, with a small front yard and a porch swing. It looked normal. Utterly, disarmingly normal. I parked on the street, took a deep breath, and walked up to the front door, feeling a mix of anticipation and that familiar first time at someone new's house awkwardness. I rang the doorbell, and a moment later, Mark opened it, a wide, welcoming smile on his face. "Chloe, you made it," he said, stepping aside to let me in. He looked great in a casual polo shirt and jeans. "Hey, Mark," I replied, stepping inside. "Smells good in here." He had some kind of air freshener going, a light, citrusy scent. "Yeah, I have got the grill going in the back," he said, gesturing vaguely. "Come on in. Make yourself at home." I looked around. The living room was cozy, tastefully decorated with modern, minimalist furniture. There were a few frame prints on the walls, abstract art, landscapes. Nothing out of the ordinary. No one else seemed to be there yet. Am I the first one? I asked, a tiny flicker of unease starting to prickle at the back of my mind. He chuckled. "Yeah, actually. A couple of my friends had to cancel last minute, and a few others are running late. But do not worry, they will be here soon. More time for us to chat, right?" He gave me another one of his charming smiles. My unease flared a little brighter, but I tried to push it down. "It is fine," I told myself. "Things happen. People cancel. It was just a little awkward being the only guest." "Can I get you something to drink?" he offered, heading towards what looked like the kitchen. "I got that sparkling rose you mentioned." "Oh, that would be great. Thanks," I said, following him. The kitchen was equally clean and modern. A bottle of rose was already chilling in a bucket of ice on the counter. He poured me a glass, and we chatted casually while he fussed with some appetizers. After a few minutes, I realized I really needed to use the restroom. "Hey, Mark, where's your bathroom?" I asked. "Oh, just down the hall. First door on the left," he replied, still focused on arranging some cheese and crackers. "Feel free to look around if you want. Make yourself comfortable." "Thanks," I said, taking a sip of my rose. I walked out of the kitchen and into a short hallway. The first door on the left was indeed a bathroom. I went and did my business and washed my hands. As I was drying them, I caught my reflection in the mirror. I looked fine. A little flush from the wine, maybe, but nothing out of the ordinary. I stepped out of the bathroom and hesitated. Mark was still in the kitchen, humming to himself. My curiosity, or maybe just a lingering sense of unease, made me pause. He had said to look around. It felt a little intrusive, but also like an invitation. I glanced down the hall. There was another door further down, slightly ajar, leading into what looked like another room. My eyes were drawn to a small, framed photo on a side table, almost hidden behind a ceramic vase. It was a candid shot, a woman laughing, head thrown back. For a split second, my breath hitched. It was me. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. No, no, that could not be right. I leaned closer, my hand trembling slightly as I picked up the frame. It was a photo of me laughing at the farmer's market. I remembered that day perfectly. I would been trying on a ridiculous straw hat, and my friend Sarah had snapped a picture of me mid-giggle. But this was not Sarah's photo. This was a different angle. It was taken from across the market, slightly from above. My blood ran cold. My mind scrambled, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he knew Sarah. No, he would never mentioned it. Maybe he would seen it on social media. But this was not a photo I would ever posted. It was a private moment, shared only with Sarah. My fingers, cold and clammy, fumbled with the frame, turning it over. There was no name, no date, just a photo. Chloe. Everything okay in there? Mark's voice, startlingly close, made me jump. I nearly dropped the frame. Yeah, just admiring your decor. I stammered, quickly placing the frame back exactly where I found it, trying to look casual. My heart was pounding like a drum solo. He appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, a smile on his face. Oh, you found my little gallery. Huh? I am quite proud of my photography. Photography. My stomach dropped. I forced a weak smile. It is. Nice. You take these yourself. Some of them. Yeah, he said, too casually. Just a hobby. I like capturing moments. My eyes darted to the slightly ajar door further down the hall. A horrible, sinking feeling began to fester in my gut. I had to see what was in there. I had to. So, I said, try and keep my voice light. What is through that other door? Is at your office. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for me to notice. Oh, that is just my study. It is a bit of a mess right now. I would not want to bore you with my stacks of books. He laughed a little too loudly. Oh, I love books. I chirped, faking enthusiasm. What kind do you read? I started walking toward the door, my heart hammering. Every step felt like walking on glass. Chloe, really, it is nothing interesting, he said, his voice losing some of its easy warmth. He was still smiling, but it felt strained. He started walking towards me, slowly. Nonsense. I said, reaching for the door handle. I am sure it is fascinating. My hand closed around the cool metal. I pushed the door open the rest of the way, and then I saw it. The room was small, windowless, and the walls were covered. Not with wallpaper, not with paint, but with photos. Hundreds of them. And every single one was of me. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. It was like a punch to the gut, a cold, hard fist squeezing all the air out of my lungs. My entire body went numb. Then a searing heat of pure terror flooded through me. They were everywhere. Photos of me walking Luna in the park, taken from behind the bushes. Photos of me leaving my apartment building, my face half obscured by my sunglasses. Photos of me at the grocery store, pushing a cart, my reflection caught in the freezer doors. Photos of me sitting at my desk at work, blurred through a window. Photos of me laughing with friends at that cafe, the one where Mark and I had our first date. But these were taken before I even met him. There were even photos of me, asleep in my bed, taken through my apartment window, a chilling, voyeuristic angle that made my stomach churn with bile. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a scream. My eyes darted from one photo to another, each one a fresh stab of horror. My life laid bare, meticulously documented by this man, this stranger, this monster standing behind me. I could feel his presence, close behind me. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, suffocating. My mind raced, trying to process the sheer scale of the invasion. This was not just a casual crush. This was obsession. This was stalking. This was pure, unadulterated terror. You liked them. Chloe. Mark's voice was no longer light and charming. It was low, guttural, dripping with a possessive satisfaction that made my skin crawl. I have been working on this collection for a long time. Years, actually. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to turn around slowly. Mark was standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. His smile was gone. His eyes, once kind, were now cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of warmth. They held a terrifying glint of madness. Years. I whispered, my voice barely audible. It was a pathetic, terrified squeak. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the wall covered with my own face. Oh, yes. You are quite fascinating. Chloe, I saw you at the coffee shop near your office about 3 years ago. You were reading a book, a paperback with a worn cover. You had this little frown when you were concentrating. I knew then. I knew you were the one. My entire body was shaking uncontrollably. 3 years. He had been watching me for 3 years. Every casual encounter, every normal moment of my life, had been cataloged, analyzed, absorbed by this man. The Tinder match, the chance meeting at the cafe, it was all a meticulously planned trap. How? How did you get these? I choked out, pointing a trembling finger at a photo of me jogging in a secluded park. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, you would be surprised what you can do with a good telephoto lens and a bit of patience. And knowing your routine, of course. You are very predictable. Chloe, always the same coffee shop on Tuesdays, the same park loop on Thursdays, the same brand of cereal every other week at the same grocery store. His words hit me like a physical blow. Predictable. He knew my life better than I did. My safe, normal life was an open book to him, a script he had been following meticulously for years. I need to go, I said, my voice rising in panic. I tried to push past him, but he was too quick. He moved, blocking the doorway completely. Oh, no. Chloe, he said, his voice soft, almost a lullaby, but laced with a terrifying steel. You can't go. Not yet. We have not even had dinner. And besides, I have so much more to show you. So many more memories we have made together. He gestured around the room at the hundreds of photos of me. My mind screamed, run, get out, now. But my body felt frozen, paralyzed by fear. He was bigger than me, stronger, and he was clearly insane. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. I had to think. Panicking would not help. I needed an escape. Mark, I said, try to inject some semblance of calm into my voice. This is a lot. It is overwhelming. Can we just go back to the living room? I need a moment. I tried to sound reasonable, like I was just a little freaked out, not utterly terrified for my life. He tilted his head, a strange, calculating expression on his face. Overwhelming. But these are all of you. Chloe, your beautiful moments. Our moments. He reached out a hand, slowly, toward my face. I flinched back violently, pressing myself against the wall, a gasp escaping my lips. Do not touch me. His smile vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed, and the pleasant facade completely crumbled, revealing the raw, dangerous madness beneath. Do not touch you. His voice was low, dangerous. After all this time, after all I have done for us, you have not done anything for us. I shrieked, the fear finally bubbling over. You have been stalking me. You are a psycho. His face twisted into a snarl. Psycho, I have loved you. Chloe, I have watched over you. I have kept you safe. He lunged, not at me, but past me, to the wall. He ripped a photo off the wall. It was one of me, smiling, walking out of my apartment, a new dress hanging over my arm. This dress, I saw you buy it. I knew you would look beautiful in it. I even saw you trip on the sidewalk later that day, and I wanted to rush out and help you, but I knew it was not time yet. It had to be perfect. His words were a torrent of deranged obsession. He genuinely believed this was love. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. There was no reasoning with him. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a full-blown nightmare. I had to get out. My eyes darted around the small room. No windows. The only exit was past him. I had to be fast. He was still rambling, gesturing wildly at the photos. And remember that time you got that flat tire? I was parked just down the street. I almost called AAA for you, but you managed it yourself. So strong. Chloe. So independent. That was my chance. While he was distracted, lost in his delusional narrative, I took a risk. I lunged, not at the door, but towards the side, hoping to catch him off guard. I slammed my shoulder into his, putting all my weight into it. He grunted in surprise, stumbling backward a step or two. It was not much, but it was enough. I squeezed past him, darting out of the study and into the hallway. I did not look back. I just ran. My feet pounded on the hardwood floor, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I heard his roar of rage behind me. Chloe, come back. I burst into the living room, my eyes scanning frantically for the front door. It was still open a crack from when I would come in. Thank God. I did not have to fumble with a lock. Get back here. Chloe. His footsteps were heavy, fast, right behind me. I threw myself at the front door, yanking it open wide. The fresh air hit my face, a brief, blessed relief. I did not stop to grab my purse, my phone, nothing. Just pure, unadulterated flight. I sprinted down the porch steps, my legs burning. My car. Where was my car? I had parked it a few houses down. I could hear him on the porch now, his voice a furious bellow. You can't run from me. Chloe, I know where you live. I know everything. The words, even though I knew them to be true, spurred me on. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, my lungs screaming for air. I did not dare look back. I just focused on the street, on the familiar shape of my car. I reached it, fumbling frantically for my keys. They were in my pocket, thank God. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. I heard footsteps on the pavement behind me. He was close. So close. Finally, the key turned. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse without even checking my mirrors, flooring the gas pedal. The tires squealed as I backed out of space, narrowly missing a mailbox. I heard a thud, a frustrated shout. I did not care. I sped down the street, my eyes darting to the rear-view mirror. Mark was standing in the middle of the road, watching me go, his face contorted in a mask of pure fury and something else, a twisted sense of betrayal. He was still screaming, but I could not make out the words over the pounding in my ears. I did not stop until I was miles away, my hands gripping the steering wheel, so tightly my knuckles were white. I pulled over the side of a busy road, my body racked with tremors. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. I was safe. I was alive. But the image of that room, those hundreds of photos, was seared into my mind. The first thing I did was call 911. My voice was hoarse, choked with sobs, but I managed to explain what had happened, giving them Mark's address. They told me to stay put, that officers were on their way. The police arrived quickly. 2 officers, a man and a woman, listened patiently as I recounted a horrifying story, trying to piece together the incoherent fragments of my terror. They were kind, professional. They went to Mark's house. They found him there, calm as anything. He denied everything, said I was delusional, that I would had too much to drink and gotten paranoid. Said he had no idea what I was talking about, that there were no photos, just some abstract art. He even had a couple friends there by then who vouched for him, claiming they would been there for a while. The police searched the house, but they found nothing. No secret room. No hundreds of photos of me. Nothing. Mark had clearly cleaned out the room, or hidden it, in the short time it took me to call the police. Or maybe, and this was the most terrifying thought of all, it was a hidden room, a secret compartment that they could not find. They had to let him go. Without evidence, without proof, it was just my word against his. They advised me to get a restraining order, to change my locks, to be vigilant. I did all of that. I moved out of my apartment a week later, terrified that he would find me. I changed my phone number. I even got a new job in a different part of the city. I tried to erase every trace of my old life, every breadcrumb he might have used to track me, but the fear never really left. Even now, months later, I still see him sometimes. Not physically, not in person, but in the corner of my eye, a shadow that moves too quickly, a face in a crowd that looks just like him. Every time I see a car parked a little too long on my street, my heart leaps into my throat. Every time I hear a twig snap outside my window, I jump. I still use Tinder sometimes, but the innocence is gone. The casual optimism has been replaced by a deep-seated paranoia. Every new match, every charming smile, every easy conversation feels like a potential trap. I scrutinize every detail, searching for the hidden darkness, the subtle crack in the facade. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and Luna is asleep at my feet, I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, and I can still see that room. The walls covered with my face, my life, meticulously cataloged by a madman. I see my own reflection in those photographs, frozen moments I thought were private, moments that were stolen. And I know deep down that he is still out there, still watching, still collecting, still waiting for the perfect moment to finish what he started. Because once you have been seen like that, truly seen by a monster like Mark, you can never truly be invisible again. And that, more than anything, is the real horror.